is how precise are you? If you're super precise, you could take, Harley Davidson suspension and jump all this stuff. If you're not quite as precise, you come up a little short, a little long, you're going to need the suspension to be a lot stiffer. But then that's going to make it worse in the woods. Where in the woods, if you're super precise, you can make stiff stuff work. If you're hitting every root, every rock, and every bump, it's going to be a little bit rougher of a ride if you have it set up stiffer for the moto track.
So hanging out here with Jackson Saxon aboard the 99 Yamaha.
I'm just going to call him Action Jackson.
Action Jackson Saxon.
I can't even say
I'm
that.
telling
Action
you, it's hard.
Jackson.
That's going to be your new warm-up routine.
I will not call him that because I can't say it.
AJS, we'll call him that.
There we go. I like that.
On the charge. And starting to get comfy on that moto track as well. Nailed that tabletop.
He's a little bit smaller on that 85. I wonder how old he is.
If they are brothers, more than likely a little brother, because
Yeah.
Bentley definitely looks well-sized on that super mini machine.
Hopefully he's the younger one, because if you were older and you were smaller, that'd be pretty rough.
That's gnarly.
Not just on the moto track. It would be tough everyday life. Little brother.
Taking a little glance over there, spotting more than likely Team Indy Bird, as we saw the KTM check in through the finish line. Going to be entering that moto track right on cue. There it is. TVT Racing Live drone picks up the 194.
Now he's got the setup, don't he? That gear, bike, everything, the boots, like
clean.
that looks really, really good.
Looks clean for sure.
Hucking the table.
When you see a group of people standing there, you got to sing it. Right?
Yeah, of course. See that one right there? I know he could jump that. That's probably shorter than the one before, but there's a corner after, and there's some, a little bit slippery, and it's kind of scary to jump that thing and then be able to trust your brakes. That's why I always say, like, braking is almost more important than anything on a dirt bike. If you're not confident in your brakes, you're not going to be confident in going very fast because you don't think you can slow down.
No doubt about it. As Bentley Saxon, your leader, getting ready to check in for another lap complete. And looks like the white flag going to be coming out. One lap left to go for the 139 of Bentley Saxon. Been in control of this from the green flag. And not looking to slow it down until it's checkered.
I wonder why he's going left there. I don't think he did one lap on the right. He just only chose that left side. And if those were flip-flopped, if that on-off on the left were on the right, it would be by far the better line. But because it's on the outside now, you got to kind of think about it. I don't know, should I go out there? It's an easier section, maybe a little faster, but I have to work way harder to get over there to it.
Well, and you can see he's almost kind of angling himself over that first jump and maneuvering the bike. So, yeah, maybe a little more technical, but certainly seemed to be preferred. And I think there's also a bit of it's not broke, don't fix it, right? He hit that one lap.
He got a huge lead.
He's leading, at this point. We're taking a look at, I believe that's another one of our sweep riders checking in. Saw them in the Supercross highlights. That's Supercross racing out here on Friday night. Just another fun part of the CGI facility.
That was Zach Hayes, GNCC guy, been around forever, runs local series, off-road series down here in South Carolina. Helping out with the Jday. Definitely got plenty of experience, so it's great for a sweep rider.
No doubt about it. There goes your cover. She's skying it out. Whoa. He's not scared to send it.
That 65 ain't holding him back.
No doubt about it. How about that? Weldon Young feeling good right now.
Something about the mullet. It just builds confidence.
Automatic horsepower, no doubt. He's also running the Lightning McQueen graphics kit.
Yes,
I noticed.
I did see,
that's ka-chow.
Rusty.
Yes.
Is it? Yeah.
So, yeah, there it is with Little Rusty and a lot of luck. You could, too, ride like Weldon Young.
Bentley Saxon, that downhill berm he just hit, dude, he was laying into that thing. That was impressive.
making his way around some lap traffic, having to explore some new lines here. So I'm check up just a little bit.
Even like that, he could jump. Yeah, that was cool, Willie. He could jump that, but then what does it do? Does it push you way wide?
Well, and I was just sitting here thinking, with our pro riders today, I'm curious to see how that's set up.
Yeah, they'll. So right now, these guys are running down the far right side, and then they're turning to a right-hand corner. So they're actually making their corner as tight as they can. I think you'll see the more experienced guys fade out left. That way they can jump back at an angle to the right, and then still they may not catch the very inside, but they won't be all the way outside.
So we're actually going to bring up a replay of that line, kind of talking about what you were just mentioning there. So not to mention, we just got to show off this wheelie here. So Bentley Saxon up on the rear wheel. Yeah. That's for the fans. I'm not sure, maybe, but a little bit of technical. He was trying to bring it all the way to the downside over there. But to your point, running that far right-hand side, like you said, makes that corner a little bit more tighter, a steeper angle to have to turn. Probably going to have to slow down a bit more than if you're able to go far from the left-hand side of the track and actually jump. I'd be curious to see if anybody floats all the way over, and he did. He hit that jump.
Yeah, Bentley Saxon jumping that smaller creek jump there. So super cool. We figured he was that jump there. Even and if you made that creek jump into a tabletop, everybody would jump it. Right? It's not very far. Just jumping over water and not having anything in between there makes it scary. For these guys that they could jump it. It's just they're choosing not to because you always want to play it safe, but it's definitely not a tricky jump, just a little scary.
Well, then we hear that mentioned even on the motocross side things, the double versus the tabletop, right? All of a sudden, that dirt not being in the middle makes it scary. And so, Dad, if you're listening, I'm talking to you. Indy Berg, I think Berg's maybe a little more of a woods rider, just estimating. So there's been a couple times really been hard on the throttle. Not that they weren't doing great on the moto track, but you can see him just checking up, maybe a little less comfortable on some of those jumps.
Yeah, and I think that that helped me a lot when I switched to GNCC. Just knowing that I had, because GNCC a lot of times there were field sections, which is basically motocross,
right? And
then sometimes a motocross track too. And it wasn't a lot of the track. I definitely was at a disadvantage in the woods, but knowing like that I could really push it on that gave me a little bit of confidence. It just was up to me to figure out the woods part of it, where it sounds like he's the opposite. He's good on this woods. He's just, maybe just need a little bit more skill on the moto track, and that just takes practice.
Well, and that's, again, one of the beauties of Jday is you're getting a little bit of the best of both worlds, getting to find out, okay, I am strong here. I've got a little work to make up here, and so and it's also fun to see there's some riders that play into those strengths. They know, hey, this is going to be a better course for me than this. This is going to have a little more strong suited. If you're a moto guy, maybe something like the Club MX round would have been a little stronger for you, whereas now here, as well as our next round at Lake Sugar Tree, I know they've got an established woods loop as well. Your off-road and woods guy is going to really have an opportunity to shine.
Yeah. Well, and that's just like we were talking about, maybe not pushing as much when the risk is high and then pushing more where you're comfortable. It goes with skill set, too. If I'm not comfortable in the woods, I'm going to be pretty chill. I'm going to, kind of relax, not go slow, but I'm going to take my time to make sure that I don't make a big mistake. Once I get on the moto track, I can really let it rip.
No doubt about it. Well, here we go. Checkered flag is out, and it looks like it's going to be Bentley Saxon grabbing the win here out of your super mini class. Got the track exit blocked off after a couple of riders tried to exit early. He's not worried about it. He's grabbed that W already. So our winner going to try to throw it in reverse, and then we're going to try to grab a word with him up here. So we watch some more of our riders now taking the checkered flag out here for race number 2. Kimikowski coming across the line now. All right. Well, let's get ready to chat it up with our winner, Bentley Saxon, down here at the podium. Man, what an impressive performance. Green flag to checker flag. That's how you want to do it, man. Take us through your race and how you were feeling out there.
Yeah, I got a hole shot and just tried to ride smooth from there and ended up making a big lead and just rode my race from there. The track is just so fun.
I was going to say, it looked like you were having a great time out there. We saw you swinging around some of those outsides, using the berm. If you had to pick a favorite, the wood section, the moto track, what are you leaning towards?
I like the motor track a lot.
You were skying it out there, man. You were having some fun for sure. We saw you jumping one of those creek jumps as well. Were you doing that the whole race? We only caught it there on the last lap. What was that like?
Yeah, I was hitting it the whole race. It was pretty fun.
Relatively easy for you?
Yeah.
You're making it look easy out there for sure, man. You ready to do it again in the second moto?
Oh, yeah.
No doubt about it. Well, who's helping you out, man? I know it takes a big group to help get you out to these races.
Got THXC Designs, Moose Off-Road, Motorsport, Jday Weldon, Saxon Logan, and everybody else out there that helps me.
There it is. Give me some. That's what it's all about. Bentley Saxon taking that first moto win here in the Super Mini class. So how about that? He was digging on the moto track there, Ryan. That's what it's all about. He's having some fun, had the big smile there. He knew the question that was coming. He already had that answer locked in.
Yeah, well, and I think everybody's probably got a preference, right? There are people that are good at both, but they're going to like one more than the other. So it's cool that Jday does this, where he's got that moto track to get out there and have a little fun and still really fast in the woods. I mean, he won by a big margin.
No doubt about it. Take a look at that MX Trophies race recap. It was the Bentley Saxon show. Can't wait to see that GoPro footage, as it is no roost on that thing at all. Having a great time and starting to see some things pick up as far as the skill and speed go. We take a look at your Pro Taper Top 10. It breaks down like this. Bentley Saxon grabs the win. Jackson Saxon, now I'm going to say they might be brothers. Same location there in Georgia. Indy Berg in the number 3 spot. Blake Phillips and Michael Kimikowski, your top 5. Weldon Young, Ryder Smith, and Kason Phillips going to round out the field. How about that? Yeah, Indy Berg.
New Mexico.
Making the trip
That's
out there.
a long way away.
That is what it's all about. Well, we've got more racing action coming up here in just a few minutes, but we're going to take a quick commercial break before we get back with more here from the CGI Facility FMF Grand Prix, Round 3 of the Fox Jday Off-Road Series. We'll be back.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Jday Off-Road is proud to have the following advocacy partners. The Kurt Caselli Foundation. The focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycling. And GNCC. The Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series and AMA National Championship. Jday Off-Road is proud to have the following media partners. Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV. Well, hello everyone. The fireworks were going off last night, and the fireworks continue here today as the racing action is officially kicked off here for round 3 of the 2026 Fox Jday Off-Road Series. That rivals any baseball park I've ever been to right there. That is some serious firepower. Like we said, we're making an event out of this, not just on Sunday, but all weekend long. And I saw them moving all of it looked like military personnel were making their way out when they were moving some of those big launching pads for the fireworks yesterday. And, man, clearly it was moving some serious firepower, if you will, as we hang out here at the big Fox Creek jump. Haven't got to see anybody send this thing quite yet, but sure it won't be much longer as we get ready for our third race of the day. It'll be the first moto for our C250, C Open, C200, C Vet, and our BC Open electric classes all sitting on the line. C250 going to be row number 1. Going to jump up to those big bikes.
Well, anybody that has hearing problems or sensitive ears, just watch out. That electric class is coming. Make sure that you got protection on.
Yeah, earplugs inside the over-the-ear protection as well. Yep, no doubt about it. So this is going to be a fun one, the C class. We always say you never know what you're going to see in the C class. That's for sure. A lot of different skill levels and different but I say this all the time. The C class doesn't mean it's not good racing. Right. And we see this whether it be at Loretta Lynn's, GNCC. We see it here at Jday as well. Some of the most intense battles, I think, sometimes come from this. Very rarely is there just an absolute breakaway ride where one guy green to checkers like we saw from Bentley Saxon just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, and sometimes this is some of the best racing. And it's nothing against C riders, it's just their lack of experience. They do make mistakes, and that can be fun to watch. Not fun that they're making a mistake, but there's that, somebody's able to pass because a guy makes a mistake. They're not like the pros rarely make a mistake.
Right.
They're just perfect all the time, which is great, but can be boring to watch. I mean, there's nothing happening. They're just doing it perfect.
You see them getting fired up. They see the drone overhead. It's like you said, Ryan. You see a camera, all of a sudden you're locked in, you're fired up. No doubt about it. Everybody having a good time, and that's another cool thing about the C classes. You see a lot of families, a lot of working class people that aren't the full-time pro racers. They do it for the love of it. They're maybe chasing an overall championship here in Jday. Maybe they're just out here for the weekend, but making the most of it, bringing the family out, and at the end of the day, that's what this sport's all about. Ryan, I know you grew up racing. You've got a family of your own now that you take to the races, and at the end of the day, that's really what the sport's about.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a family deal, and even I think I learned when I grew up racing motocross. When I was about 28, 29, I switched over. I went to off-road, and the culture's so much different. On the off-road side, guys that I was racing, wheel to wheel with on Sunday would help you out. If you needed a part, you needed whatever, they'll help you out. It's not that way in motocross, where I think Jday is kind of, like we said, it's the perfect combination of both. Everybody is, kind of buddies out here. We're hanging out and bringing your family to the race. Like you see, you get the kiss from the girlfriend. I saw number 40, or one of the guys just handed the baby back to his wife. Back there in the back, number 211. Yeah, it's awesome to see that.
No babies on board for this one. There we go, the 222. Fired up, got him a kiss. Now he's ready to try to go get him a win here in the C250 class. I don't think any of these guys have starting license set.
Yeah, you're right. Might see a wheelie out here.
Liable to be a loop out.
Right in the center.
definitely got a little bit of the old Dreamland vibes. So getting those bikes warmed up before they shut them down. Dead engine start here at Jday Off-Road, so they will shut those machines down. Looks like the 1 minute signal's up. They'll be waiting for that box 30-second card. And then the green flag gonna fly. We're hanging here on the TBT Racing live drone. And again, those final preparations. Everybody's locked in, as they like to say now. Not much moving around at all.
Where would you line up here, Zach, if you were out there racing?
You know, I was just thinking about that. The 222 I recognize, and he's far up the inside, so he is controlling the inside, but at the same time, maybe able to sweep a bit more and carry some momentum around the outside. I'm saying probably where either the 222 or the 12's at on the inside.
Yeah, I don't mind where 118 is. Just knowing how much they've been watering out here, how dry it's been, that water truck on that grass, bet it's going to be a little slippery.
Yep.
I wouldn't mind having my corner a little bit wider.
I think a big part of it is the jump that you can get as the flag's down, 222 up the inside.
Hey, you called it. My call couldn't even start the bike, so yeah.
So I'll have my moto intelligence class coming in. I can pick the gate. Yep, I can pick the gate. I can't do anything beyond that, but I can help you with that. Skying it out.
There, yeah.
I'd be so fired up to get out there.
Still slippery.
Yeah.
Yep. That might be one of the first bikes that went over that inside right there. And that's where you want to look for the spots that are already kind of broken in with that slippery stuff. For the most part, like pretty off.
Kind of a gradual building throughout the moto formats here. So like I said, most are C classes here in this one. We'll have our vet riders coming up, as well as then our B classes, our women's pro class, 125 pro, and then we get into those main pro races coming up just a little past high noon here today, as our C open class off and rolling side by side still. And again, something as simple as that small little double has been a deciding factor off of the start. Some riders just not quite comfortable sending it there early. Is taking some roost. The TBT Racing live drone is going to have to pull a tear off here.
Yeah, little jumps like that. I mean, I'm not saying anybody needs to jump anything, but literally the only thing you have to do is just stay on the gas.
Yeah.
You don't have, there's no body movement, there's no technique, you just stay on the gas.
Man, I want to see if, sorry to cut you off there, Ryan, I want to see if we can get a replay of that last corner. The number 40 slid up the inside. He was so close to taking the front wheel out of that Honda. Well, sounds like we'll be able to get that here after this next start row comes off. But that was, I mean, a Dunlop knobby basically separating them from coming together. All problems for the 326. Got the hand up.
He was the only one on his row, so he held
Oh, come on, buddy.
Oh boy. See, C-Class is entertainment, man.
Yeah, we may want to stay on this second here.
Oh,
look at this.
Oh, boy.
It's going deep.
Wow. And he's looking around,
too. He just wants to see where the fans are at.
He is having the time of his life.
Will he take this outside and try to hit this next step up? That's the question.
You know he's going to do that. No, he's going to go. He jumped half of it.
1.5 of the 2.
Yeah. Dang.
Little shake of the head there. Here we go, final row, your C vet class getting ready to take off. Don't think we'll see these guys get too crazy with the sins here unless they have to.
211, see if the baby was the key. Yep, that
there
was the trick. You just got to hold your baby right before the
Yep.
gate drops. Well, gate drops. This is all good. There's no gate. Right before the flag flies. How about that?
Locked in here on the pegs.
That Yamaha, those, what is it, like 50th
anniversary, I
pretty
think.
dang cool,
Yeah.
man. The white plastic and purple rims, and that's pretty neat looking bike. Looks like Dana Bradshaw in 91.
No doubt about it. So watching now the 211 on board. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think Ethan Broach here with Jday had him a 50th anniversary all purpled out.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
That I mean, cool that 50th anniversary and all that, but they did a great job on the design.
Yeah. I still remember. I don't know what year anniversary it was. The old yellow and black when Reed. I think it was like 05.
What that would have been.
Let's see.
30.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I was a kid.
I was not. I was an adult, but yeah, I remember that because Yamahas used to be yellow.
Yeah.
I mean, back in I'm pretty decent friends with Brock Glover,
Oh, yeah.
6-time moto champion, and they were yellow back then.
Oh yeah,
yellow and black,
Like
pretty
4
awesome,
times in a
pretty
row.
ugly.
That one guy is
But,
by
then they went white, then they went blue.
Oh,
That was the
Was
creek
that
jump.
the big one? Yeah. And that might have been the pass for the lead as well. I know the 222 was out front early.
He definitely shorted that just a hair.
Just, maybe it was intentional. I don't know, because he still went pretty long afterwards in that next corner.
Yeah, it's sometimes it just depends on the situation. Sometimes it can help you to case it. It can slow you down, but also sometimes when you case it and you bounce,
Kicks
now
the back
you
end,
well
yep.
now you lost all that braking.
Yep.
You were in the air when you could have been on the brakes. So just depends on the situation.
The both funnel into that left line through the FMF Extreme section.
Be interesting to see if 222 goes for the creek jump next lap.
Yeah.
If he did actually get past right there, that might be the difference in his race.
Well, and that is one of those ones. There's no rolling that jump. You're going for it when you hit it. And I was curious if anyone was going to step up back onto the moto track as well. So
stepped right over that inside berm.
Nice.
That was a
creative
pretty
here.
cool line. So the pros will triple that, I'm sure. Up and over that big one right there. Pretty big jump.
Yeah.
Long distance traveled, I would say over 100 feet. But safe too. I mean, you could come up a little short, a little long, and you're probably fine. Just glad they don't have the normal jumps at CGI are not for the C class. Those are for seasoned professionals only. They're really big jumps.
Yeah,
with,
for anybody that doesn't know what we're talking about here, they do have, it's like a line of these doubles. I would say the smallest probably being 100 feet. That is not a part of the motocross track. I've had a couple people message me about that. Is that built into the track? For Jday, is it a part of the motocross track? It is not. Those are kind of unique one-off free ride type jumps that I think you have to be granted permission to even attempt.
Not for the faint of heart.
No.
Those jumps.
Yeah, that's I don't even know if those are B-class type jumps.
Yeah.
Those are pretty insane. But only one of us has done imagination.
Yeah, those are big jumps too.
Oh,
boy.
222.
Hold on to it.
Little slideways coming out of that corner. Going to hop off track.
Heart rate 700 right now. Yeah, imagination was big jumps, but they're just like this place, so well built. Now, I ain't saying imagination jumps were safe, but they were so well built that there was no worry of is there a kick around that place or how's this thing going to go. It was just perfect. Yep. Perfectly built. And the same way here at CGI facility. Just really good on their equipment. Really know what they're doing.
As you can see, your leader, he does that step up, as does the 222. Surprised that they did that, but not that other step up just a few straights ago.
Right, yeah, not sure. But it's hard to see from here, too.
Right.
We don't know what the face looks like. Maybe the face is a little bit deep, got a little bit too much water on it, whatever it may be.
So the TBT Racing live drone pulls a tear off, and we're back to clean vision as we follow some more riders around the moto portion of this track.
Seeing sorry to cut you off,
No.
seeing this drone footage, you can see all the freestyle ramps in the back.
Yep.
That's what we're talking about. Those jumps that a little big for this kind of racing.
Man, the KTM went a bit long, followed by a bit short. Third time's the charm, maybe not. Can you choose to roll this one off?
Is that our kid on the 125?
That was.
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
That was,
Oh, boy.
There it is. Full 180. He's having a good time, though. He's still looking around. He's pumping up the crowd.
Well, hey, he's got a massive lead. He's the only one in his class.
Doing good. Oh, almost takes off the sweep rider.
Oh.
We're going to take a quick replay here of how not to exit this corner. As you break it down here, Ryan, looks like he might have just slid the back brakes a little bit, tried to maybe cut down in the corner.
Most likely, yeah, just a little bit too much rear brake. You get that thing sliding, it's hard to stop it, right? And with rear brake, I preach all the time. I'm mostly front brake. Rear brake's like 20% of my brake, and you just, I imagine just being like so light on it, just like a feather on it, because too much rear brake is just going to lock the back wheel. It's going to slide out, just like you saw on camera there.
So not going to opt for this step up this time either.
So in the overall, looks like number 75, Randall Zierden out front on his KTM. In second is 222, Evan Kelly. Danny Secatori, maybe? Number 326 in third. Talon Smith on the 181 is fourth. Austin Hale, 524 is fifth. The 211, Dakota Kosia is sixth. I'm not great with names. 15 of Casey Jackin is seventh, and 323 Timothy Landry eighth.
Yeah, looks like Matt Gaines and Alex Philebber going to round out your top 10. Taking a look at your points here for the C250 class. Evan Kelly, who you see on your screen, currently leading the way. 22 points in both round 1 and round 2. So he's gotten second both of the two races so far. As we hang here at the Creek Jump, the TBT Racing live drone. Going to see if we can catch the takeoff here. The fans, they must have heard they were hitting the jumps as they have started to make their way down. And we will wait for what we believe to be Randall Zierden out front leading the way. The fans are fired up. Let's see if he's going to do it. Launches it. No problems.
Yeah. And then through the banners. Those are the banners he tore down last time.
Making his own line, doing what he's got to do.
Yeah, it looks like you got to carry quite a bit of speed off that thing.
So the Fox FPV drone now feeling like we're on board battling for the lead as Zierden headed towards us here at the Yamaha finish line. Curious to see if anyone starts to even try out that right-hand side. That still surprises me. Nobody's going for it. It does look rather abrupt as far as the faces themselves.
I think riders should just be lucky they didn't add in that log section.
Yeah, that log's over
right
there.
Little matrix enduro crosser looking section. Would be tricky, especially going uphill.
Mm-hmm. So watching the 118 now on your screen. Had it for just a second there. And we'll see, could this be Evan Kelly?
Do it.
Going for it. Oh, yeah. Oh! Through the banners. Yeah, he's fired up, though. The fans going crazy.
He just won his lap.
Yep. Did you get the win? No, but I did creek jump. Yep. And you can see that off camera already starting to get chewed up a little bit, get that line beat into it. As the FPV right on board. Going to pull up alongside here. Not quite able to do the on, but he gets the off. Meanwhile, here is your leader. 47 on the bike, 75 on the helmet. Randall Zierden leads the way as he makes his way through the moto track.
Looks like the traction's coming around.
Yeah.
They're definitely getting it worked into the dirt there and not sliding around quite as much as they were right at the beginning.
Taking a look at our Luxon last lap times. Zierden a 6:15 on that last lap. Gets a little kick there. Evan Kelly is 6:22, so really not that far off the pace. Only about 7 seconds the difference between the lap times. And then Talon Smith, the only other rider back there in the sub 7 minute mark. But then we take a look, Secatori, Hale, and Kosia, all sub 6 minutes. So, man, some fast riding a bit further back in the pack. Like you said, different start rows for different classes as well. So
that's certainly a part of it. But Zierden right now leading the way at the front of the field and launching his way up. That step up.
As slippery as it is with him sliding all the way to the outside like that, I wonder, here's the banner. Nope.
Tough banner.
I just wonder, like, if right there, like, it would definitely would have been faster for him to not jump the jump and stay on the inside. Like you said, when the pros get out there, I think they're going to jump it and still make the inside.
Yep.
It's just, that's the difference in experience and skill level with these guys compared to the pros.
Well, and they also, we talked about kind of intentionally casing jumps from time. I think you can see some of that as well, really trying to help them slow down.
Yep. I mean, you want the best of both, right? You want to jump the jump and hit the inside.
Yep.
So then you're just going to figure out how to do it, whether that's casing it, whether that's changing your angle a little bit, coming from the outside, jumping to the inside. Now, half my corner's already done. I don't have to land straight and turn a full 90. I'm landing already at a 45.
The 118 machine looking solid through that little jump lane there.
Our kind of guy still got his kickstand on his bike right there. Now that I'm coaching, dude, I got a kickstand on my bike and I love it.
Yeah.
I never have to find a tree to lean my bike against. Like, I just put the kickstand on. It's great. I don't like to race. I don't like to ride moto with it so much. Just, I've never had an issue, but I think it'd be awesome to have a kickstand. I do like it.
So here we go, the 125 rider. See the last name on there. Is that
Secretary?
That is Secretary. Okay, out of the
See, he's the only one in his class. So
C200 class.
Huge lead.
He's got that corner figured out now as well.
Hey, but credit to him. Huge lead and no competition, but he is not afraid to send it. He's going all out.
Charging hard. Oh,
that one scared me.
Keeping us on the edge of our seats, no doubt about it. So the TBT Racing live drone gonna stay on Secretary here.
And the amount of dirt that they've moved out here for this place, it'd be cool to see the amount of hours or diesel fuel or whatever that it took to get this place from where it was, or see if it's before and after.
Yeah,
that would be awesome. Like, this is what it used to look like. This is how many trees we cleared. This is how many yards of dirt we moved to build these jumps. Pretty wild.
Yeah, I think even racers and race fans, short of you having experience in moving dirt and understanding how much a bucket load is and stuff like that, you really don't get grasp, like on courses like this, especially tracks like this of this size, how much it actually takes and how long it takes to get things done. And like you said, things are built properly as well. The big jumps have the big faces that are needed to where it's not everything that the machine has to be able to get over them. Like you said, with most of these, it really seems like as long as you're able to carry your momentum pretty well, it almost takes you right over the jump.
Yeah, and the other thing's cool. I mean, I wouldn't expect no less for a place like this, but you go to, Joe Bob's house down the road, and he pushes up a face. There's the backside and the sides of it are just loose dirt, crumbles. It's not clean. This place, everything's slicked down. They've got all the equipment, dozer, skid steer. I think they've got an excavator out here. They're slicking everything down. It's 100% professional.
And once again, Zierden not able to make the corner, and it looks like Kelly completely comfortable with not hitting that jump either.
And he might be going, hey, I'll figure that one out in the next moto. I'll take a second in this one. I'm not comfortable right now. Second in the first moto is almost as good as first.
No
if he
doubt
goes out
about
and
it.
wins that second moto, he can take the overall.
So another lap in the books here for Randall Zierden, and now Evan Kelly as well.
Fox drone following along. Such a cool shot. And our drone operator, Ian House, he's a wizard, man. He can fly that thing anywhere, keep up with anybody. I've seen him through tight trees at some of these races, and I have no idea how, but he misses them for the most part.
Yeah, really impressive. Both of our drone operators, we've got our TBT Racing live drone from our pilot Gabe Shull, and then Ian Howes on that Fox FPV drone. Both of them so impressive what they're able to do. We have
Gabe sometimes sit with us here when they're doing testing, and I mean, just the way he's able to maneuver the camera with the machine at the same time, and then, like you said, Ian, it's threading the needle just like you're a racer itself. Really impressive, and really unique camera angles that we're able to bring here on Racer TV and GP TV as well, that I think have changed the game as far as the way the viewers at home get to enjoy this.
Yeah, you weren't getting these shots a few years ago. Pretty dang cool.
It's like you think the old helicopter shoots.
Yeah.
That was how you had to get the overhead shots.
Or when even just talking about helmet cams.
Yep.
The first helmet cams was an actual camera, like almost a what they call VHS recorder on top of the helmet.
Anything can be a helmet cam with enough duct tape.
The guy's got whiplash for days after he rides with it. But now, I mean, shoot, those little GoPros and Instant 360s, they weigh nothing. Don't even notice it.
Watching another one of our riders make their way through. Austin Hale leading the way out of your C Open class on the 524 machine. Secretary still out front in that C200 class. Having a good time. It is Dakota Kosia on the 211 out of the C Vet class leading the way. And of course, Randall Zierden out front in your C250 class. A couple different classes all out there at one time. Another cool thing about Jday, it's not, again, not quite moto where it's usually one class, maybe sometimes two at a time, but it's also not quite like what we see at GNCC where there's 15 plus classes out there at one time, and everything kind of broken down on skill level, bike size, everybody comfortable and kind of safe around one another as well. So Secretary cruising through. He clipped that tree?
He definitely did. He's we won't call him precise. How about that?
Loose.
Yeah, a little bit loose, but having the most fun of
Relaxed.
anybody.
Yeah.
Oh man, I thought he was going to go for the creek. Not this one. Maybe. And a two-stroke in the woods. And I mean, what's your preference, two-stroke or four-stroke?
Well, I tell you what, I've been a four-stroke guy for a long time. I jumped up to a 250 pretty early on to kind of hit the early growth spurt. My riding style back then always really seemed to go towards a four-stroke. But out at Club MX on Saturday, they had practice, and Ethan Broach let me take his YZ 250 two-stroke out. Man, now that I'm not racing, now that I'm not trying to take it serious, man, it's just so much fun. It's just so much fun, and still plenty of power to get me around, but also not quite enough power to let me feel as confident as I sometimes do on a 450. So I don't know. I think it's an absolute draw. I think as far as the fun factor goes, you can't deny a 250, and I think they're extremely raceable. I think they're a lot easier to work on and stuff like that. I definitely think there's a spot for four strokes, and if you were a top level pro, I think you're choosing a four stroke, but I don't know. It's a draw for right now for me. I've been thinking a lot about it. I've got a 450 right now, and I don't get to ride near as much as I'd like to. And talk about the next bike that's on the wish list, and I don't know. Fun definitely starting to become a bigger part of the equation for me in these years now.
That's the equation. Is competitive versus fun.
Right.
Like, how much do I care if I win, and how much fun do I want to have? So two strokes are awesome. You said it best. If you're trying to win, the four strokes probably. Now, two stroke in real tight woods, I think can be competitive. Yep. Otherwise, fun factor, they win every time.
Well, and it's we're seeing that too. I mean, Jack Walker right now on the Liquid Moly Factory Beta team is, I believe, leading the XC2 points at GNCC on a two-stroke. So they're certainly still competitive, and they do make that drop-in 300 kit. That you can. I'm a bigger guy, so I might need a little extra dog to help get me around, but. Certainly, there's just nothing quite like the sound and smell of a two-stroke. You sit there on the start line next to that, and I could wear that as cologne if I could.
Yeah, in one of our Jday regulars, Zach Osborne, I was talking to him about the beta. He's on the beta, and he said, "Dude, the two-stroke is insane."
Look at this, Victoria once again. He's. Heard there was some freestyle going on. That's another one of my signature moves. The point and the no footers.
No footers.
Yep.
Well, he's winning the fun competition.
Oh, no doubt about it. Yeah, he's certainly probably a fan favorite at the moment. you have any go-to freestyle moves?
Man, and I've got no proof, so you can call BS on me. But when I was about 15, I could throw the meanest knack-knack, like a big one. And now I'm scared to death to do it. Like, no chance I'm taking my foot off like that. I can throw a whip. I can do a heel clicker. That's about it.
I thought TP would have gotten you upside down by now.
Well, I flipped a pit bike.
Okay.
And
all right.
That's actually where I was yesterday and where I'm going tonight.
Oh, okay.
Back to Pastrana Land. I got a class up there on Tuesday. So I'm gonna flip the pit bike again. Maybe the big bike. We'll see. I'm not as I don't bounce like I used to, so I got to be a little bit careful. But yeah, backflip's not hard.
I want to come visit Pastrana Land, but I also know that I'll end up. If Travis Pastrana tells me to do something, I'm going to do it. That's my guy. So
yeah, you can't not.
Yeah, I mean, just throw the thumbs up. Good to go.
Well, the good thing is he's got a phone jack.
That's true. That's true. I would
almost. You can't get hurt. Almost.
I'll catch the next class. That's for sure. White flag is out. 1 lap left to go for Randall Zierden and the rest of the field here in race number 3. C250 Open 200 Vet and CB Open Electric. As Zierden doing a good job of just kind of managing this thing from the front, made some quick moves, got into that number 1 spot, and has been able to control it from there. Little glance back over the shoulder.
Don't look back, man.
Yep.
You go where you're looking. You don't want to go backwards.
That's definitely something that I've kind of seen that maybe contradicts moto versus off-road. It seems like, we have Johnny Gallagher who calls the racing with us on Racer TV at GNCC, and it's certainly a little bit more accepted and kind of embraced in off-road, it seems. Looking back, maybe spotting where your competition at, who your competition is that's right behind you, whereas in moto, that's exactly what I was always told. You don't ever look back.
No, well, I mean, the way I preach it, even in off-road, if I give 1% of my focus to something other than what's right in front of me,
yep.
I can't give 100% to that, right? Like, I've only got 100%. So now I get it, like, every once in a while, but for the most part, especially if you've raced a lot, you can hear them. You know, and you got a crew that's going to tell you, hey, they're catching you.
Yep.
Like, you better pick it up. I really do everything I can not to look back, not to think about anybody behind me. The best thing I can do is focus on it.
We'll see if Zierden goes for the step up once again. Sends it. Going to go just a little deep. Keeps it in the banners. And back off into the woods for the final time here for race number 3. Sure the fans and sure a lot of our pro racers from later this afternoon coming up, probably spotting this thing out, seeing how the riders are hitting it, what they're doing.
I love it. Chad that's got this property, just, hey, there's a creek. Do you want to build a takeoff to jump over it? Yeah, let's do that. It's awesome.
Probably didn't even ask. Probably said, yeah, I know what we need. Trust me.
Why would I go around this thing? I'm going over it.
Well, we don't even need to go through it. We can just leave it undisturbed.
He's thinking about the fish, trying to save the fish. Yeah, let's jump over this thing.
There's one turtle right there that's not rich.
Man, Talon Smith moved up. He was back in 5th. He's up to 3rd now in the overall, so definitely ripping. We saw him on the Yamaha earlier.
Yeah, Smith picking it up, and there we go. He goes for it this time.
Yeah, second turn.
All right. He's fired up. You know it's a favorite obstacle when everybody that hits it does the fist pump afterwards. So Zaccatori getting ready to take the white flag. One more to go for the KTM rider as well.
He's lost a little steam. Maybe he's a little bit tired from all those tricks.
Does take it out of him. Might hold a groin muscle on those no footage. He's got some big extension there.
I would. If I did them that big,
gotta warm those up, that's for sure. So taking a look right now. Coming down to the final few minutes of racing here for race number 3.
Still got Randall Dearden out front. Evan Kelly on that Kawasaki in second. Talon Smith moved up a lot. 181, he's in third. Danny Secretore, the one having the most fun out there, he's in fourth place overall. So the no-footers are paying off. Casey Jakin. Sorry, Casey. Number 15 on the Cal, he's 5th. Austin Hale is 6th. Matt Gaines 7th. Dakota Kosha 8th. Alex Philhaber in 9th. And Dakota Kosha is also in 10th. I'm not sure how that works, but 8th and 10th overall. Riding good.
You must be doing something right if you got 2 spots.
That's right.
And it's so cool the way they have developed this off-road loop as well. You take a look from super high up in the sky on the property. They've got a couple of big ponds set off. Rather than going deep into the woods, it kind of wraps around the perimeter of this pond right outside the moto facility. And here we go. Got your leader in sight. 1 corner left to go. And here it is, checker flag coming out. And he's fired up over that one. They're going to give Randall just a second here. He's shaking the arms out after 30-minute moto. Getting some congratulations from the rest of the field. Going to pop that helmet off and we will grab a word with him. As here comes second place, the 222. Another solid result as well. And looks to continue that points lead. But we're going to step in here. Randall Dearden, your moto winner here for Moto 1 race number 3. Man, take us through, we saw you making some quick moves. We busted out the creek jump, man. Yeah. Looks like we were having some fun out there.
Hey, the track was a blast. Great conditions were perfect. And, you know, it's first time racing in 2 years. I wanted to go have fun. And I didn't have an extra air filter, so I had to get out in front and not have the dust get in it. So it was a good time.
Hey, you know, desperate times call for whatever it takes, right?
No, it was a great time, and yeah, just made it happen.
No doubt about it. Now, we saw you styling and profiling out on the moto track. You were clearly getting some flow in there as well. So you consider yourself more of a moto guy, an off-road guy? What's our specialty?
I'm not a moto guy at all. I grew up racing woods my whole life, and only rode moto track a handful of times, but when it needs to happen, it needs to happen.
Hey, there it is, man. You're a Jday guy now.
Yeah, something like that. Coming from GNC to Jday. It's awesome. There
it is. No doubt about it, man. Well, who's in your corner? Who's helping you out here for this first moto win?
My dad, the man up above, my parents, and really myself. It's a one-man band show, and we're making it happen, getting back into it.
It's like Ricky Bobby. It's me, right?
Yeah, it is me.
No doubt about it. Randall Dearden, your first moto winner here in your C250 class. And even off mic, that track was awesome. He is pumped up over that one. Randall getting the job done and starting his day off in a good way. First race in 2 years. Not a bad performance to kick things off.
Heck yeah. Normally you're a little rusty after that amount of time off, but didn't show with him.
No doubt at all. As checker flag flies here for race number 3, we'll take a look at your MX Trophies race recap. The Kawasaki got out to a quick start. Dearden taking some time to get warmed back up. And start continuing to adjust, break out the creek jumps, the FMF Extreme section. And man, we had some entertainment in this one, some impromptu freestyle, some close calls. But at the end of the day, it was Randall Dearden getting the job done and grabbing that first moto win. Well, let's get ready. Take a look at your Pro Taper Top 10. It looks like this. Randall Dearden grabs the win. Evan Kelly in that number 2 spot. Talon Smith, Danny Secretore, and Casey Jack in your top 5. Dakota Kosha, Austin Hale, Matt Gaines, Timothy Landry, and Alec Philhaber, your top 10. Here from race number 3. Well, the party is just getting started. Plenty of more racing on deck. before we get to that, we're going to take a quick commercial break. Before we get back, this is the FMF CGI Facility GP Round 3 of the Fox Jday Off-Road Series. We'll be right back.
It really is. I mean, that's your livelihood, so. Wow.
Hey everyone, I'm Billy White with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
Jday Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. No, this is not part of the race. This is the freestyle showdown that we had going on yesterday. Some of our top riders, as well as some of our freestyle specialists, getting stylish with us. Like we said, the CGI facility, it's not just a top-notch moto facility, not just a awesome off-road section, but also got some supercross, got some freestyle ramps, got some transfer jumps. We got to get K-Dub out here. He'd be launching those things. But, man, absolutely super impressive to see. And speaking of impressive, we're always impressed when we see this lady on screen, Taylor Jones, one of the fan favorites in our women's pro class. And she is looking to continue things here today as they are what is coming up next. We take a look at our women's pro class. It is Taylor Jones leading the way on that Phoenix Racing Honda machine with our defending champ, Kayla O'Neill, currently sitting in that number 2 spot, just a few points back. Brandy Richards, Shelby Turner, and Corey Steed rounding out your top 5 with Whitney Bond. And then got a couple of other new names with us as well. I believe Mallory Pickard here with us. Aura Shemelian, I believe is how you say that last name, and Taylor Bonecutter as well. There you see your defending women's pro champ, Taylor O'Neill, getting locked and loaded for battle here. And that's her dad, Jerry, right next to her, sitting on the line, and got that pre-race ritual dialed in, no doubt about it. And she's ready to try to bring the fight. As taking a look here at moto number 4, or race 4 sitting on the line, we've got our women's pro class on row number 1, A vet and A senior sitting on row number 2. Schoolboy 12 to 17 in row 3, and sportsman class on row 4. There is Mallory Pickard on the 726 on the machine. 736 is the official number here for this weekend, so the 736. Ready to do some battle here as well. We got the Red Bull MXT hanging out with us. If he can hear me, I will take an ice cold OG, please.
Same.
Yep, 2 if you would. And, yeah, absolutely. It's the party continues on. As you can see, this is a pretty sweet BMX course. It doesn't look like they've been ripping it quite yet, but I've seen that thing dialed in. That's going to be a ton of fun as well. And then this will be a fun one, Ryan. Obviously, our featured class here, the Women's Pro, we're going to be focused on that. Taylor Jones taking over that points lead. But some of our heavy hitters in our pro class love to use this Sportsman class as a little preview. We see Ben Kelly sitting there on the 530 machine. Moyer's lined up as well. Looks like Ricky Russell. There's Joey Crown, Josh Toth. I mean, the list goes on and on.
Tyler Medaglia.
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
Okay, there is.
Rivers
T-Dags.
Morris. I mean, a lot of dudes out here that, and there's Collier Martinez. A lot of guys that just using this, like you said, for a track preview. Gavin Simon right there. Yeah, a lot of fast guys, and they won't go out there. This is the class where I raced it at club and won the first moto.
What are you doing here?
I don't know. I went out there to play around, and then I was like, but if I can win, why wouldn't I just win? But that's a long way of saying this isn't the class these guys are focused on. Right. They're going to go out there. They'll probably ride pretty hard for a little while and shoot. Some of them just go out and ride around. They just want to see the track because their focus is the pro moto at 1220.
Yep, and this is it's a sportsman class, so there's no championship points. There will be no sportsman champion at the end of the year. So it is kind of one of those races where you can use to your advantage. A nice little preview, nice way to get the sweat flowing, get the body pumped up, and kind of give you an opportunity to see how this race course is developing. Also, a nice little preview for us and the fans at home as well to see who's feeling frosty, who's ready to do some battle. I believe that's Alex Luger on the 303 stretching things out.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Yep. The Allura coach there, Alex Luger Off-Road Racing Academy, I believe is the last 2 letters. Sorry, Alex. But definitely going to be fun to watch. And there you see on that FMF Red Bull KTM, Ben Kelly, your XC1 points leader out of the GNCC series. Been a long-time racer in the Jday Off-Road series, kind of from the Northeast New England area. Very familiar with this, and that's what we've talked about a little earlier today as well, Ryan, kind of the growth and spread of the Jday fever. A lot of people maybe have never heard of it or maybe have only heard of it but never actually gotten to take place in it, see what it's all about. And this is what 2026 is all about, kind of spreading the word, spreading the news. And it seems like a lot of people are enjoying having the opportunity to go racing out here at Jday. They like the format. They like the locations. And I'm liking the shot that we're going to be getting off Taylor Jones. Look at that. She's got the Instant 360 strapped to the front of the Phoenix Honda. We'll see what kind of footage she's able to get.
Yeah, and everybody you talk to, if they've never been to a Jday, they come and race one, they go, oh, yeah, I'm definitely coming back. Like, this is really cool. Super fun format, just the type of racing, style of racing is a lot of fun and good racing. You know, you're battling the entire time. It's not 3 hours long, so you don't have to be a world-class athlete. But it's still great racing, moto and off-road. Perfect mix.
Well, and that 30-minute mark is nice because the thing about a short race is if you get a bad start, you go down early, your race is almost over. Whereas that 30 minutes, it still allows for you to be able to work back through, make passes, and it really is kind of that perfect in-between as the Fox flag is up, and we are Women's Pro Racing. There it is. Wow, great jump from Allie Pickard, man. Absolutely launched off of the line. As our ladies head into turn number 2. Look at this, up the inside. Jones, she is fired up. She means business here today. Takes over that number 1 spot. And I believe Taylor out here yesterday riding that open practice that they had. So getting some time on the moto track. Looks like she kind of had those lines already picked out.
Yep. You can tell she's an off-road girl, just standing up everywhere, even on the moto track, where you don't really have to stand up around a lot of this stuff, but she just keeps standing. It's not that it's wrong. It's just funny how that's off-road for you. In off-road, it's so rough. You have to stand up the entire time, and so you get those guys on a moto track, and they want to do the same.
Yep.
So it's cool to see.
Yeah, Jones launching that big step up. Haven't seen anybody else do that. Certainly kicks them a bit higher than some of the other jumps that we've seen. So Jones skying it out as now we get ready for our A vet and A senior class. Take a look at that. Looks like in the A vet class, Jamal Porter leading the way.
but not sure if Jamal is racing with us here today, so might have some fresh faces doing battle. As they launch their way down the hillside, up and over the tabletop.
Two-stroke out front.
Yeah. One and two.
Those, they start fast. Oh boy.
Oh, no, it wasn't bad. Yeah, jumped right on top to it. Okay.
But yeah, the two-strokes start so fast that you'll see a lot of those guys up front, at least off the start. Whether they can keep it there the whole moto is, you got to wait and see, but the starts are good.
So Schoolboy 12-17 coming up next. That was Bentley Saxon, I believe, on now 125 jumping up here in the Schoolboy class. I believe not. Looks like that.
These boys are like twins because of the same bike. Number 18.
Schoolboy riders already getting a bit spread out as we get ready for that Sportsman row should be coming up next. And Saxon really looking good. That's another, from the Super Mini jumps up to the 125. Here we go, Sportsman, big group. There's the flag. Kawasaki right in the center with a really good start.
Rivers Morris. He's a GNCC guy.
Yeah.
Oh, no!
Big crash there just after the start.
That was not good. One guy didn't jump it, another guy did. Imagine what happened.
Here at the front of the field is that Medallia trying to make a quick move. D-Dag's taking over that number one spot, Morris, and then Ricky Russell back with us here at Jday. Great to see, and a little glance back there from Ricky, not jumping that step up. Ben Kelly and looks like Gavin Simon as well end up having to check up because of that. But Tyler Medallia.
Medallia's just a racer, dude. He doesn't care that this is just for track preview. He's, did you see the triple?
That was triple. That's nice,
cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, he doesn't care. He's out there to race. He wants to win.
So here we go. We'll see, kind of seeing the way they're shaping it up a little bit, starting to try to angle that jump back over to the right.
They're feeling it out.
Yep.
Because the traction, nobody really been on that left side yet. It's still super wet, so they got to test the waters the first time, maybe not cut off it so hard on that first lap.
Meanwhile, Taylor Jones checking in for one lap is your Women's Pro points leader, Taylor Jones, and we were able to catch up with her, talk a little bit about how good it feels to be here at round 3 with a 7-point lead.
Yeah, Kayla's definitely, she's always there no matter what, and just trying to just keep it consistent, don't miss any rounds, and don't have anything silly happen. Like these races, like it's a long series, we've got 30-minute races, so we have a lot of time that we can make up time or lose a lot of time, so just keeping it steady and have a good race at all the rounds. We're only at round 3 right now, so we've got a ways to go, but hopefully I can just keep it on the podium at least and in the middle of the box.
No doubt about it, Taylor, a fan favorite here at
Yeah, I'm second
Jday.
in points and 7 points. Yeah, I'm second in points.
And let's see here, is that's Kayla, so the number 2 in points, running the number 1 here this year, your defending champ. We were able to catch up with her, Kayla O'Neill, talking about the year so far here in 2026.
Points down from first, and I feel really great about it, especially with the heavy hitters that I've been racing against. I've been racing against these girls my whole life, and I'm just looking forward to growing and being closer and closer as the season goes on.
Kayla always so optimistic, whether it's here at Jday, at GNCC, anytime I've gotten the chance to talk to her, man, just always open to the challenge, open to the competition, and I think that's really cool as well. So many people, we talk about the growth of the series, we talk about some new faces joining, and
Kayla absolutely, fired up to see all of the faces and all of the names that are joining here at Jday. Meanwhile, Mallory Pickard, we saw her just a little bit of an off-track excursion, but still sitting solid in that number 3 spot. We were able to catch up with her.
We started Jday back in, I think, 21, which is actually what we first started racing. Raced that for 21, 22, 23, and 24. I think I had championship in 2023 and then 2 in 2024. Yeah.
So a highly established women's pro class here. These ladies know exactly what it takes to get the job done. They know it's a long series, and I love that as well. These ladies kind of already have that big picture mindset figured out. Not rushing into anything.
Yeah, you got to keep that in mind. Going out there and going for the win, putting it all on the line every single time. Maybe not the smartest. Being smart about it though, going, hey, if I have to take a second this weekend, that's okay. I can win next weekend. Thinking big picture.
So watching them make their way through here on the TBT Racing live drone. As back onto the moto track we go, our Sportsman riders feeling things out. Looking mighty comfortable if you ask me, no doubt about it. Saw Ricky Russell, there's Rivers Morris, Ben Kelly hopping their way down the hillside.
Did they show the triple right there? Did they jump
thought
it?
I saw Rivers do it, but
okay.
I'm not 100% sure. And there we see Kayla O'Neill, or excuse me, Taylor Jones, not Kayla O'Neill. Out front leading the way. Like I said, that instant 360 shot would be absolutely epic. Floating her way through the woods right now.
See a little bit of dust start flying now.
Yep.
More riders have been on it. Still not so bad though. I think it's gonna hold up for us.
Jason Gillian leading the way in your A vet class over Jimmy Hawkins. Looks like Vinny Tomich out front in your A senior class. There is Kayla O'Neill on that number 1 ride. And then Bentley Saxon handling things in your schoolboy 12 to 17 class. Back up front, Phoenix Racing Honda.
See that inside line Taylor just found there. That was that's nice too. She just made the top corner a little bit tighter, but opened up the bottom so much.
And Taylor, obviously a multi-time WXC champion, GNCC, extremely established, and that level of experience and intelligence as far as how to break down the course is really, it's something that you can't teach. So right now, watching Mallory Pickard make her so there is Pickard on your screen. Let's see here at the green jump. Looks like O'Neill going to go around. Did not see Little Jones. Believe it or not, looks like Pickard going to take the opt around as well. Perfect example of kind of what I was saying, how they wrap around this big pond where they check back in at the Yamaha finish line.
Yeah, just kind of run the edge there. That's nice.
So Jones, O'Neill, and Pickard all through. Another lap in the books.
I don't know if it was just the lap that we saw a while ago, but O'Neill didn't jump a couple things on that moto track, but still able to keep the lead over Mallory Pickard, who did jump some of that stuff. So maybe it's one of those things. O'Neill's a little quicker in the woods and the more tighter or more technical stuff, and Pickard's just a little bit better jumper.
Yeah, we'll see. I want to see whether or not anybody's jumping that big triple in that Sportsman class. That's pretty massive leap right there as O'Neal putting some things together here on the moto track, trying to find a flow. Skying out the table there.
Just like this jump right here. And I know Mallory Pickard did jump it a couple laps ago. But, yeah, see, look, she just reeled her right back in. That's probably 3 or 4 seconds right there, just jumping that jump versus not. And it's not that Kayla O'Neal can't jump it. It's just she's not comfortable.
Yep.
You could tell even on some of these other jumps. She gets in the air, she's just not real comfortable.
Yeah,
up
little stiff in the air.
Yeah.
You can tell. And she's been working on that as well. She's been doing a lot of training on the moto side of things with the hopes of improving the moto standpoint, maybe even potentially going out and making the trip to Loretta Lynn. She's able to qualify out there as well. So, and that's what the beauty of this series, the beauty of the way that these athletes approach it is they don't shy away from their weaknesses. They embrace them, they lead into them. And so right now, O'Neal doing a great job of trying to continue to sharpen her skill set here on the moto side of things. And like you said, you get back into the woods and maybe able to be a bit more technical, pull out just a little bit for Pickard. Our Sportsman riders should be getting ready to make their way out onto the moto track. We'll see whether or not they're skying the big step up. Definitely are. We see it just floating over the top.
Cool. Josh Toth, which he has a lot of moto experience. He's done a couple pro nationals, qualified for the motos at Southwick last year. Almost gotten the points, so he definitely got some moto experience. But talking about, shying away from your weaknesses, man, if you can't work on your weaknesses, like, you will never get better. Too many people they only want to do what's fun. They only want to do what comes easy to them. And you're just going to be real good at that, and you're still not going to be any better at the other thing. So you got to, like you said, embrace that and be humble and go, I'm going to work on what I don't like, what I'm not good at.
Yep.
And that'll make me a more complete racer.
No doubt about it. Shout out Collier Martinez, still sitting in that number 2 spot, just in front of Ricky Russell and behind Tana Medaglia. Now we flash back to your women's pro leader, Kayla Jones. Ricky Russell trying some different lines out, tries up that inside.
Those slippery insides are now going to get good.
Yep.
They're going to be what's not slippery because they still have moisture. Because it is drying out a little bit out there. As much as this crew wants to water, like you said, they're kind of going to be chasing the track, and you're never going to get the water fully in the ground like a rain would. And I don't think they've had rain for weeks down there.
It's been a pretty dry year so far here in the Carolinas, but they did a great job, and that's why you did see them watering kind of heavily in the morning, was to really give it an opportunity to try to soak in. So now we take a look a bit further into the woods here.
And that's
good
Mallory
battle
Pickard right there.
Yep.
Any mistake that Kayla O'Neal makes, she'll be there to pounce. I think, like we were saying, if she can stay close in the woods, she get on that moto track, she's doing that double. Unless Kayla O'Neal says, I'm going for it, that'll be a great place to make a pass. But if she's not close enough, it's not going to matter.
Well, and to your point, it seems like Pickard's able to at least maintain the pace in the woods. Maybe not a bit quicker, but she's able to at least keep it close enough to where, like you said, something like that double, such a big advantage, could be the opportunity she needs to make the pass stick.
And she might be learning Kayla O'Neal's lines now that she's this close in the woods, just like a line like that. Now, I don't know that one was better than the other, but now she knows it's there. Now she's close enough to see where Kayla O'Neal's going. That could pay off for her down, in the next lap when she stays close like this, if she's not able to make the pass on that double.
Yeah, Pickard, at least for the moment, definitely looks like maybe just a little more pace. We'll see. O'Neal doing a great job of making it difficult for her to get around.
Well, the other thing is learning the traction, learning the dirt, learning, even the track itself of going, man, I hit that route and that route and that route. Next lap, I'm going to miss those. Now, I thought Mallory Pickard might go for it right there, but she knows if she just stays close right here, in another, couple minutes, they'll get up to the double where hopefully, if she's close, she should be able to make that pass.
Well, this is going to be another part of it as well. One of our other riders from our other classes, maybe one of our A vet, A senior classes, starting to work their way into the mix as well. see, might have caught Pickard just a little bit off guard. They make their way through the Yamaha finish line. Could try that far right line. They kind of just blew right through it. Not bad at all. Still sitting behind Kayla O'Neill, at least for the moment. They get ready to head back out onto the moto track. So O'Neill on the Yamaha, leading the way of this pack. Wherever that other rider is, let's see. Try to
he goes
launch
for the
their
triple
way
there.
past it. Yep. One way to make the pass happen. But look at the distance that's opened back up between O'Neill and Pickard. Now calls into question whether she's going to be close enough to take advantage of that double at the end of this section.
Yeah, that was not ideal for Mallory Pickard. She'd stayed so close through the woods that whole time, and then, wasn't a lapper. That was a rider from another class, but looks like she might still be close enough if she can find the line. Oh, decides not to go for it.
Decides to check up.
Still might be able to make the pass, though. Whoa, slipping, sliding on the inside. Guarding that inside. It would have been interesting to see if Mallory would have went outside there.
Yeah.
Just to not follow. I would say you'll never, it'd be really hard to pass somebody going over the top of it.
That's true.
Right? You got to go around. You got to take a different line.
So nice back and forth here for the number 2 spot in our women's pro class. Taylor Jones up front a bit further on that Phoenix Racing Honda, but the battle is on. As O'Neill has responded to the pressure from Mallory Pickard. Yeah, it looks like O'Neill's picked the pace up on the moto track specifically.
Definitely.
I think she knows that was Pickard's strong spot.
It's cool to see last lap right there. Mallory Pickard really buried it in that kind of powdery berm. Lost a little bit of time. That time she cut under, stayed under it.
Yep.
Stayed on the good dirt. She's making a run right now at Kayla O'Neill.
Yeah, you can see her trying to switch those lines around, set up for the corner ahead. You know she wanted to try to make that pass happen before they dip into the woods once again. Doesn't look like she's going to be able to do it. We'll see one last charge into the woods, and O'Neill going to lead them through that moto section.
Man, they it looked like she could have forced the issue right there, but smart enough. She knows she's got time. She can beat her or pass her legit without making contact.
More of our riders checking in. Bentley Saxon still leading the way out of Schoolboy, just in front of Blake Phillips and Casey Phillips. And then T-Dags, Hada Medallia, still leads the way in our Sportsman class with Collier Martinez in that number 2 spot. Taylor Jones, still your physical leader out of your women's pro class. Jason Gillian holding on to your A vet class. And then Matt Jakin looks like actually taking over that number 1 spot in your A senior class. There goes Taylor Jones. Looking solid and starting to work her way through some lap traffic as well. Looks like one of our Schoolboy riders just up ahead.
That was a cool line all the way right there. She didn't have to swerve twice to get to that corner. Just straighten it right out.
We'll see whether or not Jones is. Here
going
we go.
For it. She's got a huge lead and still not scared.
I love it.
And made the corner.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, she is dialed in, keeps it within the tape and everything.
And she's not really a moto rider. Like, she's full off-road, but you can tell she's been training on it.
Yep. Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think Jones has actually raced out at Loretta Lynn's in the women's class, so definitely has some moto experience, but without a doubt, the specialty and kind of majority of her training and focus is off-road, no doubt about it. Yeah. And you know, that is something that I think some riders find really attractive about this series is that format, the blend of woods, the blend of moto, and Taylor Jones certainly one of those riders being able to enjoy a little bit of everything. And we were able to catch up with your current women's pro leader, Taylor Jones, talk about the Jday format and her thoughts.
it's just like so explosive straight off the bat. I did a little bit of motocross when I was younger, but I haven't done as much of it lately. And then compared to GNCC, it's like you kind of cruise into it. You got 2 hours if something happens. But out here, it's like there's so much going on. The tracks are smaller. It's a lot tighter. It's just like there's so much aggression and just go straight from the start. So I really enjoy it. I've been having a lot of fun. It's taken a little bit to get used to. I got some little bit of arm pump here and there, but I love it. It's been like super cool to learn how to be better at this kind of thing.
Well, there you have it. Taylor Jones looking solid right now as we saw her blast that uphill triple. No problems there.
Yeah, super cool. You said right there, do that, maybe a little bit of motocross. Didn't,
Yep. So Jones right now still leading the way. And taking a look, one rider kicking some dust up in a big way here.
I just saw Taylor jump that uphill right there. Is that the one we were talking about that's real slippery? Yeah. Cool. Looks like Josh Toth maybe there over that middle table.
I think Toth's in
or
like a reddish purple
Collier?
here. Yeah, it might be Collier.
Got it.
Yeah,
Collier Martinez is a good moto rider.
Yeah.
Actually, he used to race desert stuff on the West, and then came over here. He's trying GNCC. Been over here a couple years, but yeah, really good at the higher speed stuff.
Meanwhile, this women's pro battle continues to rage on as Mallory Pickard keeps putting the pressure on Kayla O'Neill. Taking a look at your Luxon lap times, Taylor Jones, a 5:19 compared to a 5:43 and a 5:42. Look at how close O'Neill and Pickard are on lap times. But like we said, Pickard just a little bit more pace.
This is one of those things I was talking about where Mallory Pickard just needs to stay close enough.
Yep.
To where she knows she's faster on a couple of these sections. If she's close enough when she gets there, the pass is made. But the problem is making a mistake right before your strong section.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden now, it doesn't matter that she jumps the double and Kayla O'Neill does not. Wasn't close enough anyway.
Yep. Well, and even in that little staircase right there, it seems like O'Neill able to stretch it back out by a bike length or so. So in the spots where O'Neill does feel solid, I think she charges just a bit harder on this moto track, and then they almost just kind of maintain and shadow each other through the wood section. So to your point, yeah, she's got to keep it within a bike length or 2 to maybe 3 leading into that double if she wants a chance to be able to get around O'Neill.
That mud puddle right there, just getting longer and longer in it as they pull water. The bikes hit the water, and the water obviously splashes forward, so it just keeps going further and further. I don't think it's so dry here. It's not going to turn into a big one, but it's definitely getting longer.
Kayla Jones handling business right now. This is exactly what your points leader wanted to do. The Phoenix Racing Honda rider really looking confident. We'll see whether or not she's going to sky out the creek jump once again. Made it look easy the last lap on approach. No problems once again.
We were talking earlier about braking and being good at braking.
Yep.
If you watch right there, Taylor jumps that and lands on both brakes. Where a lot of those guys earlier, they would land in only rear because they're afraid of that front. They're afraid of tucking the front, which rightly so. It can hurt to tuck the front and land on the shoulder or whatever. But she knows, keep that bike upright, a lot of front brake, a little bit of rear, and she stops for the corner, no problem.
Well, here we go. Still, well, the white flag is now out. Not sure that Taylor Jones saw that white flag or not, but not under a ton of pressure. it should be a huge concern for her. She's kind of handling business right now. As we hang here at the Fox Creek jump once again. Still don't believe either of our other two women's pro riders are doing it. See Tyler Medallia, he basically just cut that whole corner off.
Yeah, well, he jumped it at an angle.
Yep.
Landed on the inside, and then you don't have as much of a corner to make. Oh, here we go. Mallory Pickard has picked it up. Pickered it up.
Ah, I see what you did there. Look at this, different lines playing into it.
She knows that she's running out of time.
Yep.
She's got to go.
Starting to get into some of the Sportsman riders as well, starting to catch up. So she definitely, and at this point, as evenly matched as they've been throughout this race, you could almost argue, if I can just get in front of you, I can maintain. I don't have to do too much. And then especially if she's able to get some clean air and then hit that double, that could be the breathing room she needs.
Speed-wise, yeah, they've been just about identical. I think O'Neill has a couple strong points. Pickard has a couple strong points. But overall, just about the same.
Yeah, a second separated the two of them the last lap, with Pickard being 1 second faster. But unfortunately for her, still sitting in that number 3 spot. Getting a little off kilter there through the Yamaha finish line. Going to hit the on-off. This is a brawl right here. Second place for the women's pro class.
It's exciting. It's like watching Supercross last night. It's such a good battle.
Watch them weave their way back onto the moto course. And once again, even just this little chute section here into the tail end of the moto track, it seems like O'Neill has picked it up. This is the make or break section for Mallory Pickard. She has got to stay. She can't get any further than this. Actually comes up a little short on that triple. Not sure she even meant to jump that far, but you can see the intensity. She knows I've got to stay at least this close, and then she's got to pull the trigger on that double.
Yep.
Oh, look at this.
Here she goes.
May not even have to wait until then.
Here
Around the outside. Woo, Mallory
She's
Pickard
pushing it.
slingshots around Kayla O'Neill. The drag race down the straight. Is she going to break out the big double? She does, and that's going to be a big part of. But she might. Keeps it on track. There it is.
What a pass! What a save! Not going off the track there.
Now that could have been a big one. If she would have blown that berm, I think O'Neill could have definitely gotten back around her.
Yep. Now we'll see. We'll see what Kayla O'Neill was holding back. You know, when you're the one in front, you have to guard your line, and you're trying not to make a mistake. You have everything to lose. Right now, she's got nothing to lose. If she pushes it a little bit too much and goes down, you know, as long as it's a small one, she's still going to get better. They have, she's got a big lead on the rest of them, but she needs to get back past Mallory Pickard.
So we'll see here. Now it seems like Pickard going to be able to hit those preferred lines as well. There's a couple times you saw her cutting back underneath, switching back and forth just to try to even flirt with finding a different way around O'Neill. So this might be an opportunity for Pickard to pick it up a level as well. Meanwhile, O'Neill kind of starting to just lose touch with Pickard. Let's take a look at how this pass happened. Once again, we'll give you a replay as Mallory Pickard, we said the sense of urgency needed to be there, and she got the memo. Watch through this double-double. Goes just a little long, carrying a bit more speed, and then takes the long way around, floats her right up this step up, and pass was done before they even hit the tabletop. And then the tail end of this straightaway is what sealed the deal. That red line oil replay really showing she set that thing up, and that was full commitment right out of that corner all the way down the hill. I think she wanted the pass to be made before she ever got to that double.
Yeah, and I think that's a spot that people forget about on a motocross track. You can overjump something as long as you don't go too deep and make up time. You watch Eli Tomac do it all the time. He doesn't worry about catching the downside if he doesn't have to. Like, why not hit it a little bit faster, overjump it? She's going to be able to carry more speed.
No doubt about it. Well, certainly worked for her right there. Is a fantastic pass. Could be looking at a second place, as we should be looking for a checkered flag.
There you go. Taylor Jones taking that win.
There it is. Taylor Jones going to come out on top of your women's pro class. We got fans wanting interviews up here. This is what it's all about. Look at that. She's going right to the Insta 360 footage.
There's Tyler Medaglia coming in with that Sportsman win. Ricky Russell right behind him. Like I said, these guys they're out there to check out the track. They're having fun, but nobody wants to lose. Everybody wants to win.
So there you see Taylor Jones breaking things down following that win. She went straight to the Insta 360. She wanted to check if she got the shot. I know how it goes. All right, we'll bring her up and we will grab a word with your women's pro points leader and Moto 1 winner, Taylor Jones. How we doing?
Dude, I'm doing great. Sick out here. I'm super stoked that we get to come to this sick facility. But, so far, so good. It's a good race.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I saw you were having some fun out here yesterday. You seemed dialed in on the moto track, and then a pretty flowy wood section that we've gotten here today. We were busting out the creek jump. We hit the step-up triple. I mean, we were styling and profiling out there.
Yeah, I definitely, it was good to get some practice out of yesterday because those jumps are pretty big out there. But the woods is sick. It's like half moto, half woods because, yeah, there's a bunch of jumps out there, but it's really cool throwing in between the trees. So, yeah, they did a great job, and I'm loving it.
Now, Ryan and I were talking about your experience and your ability to kind of predict the way this course is going to break down. Do you think there's going to be some big differences between this moto and your second moto? Are we planning on making any adjustments, or do you think it's going to kind of hold its composition throughout the day?
Yeah, the woods are definitely a little soft, so I think it's going to break down. Like, even during that moto, it started getting a lot more choppier out there, and the ruts were coming out. So by the time the pros go out there and we run another round, I definitely think it's going to get a lot rougher and a lot more ruts. I might soften it up a little bit, but it's not too bad because you got to keep it a little stiff for those big jumps out there.
No doubt about it. Well, obviously you got a great group around you helping you get this done. Who do you want to thank for that first moto win?
Yeah, I shout out to the whole Phoenix Honda team. Couldn't do it without them, and just the whole team supporting me. My wife running around chasing me, making sure I go fast.
There it is. That's Taylor Jones, your first moto winner here in Women's Pro.
Nice job for Taylor there. Zach, you missed it. While you were doing the interview, Kayla O'Neill went for the pass, jumped the creek jump, and then stalled it in the corner. Not able to quite pass Mallory Pickett.
I still got the stick mic. I'll go get the scoop right now. I'm not scared.
All right.
All right, hang on. I missed the attempt here because I was doing the interview. We need to go. What happened? When was the decision made to go for the creek jump? Take us through it. We're here. Kayla O'Neill.
It was very, very, very last minute. I only did it because she passed me and was ripping. I was like, this is my only opportunity. I went a little too far, but I figured I was like, I'd rather over jump it than go swimming.
Fair enough, fair enough. Now, I'm going to go over here to Mallory. Were you expecting that at all? You guys were wheel to wheel like a second apart the whole race long. Did you hear her kind of peel off to the right to try to go for it? Were you waiting for it?
I heard her fall off a little bit because I think we hit some lap traffic. Like I heard a two-stroke behind me, so it wasn't her. And then next thing I see like something blue in the air. I'm like, oh my gosh! And I thought she was gonna pass me, and then she was like coming straight towards me. I'm like, okay, maybe we don't go together. But she saved it. She didn't hit me. She did good.
Well, that was an impressive ride from both of you. We had you on screen for most of the race. Huge congrats, and we're looking forward to Moto 2. All right, well, the action through that women's pro class is the entire podium absolutely going for it. That's what it's all about out here, Ryan. Absolutely sending it to that checkered flag.
Yeah, Zach, it's awesome to see. That was pure heart right there. You saw, Mallory push it past her limit on the moto track, and then watch Kayla push way past her limit for the creek jump. She wasn't even thinking about that earlier in the race. But hey, when you want to win, you want to win. So that's cool to see.
No doubt about it. Got to risk it for the biscuit, as they like to say. The MX Trophies race recap at the front of the field. Oh, here it is. Now I get to see it. Oh, she did go for it. What a save. How about it, man? Absolutely going for it. Taylor Jones in control of things for the women's pro class. And it was going to be Mallory Pickard and Kayla O'Neill rounding out the field. Well, don't go anywhere. We still got plenty more racing, including some of our top pro classes coming up. But before we get to that, we're going to take a look at your Pro Taper Top 10.
No, they're all on the camera.
It was Taylor Jones grabbing the win. And before we get to that, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more FMF CGI facility Jday off-road racing after this.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer, built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast. We want to win. And we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory.
Jday Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses. Redline Oil, no compromises. And Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassanari, Luxon MX, 100%. Pro Taper, Motion Pro, and IMS. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to round 3 of the Fox Racing Jday Off-Road Series, the FMF CGI Facility Grand Prix here in beautiful Edgefield, South Carolina. We're hanging out here at the Fox Creek Jump, one of the fan favorite spots, and man, had some fireworks there at the tail end of our women's pro class. But now we get ready to focus forward here with our Moto Tassanari Pro 125 class. We've got our B250, B Open, B200, and B Open Electric classes all sitting on the line as well. That Moto Tassanari Pro-Am 125 class, a fan favorite. We take a look at your Dunlop Tires top 10 in points. Justin Coinos tied on points with Evan Smith for the top of the field. Taylor Beckwith just back there in the number 3 spot. Ryan Amatio and Braden Nolette, your top 5. Gabriel Jimenez, Matt Tavani, Landon Lynn, Andrew Baccarosa, and Brandon Gregoire, your top 10 here in the Pro-Am 125 class. The sweet sounds and smells of 2 strokes as the 125 getting ready to go rocket. And no doubt about it, Justin Coinos firing off the line. Look at that, some rear wheel action. He is going to work early on this one. Justin Coinos, another one of our multi-class racing, multi-class riders, I guess is probably the best way to put it. And is that Fanouf there on the 48 machine, looking solid right now. Coinos, just on the top of that step up there. That is kind of a flattened out, almost like a small little tabletop there on the top, man. Look at this. The 48 machine has railed those outsides every corner. Hasn't quite made the pass for the number 2 spot yet, but he has been on the pipe around the outside. We'll get ready to check back in here at the start with your B250 class on and rolling. Drag race heading into turn 1. A sweep around the outside for the Honda machine. It looks like the 17 is going to grab the whole shot. Looks like Kawasaki going to slide into that number 2 position. See him kind of crisscrossing back across there, inside to outside as they hop down the hill here for the first time. Taking a look, like we said, that Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class, a fan favorite, Justin Coinos, your points leader, trying to continue that trend with the whole shot. And then our B200, B250 class is coming off as well. As B250 right now looking like the 17 machine leading the way, and already can start to see this track changing some as well. Back to the start we go. It's a drag race. Ryan, I'm telling you what, I think there's a multitude of good starting points. We've seen a couple of riders grabbing those hole shots from the inside, but we've seen 2 hole shots now come from past the midpoint to the outside, really able to sweep, carry that momentum around the first turn, and depending on your competition, that can be a pretty sweet spot as far as maybe even our pro motos coming up a little bit.
Yeah, and especially with these classes here, I mean, you can see that there's one guy normally that gets just a great reaction time. The bike starts quicker than the other guy, and it really kind of doesn't matter where he starts. When we get to the pro class, everybody's bike's going to start quick. Everybody's going to have good reaction time, and then it will matter a little bit more. But like you said, I would say in the little bit slower classes, that outside, if you're not afraid to hold it on, you're going to be fine. But if the inside guys are going to let off, get to the pro class, those inside guys don't let off. Yeah. So you still, you got to, the skill level changes, the speeds change a little bit, and the line choice could change. But I think it's a pretty fair start. You can kind of go inside or outside to middle and be all right.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I like that it's not a super long start either. I like that you very quickly kind of are into that first turn and off and rolling. As off and rolling into the woods now is your B250 class.
And with the moto track being the first thing that they do, it kind of, if it were straight into the woods, it'd be a way bigger deal to get a good start. On that moto track, you could probably make a couple passes in the first, you probably got 45 seconds on the moto track before you ever hit the woods. So even if you get a bad jump, not able to start out all the way in front, you can probably make your way through it pretty quick.
You can see Justin Coinos there on that 125 machine, skying his way over the creek jump and getting ready to put a first lap in the books here. Your Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. And here we go, Coinos first across the stripe, 1 lap in the books.
125 sounds good. That's another thing about 2-strokes. Not only are they more fun, they sound so much better than a 4-stroke.
Theo Vaughn may disagree. I don't know if you heard that. He was confused
he
on the difference now. He's talking, came to Supercross a few weeks ago, talking about how mean and nasty all the bikes are. And then he said there was this one bike, not going to quote him, but sounded a little different. He was confused. I'm sure a large majority of Supercross and motorcycle fans have let him know how wrong he truly is.
Yeah, they better.
That's the man's bike.
Yeah.
Telling you right now, though, in control of this. Coinos putting the hurt on him here early, really trying to put the pressure down here on lap number 1. Show some style for the fans there up and over that tabletop. Coinos, most of these top riders got some experience in moto just as much as off-road as well, but we've heard from Justin throughout the season as well, kind of started as a moto guy and even arguably prefers the moto stuff, but really has picked up his off-road skills between our last round. He got to do the Jday off-road banquet for 2025, and man, really cool to hear what it takes. I mean, we talk about the sacrifice and the time and effort these riders and their crews put out into it, but man, being especially from the Northeast up there, we don't have to think about this too much, or I don't at least, but the snow and the winter and things getting dark early, and he was talking about doing riding and training out there with a headlight strapped on the machine and in the snow, and yeah, it didn't sound any fun to me. I'm not a big cold weather guy, but that's what it takes if you want to be able to get the job done and fight for titles in the pro class and here in the 125 class as well.
That is commitment. If you got to go ride with a headlight at night in the snow, you know that you want it. You're not out there just for fun. You want to go in. So that's cool to hear. That I don't know that second bike there. That is not a new bike. That bike is not eligible for contingency. I'm trying to see. Looks like maybe
that is
early 90s or late 80s Yamaha.
Yep, Alex Manouche there. He's one of our vintage riders, and I was able to talk to him. He says, "Man, I'm comfortable on this thing. I feel good." And this is how this thing's supposed to be ridden. It is a vintage bike and with some modern style on it, no doubt about it.
That's cool. He's ripping it. It's interesting when you get used to something like that vintage bike. Those bikes, I mean, the frame flex is more, the suspension's not quite as big. Everything, the motor's a little bit, it's probably fast. It's not super fast. It probably vibrates a little bit more. But when you get used to something like that, and not that a new bike isn't better, but that's just what you like, man. And I know vintage is a huge thing. There's massive national world level races on vintage bikes where they're on 30, 40, 50-year-old bikes. So cool to see him out here at Jday. So after one lap, Justin Coinos still in first overall. There he is on screen, ripping through on his 125 in that 125 Pro class. Second place, number 48, Alex Vanif. Third place is Logan Martinez, and it sounds like we got Zach down there with a special interview.
Hey, yeah, thanks, Ryan. I am hanging out down here with Eric from Mud Melters. Now, Eric, you've been talking to us kind of throughout the weekend about how you kind of help develop and create what Mud Melters all about. And man, you've got you're way smarter than me as far as you know the formula, you know how it all breaks down. Take us through kind of how you found it and what the maybe not what the secret is, but what's so special about Mud Melters product.
Well, I'm kind of a perfectionist. I raced with an IndyCar team for about 10 years, and I just like everything super clean all the time, and I'm super lazy. And I tried every single thing on the market to, clean bikes, side-by-sides, whatever. Just couldn't find anything that worked. So I took it upon myself to, teach myself a little chemical engineering and understand what's going on with these soaps, and was like, I'm going to come up with my own. So it took me about 10 years of trial and error, and I came up with a recipe that actually works. Like, it legitimately works. You just spray it on the bike, let it sit, rinse it off and dry, and you are done. And it takes care of all the mud, all the chain lube, anything, under your carburetor, oil. It cleans it all off. It's safe. It doesn't etch anything. Actually works. It's good stuff.
Sounds like my kind of soap. Yeah, less work is better for me. Now, for the folks at home, if they want to get a hold of your product, where do they find you? Social media, website, where do they go?
So if you go to bergensonracing.com, right, that right there, we've got it on there, and then it's also, I think that's it for now. We just sell it on bergensonracing.com.
All right, well, great stuff. I know I'm going to pick myself up a bottle, that's for sure. Pleasure to talk to you, absolutely. Mud Melters, Eric's got it figured out. He did all the hard part. Now all you got to do is spray it on the machine. There it is. Ryan, I know you're the same way. You like your stuff looking clean.
Man, if I don't have to scrub it, yeah, I'm a happy camper, happy dirt bike owner. So, yeah, awesome. I can't wait to try that stuff. Mud Melters. Hopefully, take a little bit of the work out of it for the washer. So on screen here, we got Alex Vanoof on the vintage bike. Zach, do you know what year that thing is? It's got to be like late 80s or at most early 90s.
Alex is going to be mad at me because I know he's told me, but I don't want to misquote him here. But yeah, I believe early 90s, 91, 92 maybe, but I could be wrong.
Cool. I mean, and that's what we were talking about earlier with the 50th anniversary Yamaha.
Yep.
That's the color set that they had.
The OG.
But back then, yeah, super cool. And that bike, I mean, you can't see it super in detail, but that's a clean vintage bike. Like he takes care of that thing.
And it's taking care of him as well. I mean, this thing, we've seen him. He's ridden this at every round so far this year. I do believe he's got a modern bike as well, but even talking to him at that banquet, really comfortable on this machine. And, I mean, he's just flowing right now.
Whoa, went deep on that.
A little deep.
And with the vintage bike, it a little bit short or a little bit long is way more of a consequence on an old bike than it is a new bike.
No
Obviously,
doubt.
the frame flexes more and suspension's not quite as good. But, yeah, he's making it work out there. Even doing that step up, landing hard on that table, no problem for Alex Phaneuf.
Here we go. So taking a look at your Luxon lap times, Justin Coinos a 5:09 the last time around with Phaneuf a 5:22. And then showing Joshua Bones now checking in with a 5:34. Summer Gray a 5:51. So Coinos top of the field right now, just over that 5-minute mark. Man, this is fun to watch here. Still surprised that they're really not flirting with that left-hand side and creating that angle like you talked about. It seems you got to think easy from us from the TVT live drone to spectate and kind of assume, but got to think maybe still a little greasy and not quite that traction on top.
Definitely. I saw somebody do it earlier, and they were definitely super cautious. They were hesitant, and so it must be pretty slippery. I think by the Pro Moto, we see a line develop there.
No doubt about it, as we're seeing a battle on screen here. The 17 on the machine, and then our other 444. Obviously, Coinos official 444, but this KTM rider rocking the number as well. A little back and forth action here on the top side of the moto track. But this guy all by his lonesome out front, right where he likes to be. Justin Coinos in control of this Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 Moto number 1.
And he's a smooth rider.
Yeah.
He just doesn't look like he's trying very hard, but he's obviously going really fast. He's way out front in this one, but super smooth. I think when you can have that style and you're super smooth and just no mistakes like you see he's doing, that just allows you to be more comfortable, more confident, make less mistakes, obviously, but also have that next gear. If you need it, you need to throw down a heater lap, I need to catch somebody, I need to pass somebody, you're better off than if your normal pace is squirrely and all over the place.
Right.
Where do you go from there?
Well, and Justin, it's kind of been his reputation, if you will, at least as long as I've known him. You know, one of the first times I got to see him was out at MX207 at the main event, which is a motocross race, and man, he's got that intensity, he's got that aggression, but like you said, it's not the sketchy kind of all over the place type style. He's in control, he's putting the machine where he wants to, and not just on the 125. He rides I believe 450 as well in that pro class. So Coinos, I always feel like kind of the more if you will, smooth is fast. I think, no wasted energy, very efficient, I guess is probably the best way to put it. And no doubt about it, he's a fan favorite on the Fox FPV drone as well.
I like that line from right there. He went outside of the trees on purpose, which set up his next corner.
Yep.
He was able to just round that thing off where a lot of people are sliding in and have to make a full 90 right there. But he's thinking ahead, set it up early.
Quick little 2-3 through the extreme section, and he is off and rolling once again. You can see him, I'm not sure if we caught him jumping the step-up triple on the 125.
I don't know, but I would imagine, I would have to think if Taylor can make it on the 250, I would think he can make it on the, it don't look like he's building much speed. Oh yeah, no problem. Right
All
up
day.
over the top of that.
Breezed it.
Yeah, I mean, when I went out earlier this morning before the first moto, I just want to see the place. I'd never been here. I actually used to live right down the road, but it never worked out to come out here. But man, the jumps they're big, but man, they're built so safe,
so doable.
Like,
yeah.
I mean, if you come up a little short, a little long, you're okay. It's not a do or die.
Yeah.
Like you can be a little bit off, which we all are sometimes, and still be okay.
We got to chat it up with Chad. We'll get an announcer's ride day out here.
Heck yeah.
And even stuff like that little nose wheel or little manual into those rollers right there. Just the little details that pick up a tenth here, a tenth there. And got to think Justin also doing a little bit of scouting as well for that Pro Moto coming up.
Yeah, for sure. And anytime you can do, even if it's extra effort, like that little wheelie into the roller section, that made it easier for him. like even though it was more effort, that's going to be a little bit more speed. He can push through that next one rather than bouncing off of it. So in the long run, it's easier, especially get on a big bike. They might even be able to triple something over there on a say a 450 versus these 125s. Definitely down on power compared to a modern, a big 450, but still making it happen. And even Alex Vanoof on the early 90s one.
Yeah, launched the uphill triple, no problem, and styling and profiling through the moto track as well.
Man, take the 4 off of that bike, and that is Damon Bradshaw down out there.
Yeah, it's got the style to go along with it, too.
Yeah, look at that, elbows up. That outside elbow is the most important one, man. You can control that bike so much better if that outside elbow's up. And, his right-hand turn, it was up. The left-hand turn, not so much. If he's like any of us, past crashes and that right shoulder's, I landed on that one a couple too many times, and I can't hold that one up, but we're still out here racing.
Everybody's got a strong and a weak side,
yeah,
it seems
right.
like. Yeah. So continuing to watch right now as we'll give you a rundown through some of our classes. It is Justin Coinos leading the way in our Pro-Am 125 class. Joshua Vaughn's in the B250 class on the 866 leads the way. Logan Martinez is going to lead the way out of your B Open class on the 344. And it looks like it will be, I think that's Herlong in that number 2 ride in the B Open class.
Man, looking at that extreme section after the finish, I wasn't even thinking about this, but with that being really rocky, it's falling apart, not just with the track on side to side, it's falling apart. So it's getting skinnier and skinnier as more people ride it, which it's already it's a split section, so each section is probably 8 to 10 feet wide. But yeah, it's going to get, they're getting pretty close to the banners there trying to turn on it.
Well, and that was interesting, even talking to Taylor Jones about the setup, how much she thought things were going to change, and I was not expecting her to say how much it's breaking down. So it sounds like in the woods, things are really starting to get rough, chewed up a little bit. The moto track maybe a bit more used to the ground and pound and regular wear and tear of riding, but here in some of these fresh trails especially, really starting to get tilled up, and then this extreme section, I think it is built to kind of do this and break down significantly throughout the day.
Yeah, well, I mean, wasn't very extreme when we started, but it's going to get there by the end of the day, for sure.
No doubt about it. Taking a look, 33 on the machine there.
I love the different lines in the woods there. I mean, you see each guy coming through is taking a different line, and there's definitely, like right here on screen to our right, which would be the outside for them, that was the main line earlier. Taylor started taking this inside now that Justin Coinos done, and it just straightens it out. It may be a little bit harder to get into, but then look at the end of it, you're set up for the next one. So it's just cool to if they were to just banner off an 8-foot section, everybody would have to be in the same line, and that would be not near as fun.
One, I think Taylor may have discovered that line trying to get around a lap right as well. Sometimes that's the beauty of it. They definitely can get frustrating, but sometimes it forces you to look different directions, and then all of a sudden you find a line where you're like, man, this is the hot line. This is a thank you, actually. So
yeah.
As Justin getting ready to put another lap in the books. Clicking them off now on the pegs through that extreme section, or through that Yamaha finish line. Now through the extreme section. Quick and little 2-3.
He's taking your right-hand line there, the 2-3. It's a little straighter, so I'd say a little bit less technical to get into. Probably more technical on the jump side, though, because you go a little long or on that first one, or a little short on the second one like we saw earlier. Definitely not dangerous by any means, but it's not going to feel good.
Well, and you can see how detailed he is setting it up. He hits it at a straight angle, and he's pretty hard on the brakes leading into it. And so definitely one of those ones you don't want to kind of, we saw the pass from Mallory Picker earlier, over jumping into that next one. I don't think that's the kind of section you can do that in.
Right. Yeah, you got to be pretty precise. It's like Supercross. Outdoors, I can go 10 feet long and I'm fine. Supercross, you go 10 feet long, you land in the next.
Something's hurting.
Like it's not a good thing.
It's a good thing right now. Alex Vanoof looking fantastic. Also choosing that right-hand line. You can see just kind of clips the downside of that double
out because of that. Yeah, that's the thing about Supercross or a tighter section like that. If you mess up one, you mess up the next one.
And it's not that big, but it's that aggressive transition. Meanwhile, Coinos working it, back in, steps out just a little bit, working his way around some lap traffic back on the moto track.
It's definitely slippery underneath, and that's the problem with, I'd say man-made water versus Mother Nature. To get it to actually soak in deep, you need a good rain. It needs to be cut, but I think it's been so dry here that they're just having a hard time getting the water down into it. It's amazing conditions. It's just definitely a little bit slippery, but that's part of racing dirt bikes, man. If it was always perfect, everybody goes the same speed.
Exactly. No doubt about it. Joshua Bonds on your screen right now, third place on our overall here so far. The Ohio native looking solid on the Kawasaki and leading the way out of your B250 class as well. And once again, you see him up on the pegs a lot. Not seeing a ton of sitting down, and that trend going to continue as things only going to get rougher from here. Like we said, 2 moto format here in Jday, so all of these riders are going to be coming back out once again later this afternoon for their final moto.
Yeah, talking about feet on the pegs versus standing versus sitting. The rougher it gets, the more you're going to have to stay up off that seat. Your legs are suspension too. You're basically adding to the suspension when you stand up versus sit down. And even sitting down with the feet on the pegs sometimes is a good choice, because you can just take a little bit of weight off, add a little bit of weight to the bike versus sitting on the seat. There's no adjustment.
Is there anyone left?
So Fanoof back on your screen, hitting that double triple up. I don't know if Bradshaw was scrubbing quite like that. I don't know if anyone was scrubbing like that.
The scrub wasn't a thing back then. And you got to think too, like that bike was designed to do the tracks of its day. Yeah. The jumps were not near that big back in the early 90s. So definitely he's putting that bike to the test, but so far so good. He's running a solid second and not giving up a ton of time. I mean, he's pushing hard, keeping Coinos honest.
Well, and it's also funny that I almost feel like Alex looks like he's going faster, because I think he's riding that bike harder, if that makes sense.
Well, you have to.
Coinos looking fantastic and buttery smooth, almost deceivingly easy making it look out there.
Well, think about if your bike handles really good, it looks easy. It doesn't even look rough. As soon as you mess the suspension up or get the wrong setting, it looks like way rougher than it is, just because the bike can't soak it up. And that's where we come back to what we were talking about earlier. Do you go stiffer for the big jumps? Do you go softer for the woods? Honestly, it might be even a thing where maybe the pros go with the stiffer setup first moto, and then they soften it up for the second one, just to account for how much rougher the woods is going to get. And then they're precise enough that they can make it work on the big jumps.
So should be seeing a white flag, if I'm not mistaken, next time through. Coinos clicking down the laps here. And yeah, and to your point, I think that also plays into the rider's comfort level and where they feel the most opportune spot is for them as well. If you're a moto guy and you really feel like, hey, that, especially out here this weekend, essentially getting a full lap on the moto track on what is a relatively large moto track. If you think that maybe somebody like a Joey Crown, who's more moto specific, that might be his hot spot where he really knows I can charge here and make some time up. But how much is it going to cost me, and am I going to sacrifice in the woods?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, if you think about it in theory, a moto guy should probably run. A moto guy's going to be more precise on the moto track.
Right.
He could probably ride a softer setup
suspension, yeah,
and make it work, but then it's softer, so it'll work better for him in the woods where he's not as strong.
Valid point.
But in reality, at least in my experience, when I was racing GNCC, I ran a stiffer setup than most people because I didn't like soft suspension. Even though it didn't work as well in the woods, I needed to hold me up. When I hit something hard, I needed to hold up, where a guy like a Stu Baylor or some of these guys that grew up in the off-road, they run it so soft everywhere, and they're able to make it work. So it's just different riders take different or like different setups, and that's why I've always said there's your suspension guy, if he nails it on the first try, he got lucky.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, because one person that's 150 pounds and an A rider is not near the same as another person that's 150 pounds and an A rider.
Yep.
So it's just everybody's riding style's different, and we ride differently weight the bike differently, over the front more, over the back more, front brake versus rear brake, all that kind of stuff plays into the game there.
So here we go. White flag is out. Justin Coinos one more time around before he grabs his first moto win in the Moto Tassinari 125 Pro-Am class. Really starting to put that track together, going way outside, cutting back underneath. He's having fun now.
Yeah, that was cool. He's using every bit of the track. Look, going off the very right there, so he can set this one up. And that's what you got to do. Everybody's heard ride the edges, and that's where it's smooth. That's where you're going to make your corner the widest. If you come in super wide and then you cut in at the very end, your corner's going to be less sharp than the guy that came in the middle. You know what I mean? So got to ride those edges.
Justin putting on a clinic right now. Alex Manu still checking in that number spot. That's
I wondered
cool.
if somebody was going to do that. That's really cool right there. It's a little option, like half single on the inside there, and it's really meant to slow down the inside.
Yeah.
So the inside's not the preferred line or not the odds-on favorite. But when you double down it, he just turned the better line into the only line.
Yeah, wow. That was impressive right there. And again, just so smooth. I mean, perfect. Taking a look now, there is Bonds, your B250 leader, getting ready to make his way towards a white flag. One more lap to go. Logan Martinez still leading that B Open class. The loyal fans staying here at the Creek Jump.
I'd imagine that crowd's going to get a little bit bigger for the pro race.
I would think so. I definitely think the alternate line probably going to get a little bit of rest here in this pro class. I don't know though, because I mean, I would be curious to see how much of an advantage one is versus the other. Certainly a bit shorter.
I don't know. In that women's pro, was it Kayla O'Neill? She was quite a ways back and made up and almost passed.
Yeah.
Almost passed her. So the inside's definitely better, but you got to get it right.
Yep.
She went for it. It was faster, but then she messed up in the turn.
Right.
She went a little long. So if you don't get it exactly right, she probably lost time, honestly.
So there's Bonds. One more lap to go. Choosing that left-hand side of the FMF Extreme section. Once again, if you guys are enjoying yourself, make sure you're following us along at Jday Off-Road on social media. Stay up to date with the rest of the 2026 season. We got some fantastic rounds coming up. Going to be at Lake Sugar Tree here in just a few weeks. Budds Creek after that. The party just keeps on rolling. Some great locations out here in 2026 for the kind of inaugural season of Jday, spreading across the entire East Coast. And man, I mean, like I said, genuinely been so excited to come out here. This has been a spot I've always wanted to check out, and now I'm just got the itch. I'm glad I didn't bring my gear. I would have tried to steal somebody's bike. So Coinos right now continuing to lead the way and starting to approach. So we will watch and wait as Coinos starting to make his approach.
Looking at the creek jump, there's Coinos jumping, looking back, like maybe. Wonder what happened there. I think he may have landed on a rock. Kind of felt that in the tires as he landed.
So here we go, Justin Coinos on final approach. And checker flags waving. It will be Justin Coinos grabbing the Pro 125 win here for Moto #1. Breaking it down to the other riders. So we'll continue to watch and wait. Shouldn't be long before we expect Alex Fanouf to cross the line in that number 2 spot. But until then, we'll see if we can sneak in and grab a word with your first moto winner here in Pro-Am 125, Justin Coinos. Man, we're getting a true Jday race out here. We got some woods, we got some creek jumps, we got some moto. We're getting a little bit of everything out here.
Yeah, for sure. The track is definitely sick, the moto track, and then the woods is it's honestly some of the best woods I think I've ever ridden, and I've done a lot of Jdays, even back north, Dano. He's doing a great job. You know, he's putting in the work. He had the water truck going all week for us, really. You know, it was pretty dusty yesterday, and I was kind of like, oh boy, but you know, he put in the work for us. He's not sitting on the couch, that's for sure, Ethan. And yeah, so he made a great racetrack for us. So.
Yeah, I was about to say, they're dialed in for sure, and you made it look pretty easy out there. You got off to that good start, and we were just talking about how efficient of a rider you are. Little things like manualing into some of those jumps, scrubbing certain things off, even the little drop down double there on that last lap, that was really sweet. And so how much of this, especially in this moto, you put in those first couple of laps, really sprint, and then are we starting to do some scouting for lines in that pro moto?
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, I was eyeing up all those stuff yesterday on the moto track, and then today it's a little bit better, so I was able to do that jump and stuff like that. And then, yeah, in the woods, it's really get a gap and then start searching around. You know, I found definitely some better lines, luckily. You know, yesterday, walking the track, you know, you pick your lines, but then sometimes they just don't work out. And so this moto, for sure, searching is a huge help for that pro moto.
No doubt about it. Well, we can't wait to see you, man. Who's in your corner? Who's celebrating me with this first moto win?
My mom, my dad, my sister. Blast Out Power Sports, Ampro, Yamaha, Randy, everyone over there. Factory Connection, FXR 6D, Dirt Care, my girlfriend Haley, and Aggressive Graphics, Factory Connection, Ziggy, everyone over there, and Redline Oil, P3 Carbon, and everyone else. Forgot. Thank you.
There you go. Get ready for that pro moto. That's Justin Coinos, your first moto winner in the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. So there it is. And just like we suspected, a little bit of searching and hopefully found some answers, as he is definitely excited for that pro moto class. And just like he said, some of the best woods loops he's had in his extensive Jday career. This guy has definitely seen his fair share. There's audio already going. My audio. So that was your MX Trophies race recap. Pro Taper Top 10 looks like this. Justin Coinos grabs that win. Alex Fanouf, Joshua Bonds, and Logan Martinez with Summer Gray, your top 5. Bobby Betancourt, Caleb Herlong, Joel Immerling, Joseph Werner, and Devin Newkirk, your top 10. All right, let's get ready to send things to a commercial break before we get back to more racing here from round 3 of the Fox Jday Off-Road Series, the FMF CGI Facility GP. We'll be right back.
We show up. We do the work. We help the best become even better. Testing limits and redefining achievement, all to cement our name in history.
Jday Off-Road is proud to have the following advocacy partners: the Kirk Caselli Foundation. The focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycling. And GNCC, the Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series and AMA National Championship. Jday Off-Road is proud to have the following media partners: Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to round 3 of the 2026 season, the FMF CGI Facility Grand Prix. Once again, the fireworks were popping off last night, and the fireworks continue here today as we get ready for race number 6. Some of our vets, our masters classes, as well as some of our other women's classes as well. We've got B Vet sitting on that first row. Super Senior and Masters on row number 2. B Senior, Women's B, and Women's C on row 3. And then C Senior and our Vintage class sitting on row number 4. And as you can see, riders getting warmed up and loosened up out there on the starting line, getting ready to kick things off here for race number 6.
And it's definitely a bigger class. That first corner is going to be more interesting now with more riders coming into it. Yeah, we'll see what our line choices do on this one.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Definitely some riders going way to the inside, way to the outside, and then I feel like they're leaving a lot of good ground up on the middle. I think, like you had said, right up the center is a pretty good option for sure. So we'll continue to watch and wait here, making sure everybody's clean and clear off the line. The sweep riders making their way in before we kick things off with race number 6.
And it's at least, I mean, I come from moto, right? And on a motocross start, you're behind a gate. The rut you choose, that matters.
Yeah.
But definitely where you line up. Is it inside, outside, middle? And it's interesting whenever you go, it even comes down to a mental standpoint. If you are confident in your starts, you're not afraid to line up on the inside. If you're not confident, you want to be on the outside because you don't want to get bottled up on the inside. You don't believe that you're going to get a good start, a good jump, and you're going to be kind of screwed in that first turn.
Yeah, no doubt. I always think about Ryan Villapoto at Budds Creek, that far inside gate. MXO in 07 on the 250 and still got the job done. The Fox flag flies. Here we go. Races, or row number 1, I should say. Excuse me. B-Bet off and rolling. Taking a look at your points, it's Jonathan Bonamy leading the way at the moment. Mike Jones and Nicholas Turner sitting 2 and 3 in the points. Look at this side-by-side action already, and we're 2 turns in.
Yeah, it was good. You saw the guy on the Yamaha throw a little whip there, like did it with authority. Made that pass, and then almost went off the track there. That's definitely getting a little bit dry on that inside roller there. And it looks like the line kind of leads off the track, so he'll know that next time. He won't go off that.
There we go. He wanted that clear real estate so he could jump that big step up, and looked like another rider did as well, making a pass for second place. Kind of sticks it in that next berm. A little bit of dust flying as here we go. Next row, Super Senior and Masters getting ready to take off as well.
A lot of 2-strokes getting the whole shot out there.
Absolutely.
Quick starters.
Like it's the 75. Going to lead them in and out of turn number 1.
Yeah, Zach, as the traction gets kind of, as it dries out, it's going to get a little bit worse. It's going to be more important to find something to pivot off of and then make a straight line versus making a big, one long corner that's a couple hundred feet long. Make a quick turn and then go straight because you're going to get traction if you're straight up and down if you're going in a straight line. It's when you start to lean and you get that long corner that you're going to fight it a lot longer.
Well, and I couldn't have said it any better, Ryan. Also, they did a fantastic job with the motocross track, but it's not ripped super, super deep where you have a lot of that tilt-up soil to kind of pivot off of. And so you can see, especially on a lot of these somewhat off-camber angles, you start on the inside, they're just fading little by little until the next thing you know, they're in the outside line. And so especially when we get into some of those bigger classes, I know we got a lot of heavy hitters in the pros, I'm expecting to see that. We'll start on the inside and kind of pinch off into that final outside to bank off of that outside berm. So like you said, going to be able to predict, and we just saw Ricky Russell making his way by on the EMTV, kind of scoping things out as well. Even the difference between that Sportsman class they were in earlier, even Justin Coinos probably going to want to take at least one more good look at the track before he gets on that line for the Pro Moto.
Yeah, because it's changing with every rider that comes through, or at least every lap. The lines are changing. That line that was good earlier might not be good anymore. You can't just trust that it's still there, that berm didn't get blown out. Somebody made a mistake, and now the berm goes around, and then just ends. And then now you're in trouble because you didn't know it was there. So really important for these guys to go and cycle the track again and go check it out, at least the more important sections, just to know which line to take. You don't have to get there and decide. You already know.
No doubt about it. Steve Senior and Vintage taking off now. Should be our final row. Got a retro Cowie out there.
KDX 200, man, or maybe a 220, but yeah, that thing is awesome. Always wanted one of those bikes.
Launching it.
My dad actually had one of those bikes when I was really little. I can kind of remember he had a KDX 200, and super cool bike.
Is he jumping it like that?
Yeah, Dad wasn't much of a jumper.
Okay.
Dad could corner with anybody, but not much of a jumper. Which is how I was growing up. I was just telling a story the other day. I didn't start jumping like a lot of the big amateur races, and I won a bunch of amateur titles and all that, but if there was something big and scary, I probably just jumped. I made up my time in the corners, and then I would give up time on the big jump. And it wasn't until I turned pro that I said, I either got to learn to jump or I'm not going to make it. Yeah. And then I figured out how to jump.
Here we go, watching our lead group make their way here on lap number 1 through the woods. The lines that we've already seen start to develop between what looked like that obvious good line, and then it's kind of started to chip away into some other options as well. Even heard from Taylor Jones, your first Women's Pro Moto winner, talking about how things are starting to break down really loose, she talked about. And just like you mentioned, Ryan, the motocross track, that looks like they've done a great job of kind of scooping it all off, but certainly some rocks in this soil as well. Stopping them from the jump, though, yeah.
Going for the creek jump. Yeah, a good point to that. You have to look further forward in those woods. When that line gets blown out, when that line gets really rough, if you're looking further ahead, you can see the new line that somebody's created, or maybe nobody's even went there and you're the one that pioneers it. But if you're not looking ahead to see it, you're just following the line that's already there, and you're going to take the same line everybody else took. You have to look a little bit further ahead than everybody else so you can see that hot new line and hopefully make up some time.
So through the Yamaha finish line we go, and into that FMF Extreme section. See a couple of different lines for some of these riders.
Oh boy, ooh, that was a close one. That's what I'm talking about. It's getting skinny.
Yeah.
They're so close to the banners there, and the track is actually falling off even before the banner. So, and that's just a product of it being rocky right there, and being a split lane. It wasn't very wide to begin with. Now it's even less wide.
So Austin James out front leading the way. Matthew Vaughn's back out there as well with Jonathan Dude. Hey, I know that dude.
Is it Dude? No, it's Don.
Don.
Dude would have been.
I know. We'll get him to change it. We'll write him a letter. Chad Gold and Derek Bush, your top 5. Russell Henson, Christopher Rhodes, Luke Kelly, Joe Hines, and Rob Cavanaugh, your top 10 early here on lap number 1.
Hey, I know Mike Brillante. He's thinking that B Senior. Yeah, he did one of my moto intelligence classes earlier this year.
Okay.
Yeah. Good rider on a Yamaha.
And yeah, you can talk about that a little bit, Ryan. So, kind of a new part of your program here. You're the general. You've done a little bit of everything, a jack of all trades, and now taking all of that knowledge and giving back to the next generation of riders with the Moto Intelligence training, and really been cool to have you help break things down, not only as far as the way the track looks, the way the bikes, but the way you can kind of approach these situations in riding, whether it's moto or off-road.
Yeah, and I think a big benefit is I've done a lot of different things. I did moto for a long time, then I did off-road at a high level for a long time. I did flat track, did hill climb, I did ISD, a bunch of different stuff, and so kind of experience, is just a big factor in it, and seeing so many different kind of things and knowing which techniques work for what kind of racing, which ones cross over. There's a lot of times that I used off-road for moto practice. And a lot of these guys, a lot of these off-roaders use moto for off-road practice. So it all crosses over in some way, and it's good to get out there and just experience it all. But, yeah, I've been having a great time teaching. My mom was a teacher. I always thought, there's no way I can be a teacher. And I don't think I could in a schoolroom. But, dude, teaching people how to ride their bikes, that's right up my alley. So having a great time doing that. It's been growing, having a lot of fun. I do moto and off-road coaching, mindset stuff, training off the bike, just having a lot of fun, and I just like helping people, man. It's fun to watch. It's the best part about it is when you tell somebody over and over how to do something, and then you finally see the light bulb go off.
Clicks, yep.
And you see them feel it, and you go, that's why I do this. That guy's stoked right now. He just, he did it faster and easier and safer and all that stuff, and that's where the benefit is for me.
No doubt about it. No, certainly cool to see. And yeah, I remember even watching back at, what is it, Moto 2, the DVD that you were on, Moto 3, when you were talking about, hey, I do a little bit of everything, right? You're riding in the backyard there in Kentucky and taking some off-road training to the moto side of things. You weren't even considering GNCC yet at that time, were you?
No, I was
you were still full
hot
moto.
Heavy doing Supercross.
Yep.
Yeah, that was the year I was winning Supercross races. So, but I never raced any off-road, but in the wintertime, it wasn't back in my day, 100 years ago, we weren't going, nobody lived at a training facility.
Right.
Nobody went south all winter, or at least I didn't. In the wintertime in Kentucky, it snows, and it's honestly like a 38-degree rain most of the time, which is like the worst of it.
Horrible.
I'd rather it snowed than that. But when it was that bad on the moto track, you went in the woods and you just rode in the trails because that was a little bit better than the moto track. So that played into some of it. And growing up in Kentucky on the hard pack clay, it's a lot like this, maybe even a little bit more hard pack. I got good at sliding around, so then I was able to do some flat track. So I think anything that you can expose yourself to or expose your kid to, different types of riding. Just because you want to be a good moto rider doesn't mean you have to only ride the moto track. You can go ride some flat track, ride some woods. I would highly recommend it because it's going to teach you a skill that you probably aren't going to get on the moto track.
No doubt about it. Well, showing his skills right now is Austin James on your screen, leading the way and getting ready to put another lap in the books as he heads towards us in that Yamaha finish line. He's feeling confident right now. You can tell, too, having fun. Seems to be hitting all his marks.
Yeah, and that off-camera we talked about right there, I bet it's getting a good rut in it now. That rut will probably blow out, especially when the pros get out there and they're pushing it. But at least it's something to bank off of, whereas earlier it was just icy slick and pretty tricky.
We're hanging here at the CGI Creek Jump. Matthew Bond still in that number 2 spot. Jonathan Dodd, Chad Gold, and Derek Bush, your top 5.
A little short.
Oh, good.
Yeah, well, like Kayla said earlier, I'd rather go a little long than go swimming.
Yeah.
So he actually did the opposite. He came up a little bit short, but made it far enough that he didn't get wet.
Was that crazy? Did I see some kids fishing underneath that jump? I think I saw a few kids with a line in there.
If not, we should stage that just for
the entertainment. Yeah.
Or maybe have somebody floating on it too.
There you go.
As they jump over. Might be a safety hazard.
We'll give you the stick, Mike, Ryan. Jump down there if you're that confident.
I'll do it. I ain't scared. I'm only in the pro moto.
Okay. All right.
The worst thing, and I've been to GNCCs and seen this, where we had a creek jump, and people would come up to it like, I'm going to jump it, and then decide last minute, and they back out, and then you go swimming. You just drown your bike out. Like, man, you should have just stayed on it and hope for the best, because it's better than being in the water.
Yeah.
Run a lot of outsides now. It looks like those insides, some of those ones that were super slippery earlier, wet slick, now they're dry. And now it's getting hard to trust. At least those berms, most of them are still holding up pretty good. It's kind of run a little bit more outside. It's getting more speed. The inside's less distance that you have to travel, but you definitely can't go as fast while you do it.
Well, and we saw him glancing down at the machine a couple times. He's no longer jumping this big step up. It sounds like just before we caught him on camera, he did actually go down. So James potentially maybe a lever bent or something like that, but you can definitely see not quite the same intensity that he had just a bit earlier. Meanwhile, there is the number 2 ride of Matthew Bonds in that, or on that Yamaha, I should say. He still looks like he's on the charts. So depending on if James's machine is banged up and preventing him from riding at the pace he was, we could have this battle close up between 1 and 2.
Talking about the traction on the track out there, with it kind of going away and getting a little bit more slippery, it's going to be important to stay on the front of the motorcycle. You want as much traction on that front as you can. I want my coach for the last 15 years of my racing career was Steve Hatch, and he had a funny saying. He said, a lot of guys, when we're inexperienced and not as skilled, we'll sit further back and our head will be further back, because he says we want to be the last one to the accident. And but that's actually the opposite of what you want to do. That's taking weight off of the front wheel. I need more weight on the front wheel. I need to make it get traction. And so you'll see different riding styles for everybody. Obviously, there's some people that can make it work, but if you want that front end to bite, you've got to get up over the front.
So continuing to watch on screen some of your top riders. This might be Chad Gold there, your 3rd place rider. We'll wait for everybody to put a full lap in the books. Looks like Todd Gales is leading the way out of your C senior class. Evan Kelly out there in the vintage class on that KDX machine. Austin James leads your B vet class. And James Jetmar out of that super senior class as well. Berlanti, Michael Berlanti on the 428 leads your masters. And Rob Kavanaugh out of that B senior class. So a little bit of space now between the field. We'll see if anybody's able to close back in. Gabriella Manisi leads your women's B. Christine Kavanaugh leads the women's C class. So a few classes in this one. KT is still skying it out. I believe that's James Jetmar we're watching on screen, the 918.
Cool name.
Yeah. Jetmar. Robert Buffon on the beta machine.
You watch a lot of these guys, you can just tell they're off-road guys, right? They got handguards on. Some of them have even got a drink pack on. You know they came from off-road, and they don't look super comfortable on the jumps. You know, they're making it through. But one thing that I think people make the mistake, especially beginners or guys that just have not done a lot of jumping, is they want to do a lot with their body off the jump, and 9 times out of 10 you don't really need to move. The jump face, especially here at a place like CGI facility, the jump faces are built so well. You let the bike and the power and the jump do all the work. You just stay where, find the right body position first, and then stay in that steady throttle, and you'll just make the jump no problem. It's when you start to pull or you start to lean back or bend your knees, and that's when you get into trouble, because now you're changing the flight of the bike. If you were to just stay, still, it would have flown just perfect. So, but that's just part of it. That's part of learning. And as they do more, and as they maybe go get some coaching, they'll learn that, man, that jump's not as scary as I was making it seem if I just do less.
Well, and I feel like that can even be said about some of the beginner moto riders as they start to try to throw whips. You see that in the C class a lot. They get in the air, then they try to jerk the bike to the side. Whereas your top riders, it's the base of the takeoff where they're really starting to develop, even just the way they approach the jump. And so, like we say, there's technique to everything out here. And like you even mentioned, whether it's you or any of the other fabulous coaches that have kind of started to develop. We've got obviously the USMCA that's kind of helping. Filter through, make sure we've got the right people coaching the next generation of riders. But, a lot of people trying to go that route and say, hey,
let's find somebody that's been there and done that and get them to help tune me up right rather than trying to figure it all out by myself.
Well, I mean, think about it. If you want to play basketball, you have a coach.
Yep.
If you want to play football, you have a coach. Really, anything. And in dirt bikes, coaches, there were some, the Gary Baileys and Gary Simicks and guys like that years ago. But now, a lot more people are getting into it. And I ain't going to say all of them are good, but also everybody rides different. Like what I say may not work for you, but the way somebody else does it, that may work. So I encourage everybody, even the riders that I work with all the time, like, dude, if you want to go take another class, go for it. Like, you might learn something there. I mean, it's only going to benefit you. It's not, I'm not going to be jealous and say, no, you can't go do that. Like, go learn. I want the best for the rider. And the more you can learn, and even if you go somewhere and you go, yeah, that guy wasn't very, at least you know how not to do it.
Right. The FMF Extreme section starting to live up to the name. There's one rider that's post creek jump right there, so might have got a little too happy there after that one.
And another mistake people make in jumping is not building the momentum before you get there.
Yep.
You don't want to. Your jump shouldn't come from throttle on the face. Only in a couple instances is that the case. Most of the time you build the speed before you get there, just like on that downhill before the creek jump. You got all that speed. You just need to carry a steady throttle right off it. If you come down the hill slow and try to gas it off, that's when the bike's going to fly weird. You may spin off the face. That's not going to work out near as well as just using the momentum.
So Todd Gales continues to lead the way out of that senior class. Evan Kelly on the vintage Kawasaki, having some fun out there, but at the front of the field, it is Austin James on the Honda. Check back in. This might be Rhodes on the 191 we're seeing. Hopping his way through the moto track.
Using that suspension.
Yeah.
He was bouncing that thing, and that's one thing. Sometimes you have to. You got to use that suspension. If you load it, it's going to unload. It's going to give you a little bit more height, and you got to use that to your advantage. Versus just hoping it works out. You got to use your body to make it happen.
No doubt about it. Well, and even that section right there, that was where we saw Coinos just a little bit ago, kind of doing the wheelie in and using the jumps to his advantage, whereas Rhodes there kind of bouncing off of those faces. Minuscule the time difference realistically, but at the end of the day, it's certainly not as easy on your body. You kind of get beat up there.
Yeah, and the 30-minute motos, I mean, it's tough for even these pros. They'll be tired at the end of it. So if you can go the same speed and make it easier, you got to do that. You got to figure out how to do that. Got a stall from the leader there, Austin James, but I still don't see Matthew Bonds anywhere close to him. So even if he did break his bike, he's still got a pretty good lead there. Got a comfortable lead anyway.
Yeah, and I haven't noticed him looking down anymore. I think he was just trying to get maybe potentially bending a lever down there. Now you got to just know where you got to put your foot, but nothing seems to be costing him too much as he continues to lead the way. Won't be too much longer before we expect to see a white flag. Probably 2 more laps or so.
And Pro Class up next.
Pro Class is up next. Yep, just after high noon, we'll have our Pro 250, Pro 200, or A250, A200, A Open, and then Pro A Open Electric as well. But that Pro Class you'll have on road number 1. We've seen several of the heavy hitters already. And you can tell there was a few riders really kind of using it to get warmed up. Medallia obviously was on the pipe. Ricky Russell was right there as well. And then you saw riders like Josh Toth, Ben Kelly, kind of just more on cruise control, just scoping things out. Saw them not on the attack, not jumping jumps. So really trying to get dialed in for this pro moto coming up.
Well, the better you can know that track before you even get there, it's less decisions you got to make. When you get there, you round that corner, you already know I need to be on the right-hand side coming out of this turn. So, yeah, kudos to them for that little bit of extra effort, but that's going to pay off when they get it out there in the moto, and nothing's going to take them by surprise because they just saw it.
So no white flag the last time through, so at least 2 more laps to go. As James has checked in and checked out for that Yamaha finish line.
It's cool how Chad here at CGI has used the rolling kind of hills, the natural elevation to make this track what it is. It takes a lot of skill to do that. You don't just go out there and just start pushing dirt. It's a lot of experience and having people come out and ride it. Okay, that's pretty good, but let's change it this way. I don't know how long he's had this place open, but he's definitely got it dialed in, and I know they're working all the time to make it better. You know, they don't leave well enough alone here. They keep changing, they keep making it bigger, better, more fun, and safer, dude. This is it's cool how, you know, there's some big jumps out here, but everything's safe. Nobody's you're not taking a risk every time you jump.
Right. And it's, you know, there's something to be said about sizable jumps as well. Like, you still feel cool going over it. The photos are going to look great, but you're also not like scared to death of it. And so that's super cool to see.
Well, who wants to be scared riding a dirt bike? Not me.
Well, and that very rarely does that work well. Yeah. You know, if you're riding intimidated, it doesn't seem to do you any favors for your own safety. And so, big shout out to CGI facility for having us out here. Like I said, if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is the first race held on the property. We were the inaugural race on Club MX's property as well for round 2. So some history being made out here throughout the season. A few more riders getting ready to make their way through.
You never know when you have a practice track. It's way different than a race, right? When you get out here with the race, now you learn things. Even the facility itself, CGI Club, they're learning things about their track. Hey, if it's good for practice, we need to change this for tips. And I think that's valuable. I mean, for Jday to come out here, put this on, it's helping everybody. We get to use an awesome facility. They get to develop their place into even, you know, something even better. This is pretty cool. I wish I could race there.
Yeah, it's definitely it's fun to see, and I mean, it doesn't surprise me when you start to see people following this whole series. You see the locations they're doing, you see the way these courses are breaking down, and it's like, why would you not? We take a look at our Luxon lap times from the last lap. Austin James, a 5:32, still in control of this. Bonds and Rhodes, pretty competitive as far as times go, only 1 second apart, but not quite as close on the course physically as the lap times are. Got the 191 on your screen. Still see a little bit of those rocks in some of the low sections, but still nothing quite compared to what you have off in the woods.
Yeah, and they're coming out too. I mean, when you got it tilled up, the rocks are kind of at the bottom. As soon as you start to ride across that, you give it gas, you roost a little bit. A couple rocks come up, but like I said, man, it's dirt bike racing. It's not perfect all the time. Sometimes you're gonna have a little rock. I mean, what I grew up on was almost identical to this. A little bit rocky, a little bit hard packed. Gets good ruts when the moisture's right. And this woods looks so fun, man. It just looks flowy. Nobody, you know, they're not fighting it. They're not, you know, trying to squeeze in between two trees. There's plenty of open lines and passing lines, especially because you can come around either lappers or you got a bad start. You got to come up and pass the people. There's all kinds of options.
Well, that was what I was going to say. Was one of the big things is you're not seeing your leaders almost come to a complete stop trying to get around a lap rider here or there. They've got another option almost always on the course. And then obviously you get to the motocross track and it's wide open. You can be 4 or 5 wide in sections. So really excited to see in this pro race coming up, hoping that we have some of those sections where it really is 3 or 4 riders at a time, all trying to make passes happen. That is going to be a ton of fun to watch. Believe we'll be seeing the white flag next time your leader comes through. And there he is right on screen. Austin James ticking away here at the first moto Taking a look in, sorry to cut you off there, Ryan. I was just taking a look at some of our points. Christine Kavanaugh leading the way out of your women's C in points and leading the way in our women's C on the track, and then same thing in our women's B class as well. Looks like Gabriela Manisi with 25 points at round 1, 20 at round 2. Holding on to that points lead and current race lead in your women's B class. There we go.
I was just going to say it's definitely getting rougher out there in the woods.
Yes.
You can see the bikes bouncing around a little bit more. Some of those lines that were good earlier are definitely rough now because everybody was in it. So now is when those alternate lines come into play. You go, I'm going to get out of this main line. I don't have to go where everybody else goes. I'm going to try some different stuff, especially if you're like Austin James right now. He's got a big lead. Try some different stuff. You know, it's not going to hurt anything. If you lose a second, no big deal. Now you know that that's not as good of a line. But definitely smoother, save a little bit of energy at the very least.
No doubt about it. The KDX.
Man, I think his side plate fell off, and he stopped, picked it up. He's taking it with him. Those things are vintage, maybe hard to find.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Can't leave that on the track. I'm going to go back and zip tie it back on.
KTM rider trying some new lines out as well. As the white flag waving here for 1 lap to go. Race number 6, B Vet Super Senior Masters, B Senior, Women's B and C, as well as C Senior and Vintage. At this point, I think that's strategy. Matthew is just ever so slightly catching it with the back end.
At least he's precise. He's catching the same amount every single lap.
Keeping it consistent, that's for sure.
Yeah. If it were me, I'd probably just clear it and save my body. But hey, it's working. So keep doing it.
You said it, Ryan. Different things for different people.
That's right. Don't fix it if it ain't broke.
Exactly. Here we go through the extreme section. Looks like they're both going to funnel into that left-hand side.
A lot more on the left side than the right.
Yeah, surprising to see too, as far as the setup and having to cut back at that angle. But
I think the jumps themselves are not as technical on that left side. So most people they're taking the time loss to get over there just because it's easy. Whereas on the right side, easy to get to, but a little bit trickier to time.
Take a look at the backside of the top 10. Derek Bush still in that 5th place spot with James Jetmar in 6th. Jonathan Dodd in 7th. Looks like Kenneth Tchaikovsky in the 8th place spot. Robert Buffon and looks like Russell Henson, your top 10 here at the moment. We'll see if anything switches up on this final lap.
Another vintage bike out there. You see that old Honda? Looks like maybe a 95, 96, somewhere in there. Cool to see guys still ripping those things. Yeah, you know parts are harder to find and everything else, but like you said, you like what you like, man. Fun to ride those old things.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And not in our vintage class even. So an old school bike and racing against the modern machines. So you can start to see that lighter colored soil. Things starting to dry out just a bit. Meanwhile, here in the woods should be waiting on Austin James, your leader. Been in control of this, trying to close in just about 3/4 of a lap left to go. It's another thing. You can see some of these riders so far up over the front on the peg through the woods as well.
Yeah, and when it's not rough, you can definitely get away with that. When it starts to get rough is when your body weight has to shift back, but it's not your head. Your head stays over the bars almost always. It's kind of getting your rear end back, getting your knees a little bit straighter, and getting more weight over the rear. So when you hit that bump, it doesn't get you up over, too far over the front. You don't want too much weight on that front, and you end up going over the bars.
So James just passing us by on the camera shot.
So still looking like Christine Kavanaugh and Kayla Rieken, or maybe Riken in that number 2 spot. Todd Gales leads the way out of C Senior. And then Evan Kelly picked up the side number plate, still rolling along there in that vintage class.
Stuffed it down in the front like a windscreen.
Yeah, like a little extra.
Guarding some roofs.
Yeah, it's like putting the old goggle lens on the visor of the helmet, right? It's all the roof protection.
Yeah.
There is your leader with the creek jump, which means he will be closing in on a checkered flag here in just a minute or so.
That's where those alternate lines come in. They come up on a lapper. I don't have to follow them. I can just jump over one lane, go around the street. Don't have to follow right there. And here comes Austin James in for the win, taking the checkered flag.
There it is, no doubt about it. Just stand me up on the podium. Nah, he's getting cute. Got to come tell us about the race.
Stalled the bike. It's good he saved that till after the race. Hey, Austin James, I got the same helmet, dude. Nice choice.
Well, that's automatic horsepower right there.
That's right.
So more riders making their way across the checkered flag, wrapping things up. We'll let our moto winner get the helmet off. All right, he's done the work now. Let's grab the word with him, man. We get the job done, and looks like this score's starting to break down a little bit, starting to get rough. Take us through that race and how you felt out there.
Oh, man, motocross track's good. Everything's flowing good. It's dusty. The roots are coming out, but I had a blast.
Now, anything catch you off guard out there? We were skying out the creek jump.
In case you step up, wreck. But other than that, I mean, the creek jump is a little sketchy, but just get on your brakes, man.
Yeah, we saw you glancing down at the machine. Anything bent up or broken down there? It seemed like you were able to get back to pace.
That's about the only thing that happened, but it was just my number plate, man.
Just backing around out there. It's all good.
It's all good.
No doubt about it, man. Well, you get the job done here in Moto 1. Who do you want to thank who's helping you out?
I got CSR Motorsports. I got JR Marshall Enterprise. I got a couple buddies here helping me out. Pretty much just friends and family, man.
There it is. You got the job done. We'll see you again in Moto 2.
Thank you.
All right, there it is, your first Moto winner, getting the job done here in B250. The rest of the class making their way through the checkered flag is give you that MX Trophies race recap. Gate fell and things got right to business. Some quick passes being made, but the 94 quickly established himself at the front, opened up a nice little gap and was able to maintain from there, even with that small mistake on the moto track. Vintage class having fun, but can't risk losing that plastic. It's hard to come by these days. But at the end of the day, the 94 gets the job done and grabs the win. We'll take a look at your Pro Taper Top 10. Austin James grabs the win with Matthew Bonds, Christopher Rhodes, Chad Gold, and Derek Bush, your top 5. James Jetmar, Kenneth Chikoski, Jonathan Dodd, Evan Kelly, and Robert Buffon, your top 10 here for race number 6. Well, don't go anywhere, folks. Pro Racing going to be coming up next. First Moto. Right when we come back, we'll get a quick word from some of our sponsors, and we'll be back with round 3, the FMF CGI Facility GP with the Fox Jday Off-Road Series. We'll be right back.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Jday Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W. It's round 3 of the 2026 Fox Jday Off-Road Series, the CGI FMF Grand Prix. Some of the top off-road racers in the world are lining up to do battle in the 2026 season. Who will take the win in the clays of South Carolina? It's just about time to find out and go racing. Well, there it is, folks. It doesn't get much more exciting than this. It is time for the first pro moto of the day. Some of the biggest names in off-road racing from around the world here to do battle at the beautiful CGI facility, Edgefield, South Carolina. And a fantastic day of racing so far. Zach Herron and Ryan Sipes here in the booth to bring you the action. And we are going to go down and start where the national anthem.
And bright star through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave
right, so wrapping up the national anthem, we're going to take a look at our Dunlop Motorcycle Tires top 10. And it is Gus Reardon on the Phoenix Racing Honda who is currently leading the pro points. Unfortunately, do not believe Gus is with us here today. I believe actually getting injured a little bit ago. So hopefully Gus is going to be healed back up and be able to join us once again before the end of the season. Ben Kelly in that number 2 spot, only 4 points down. Jix Fustini in the number 3 ride. Evan Smith in 4th. And Ricky Russell rounding out your top 5. Tyler Medaglia, Zach Osborne, Joey Crown, Gavin Simon, and Justin Coquinos. Going to round out your top 10. So big opportunities here, Ryan. We talk about the big picture of the season, of the championship, and some of the favorites not here, whether due to injury, due to other schedule conflicts. Meanwhile, some of the riders that maybe weren't able to be with us in the first round of the season are really starting to stack those points up, starting to become a title threat, not just a threat to race wins.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest story to me right now is Ricky Russell was at round one.
Yep.
Didn't go to round 2. I think he had a prior commitment. Then he got injured, so he's just now back on the bike, but he's here at CGI, ready to go for round 3. We got Josh Toth, who is a GNCC legend almost at this point. He should be really good out here. Medaglia, everybody, I mean, it's a stacked class. I can't wait to watch it. It's going to be a lot of fun.
No doubt about it. Alex Fanouf there fired up. This is the modern bike for Alex here, so didn't quite bring the vintage machine out for this one, but still fired up and ready to go racing. Ben Kelly, just a few bikes on the inside of him. Like you said, Josh Toth, Ricky Russell, Jix Fustini, Joey Crown back with us as well after an incredible performance out there at Club MX. Gavin Simon, and then you can see third from the inside, Justin Coquinos. As well as, here we go, the flag is up, and we are pro racing here at CGI, round 3. It's a drag race into turn 1, and looked like that was your reigning champ, Justin Coquinos, lightning off of the start and going to lead them in and out of turns 1 and 2.
Collier Martinez right there in second. I expect big things out of him out here. He's a West Coast guy, like I was saying earlier, really good on the high-speed stuff. Wow, that was Joey Crown. Just made everybody look like the
wow, that was wild. I might have upshifted going around that corner right there. That was insane. The speed Crown was carrying. And like I said, Joey Crown really fired up after a great performance out at the Club MX GP. And who knows, might have a new regular out here at the Jday. Meanwhile, look at that line from Coquinos. Launching all the way down the hill. Looks like might be the only rider to have that line dialed in so far.
Well, he had, 30 minutes earlier in the 125 race to get that thing dialed in. Didn't do it till the very end of the moto, but now he's got it, busting it out first lap.
Here we go, A250 next off the line, the 414, a great kick, and looks like going to grab the whole shot around turn number 1. And it really seems like you can wheelie right after that turn and downside that first roller.
Yeah, it just makes a better rhythm. If you don't wheelie it, you kind of bounce into the next one, and it kind of messes everything up.
So A250.
It's Rivers Morris on the outside. That outside's pretty fast right now. You can just lay into it. You don't have to tiptoe around like you do on the inside.
So Morris making a quick move and now overtakes that number 1 spot. We saw him battling it out with some of the pros a little bit earlier in that Sportsman class. So now the thunder of the pro class, you can hear them making their way through the moto facility and off into the woods here for lap number 1. Back to the TBT Racing live drone. All eyes on the flag, and we are off and rolling. Looks like the 115 grabs the whole shot, and at least for the moment going to hang on to the number 1 riding class. Up the inside. Just like you predicted, Ryan, some of these insides starting to go away, losing some traction, not quite getting the drive up to some of these jumps. Meanwhile, if you have the ability, it seems like you're able to carry your momentum around these outsides. Really working for you.
We were talking about Joey Crown being a regular now, which I just found out earlier. in that last race, the guy on the Vintage Honda, number 255. This is the 275th Jday race.
Wow.
How many years do you got to be doing it to get that many races? That is remarkable.
Yeah, and it just goes to show, we've talked about the growth of the Jday series, the new locations, the new range of area that Jday is going to cover. And, man, as far as the original group and the original kind of start to Jday, it's so cool to see the commitment from the fans and from the racers in that area, how much they support it, and how much the series means to them as well. They're proud of what it is. They're proud to see it grow and spread throughout the Southeast, or throughout the East Coast, I should say. And man, we're certainly grateful for them sharing this racing format with us, because it has been a ton of fun to watch and a ton of fun to call so far. As here we go, Joey Crown, the first through the Yamaha finish line with Ricky Russell right on the rear wheels, 1 and 2. Look at that, Crown launching all the way over that left side. I think he did. That is a new approach to the extreme section.
Definitely faster, though. He gained 3 or 4 bike lengths just doing that. But Ricky Russell, I mean, I knew he was going to be strong. Didn't know how, I don't know how long he's been back on the bike, but he's not let, almost had it close from there, but not letting Joey get away too quick.
So Crown perfectly skins the top of that step-up triple. Now, would be surprised to see a little bit of style over this tabletop here from Crown. We saw him in the Freestyle show yesterday. Yeah, a little toss there.
I mean, he is a moto guy.
And like we said, Ricky Russell starting the season off strong with a win. Wasn't able to be with us at round 2, but he's back here at round number 3, and he's fired up. He's excited, and he's excited about the competition as well. We were able to catch up with the 212 and talk to him a little bit about the competition he faces here at Jday.
Yeah, no, the pro row has been huge, so starts are kind of difficult, and there's random people, random top guys that come to them. I watched round 2 on TV, and Joey Crown went out there and was killing it. So there's some pro guys that will randomly show up and mix it in there. So it's definitely a stacked class, and I think that was one of the biggest classes of the last race I went to. So it's cool. I like Ben Kelly, Gus Reardon, like lots of top guys like to show up, and it's cool to see.
I tell you what's cool to see right now is this battle that we've got on screen. The KTM going at it with Tyler Medaglia. Can't quite tell who that rider is, but that is Fustini. Okay, man, Fustini was sending it first on the rear wheel, then launches that triple up the inside of Medaglia. And we do have a replay of that. Let's see if we can get that pulled up, because that was an impressive section of track right there. Watch this. So this is in kind of retaliation. Medaglia up the inside, closes the door. And that is closes the door, slams it, and locks it.
Yeah, he was not allowing it, Jiggs to cut back under the inside. But I was more impressed by Jiggs' triple back there. That's the first person I've seen do that. And it was really close. Tyler was easing over to the inside. He landed pretty close to him there. But I was wondering, when we saw him jump the creek on that first lap, Medaglia was way back. I wonder if something happened in the woods. Maybe he had a tip over. Because now he's blown by everybody.
Well, and that's something we talk about there on those first laps. So crucial to try to limit those mistakes, because everybody that bunched up, like you've talked about today in this pro class, it's not about it's about limiting those mistakes. In the other classes, it seems like everybody's going to make at least 1 or 2. In these pro classes, they're so dialed in. Even hearing what Ricky was just talking about in regards to the competition, you've got to be about as close as you can to perfect every time.
Yeah, but at the same time, be going at max speed.
Yeah,
so
max effort.
It's a fine line. It's one of the more fun things about racing is going really fast, like pushing your limit, but not making mistakes, because it's such a fine line. You push it a little bit too much, you go down. You don't push it hard enough, then you don't go fast enough.
Yep.
So it's tricky. But Ricky's right on him. I think Ricky's a little quicker in the woods, and Joey may be a little quicker on the moto track.
Well, this is what we love.
That makes sense. Joey's a moto guy, Ricky's an off-road guy. And look, there's Medaglia. He's making up time for sure.
So here it is. Kelly going just a little wide in that corner. You see the dust a bit more of a factor here in this one as well. There goes Gavin Simon. There is Josh Toth. And taking a look at your top 10 on the left-hand side of your screen, it's Joey Crown, Ricky Russell, Justin Coinos, Collier Martinez, and Jiggs Fustini, your top 5, with which I believe Medaglia actually now in that 5th place spot. Fustini, Wentz, Kelly, Morris, and Simon, your top 10.
Yeah, I saw Josh Toth behind Gavin Simon, so he must have had an issue as well. Just He should be, I would think he'd be a little bit further up in the running order here. But you get back in the woods. I mean, the 10th place guy has 10 times as much dust as the 2nd place guy, right? So that's you're losing. Not only are you already behind, but you're losing more because you just can't see him. And that's just what a pass by Ricky Russell. That was risky.
Yeah,
but hey, he knew he had to do it because on the moto track, Joey's going to be faster. So he needs to get out front, control the moto track a little bit more than just having to follow and losing time.
So we'll see what Crown is able to do. Could be as simple as this FMF Extreme section. Crown had the hotline there on lap 1 going to the left-hand side and launching the whole thing. Now Russell not able to do it, and this time Crown shuts it down as well.
It's a risky move with all those rocks right there.
Absolutely. And we talk about the first lap intensity. And like we said, everybody's kind of got their sweet thing. You know, if you're Ricky Russell, the off-road background, the woods, probably his forte. Meanwhile, Joey Crown, an accomplished motocross and supercross racer. We were able to talk with the Club MX Yamaha racer, Joey Crown, about what he prefers, woods or moto.
So I like off-road. For my skill set, I'm definitely better at more motocross. That's what I'm known for. But I like these races. They're cool because you got a little bit of both. And it's going to be challenging, but I'm up for the challenge. I'm excited for it. And I'm just here to have fun and do the best I can do. And hopefully that's top 3 again.
There it is. He's looking like he's having fun right now, going fast and chasing down Kawasaki of Ricky Russell. Man, that could have been ugly.
Oh, what he was going for there. You don't want to wheelie over that one.
You don't want. Yeah, that's probably the best case scenario. That one could have been for Crown there. Meanwhile, look at this. Oh, how about it? Both of these riders have made passes on each other around the outside.
Yeah.
Crown's going to make it stick.
Yeah, I think Ricky's trying to guard the line, right? And Joey's goes around the outside, which is a faster line. But then if Ricky goes outside, does Joey jump on the inside? So it's a catch-22.
Meanwhile, surprised neither one of these guys had picked up on that line Coinos had dialed in, as they are ripping their way around this CGI facility motocross track. I believe this was it was that corner there Coinos was jumping down, so got to think they'll start to get that dialed in. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at this replay. Joey Crown going to absolutely commit around the outside. He knew Russell was going to try to close the door back on him, and hard to close the door when he's already got a foot in it.
Yeah, that was, again, kind of a risky move. Like, he could have got punted right off the track right there, but stayed in it and was able to get the wheel on him. At that point, if Ricky would have hit him, Ricky would have went down. So, yeah, some gutsy racing right now between these two. But they both want to win, man. That's the great part about competition is I'm going to be better than you. Nope, I'm just going to win. And, you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but you got to go for it.
Yeah, the intensity is there for sure. It's certainly, you know, there's a lot to think about as well in regards to, you know, Joey Crowns has had his struggles getting back into racing condition, and then Ricky Russell, you know, we heard he missed round 2 and then potentially had an injury there as well. So these guys getting back to it. Meanwhile, they're putting it to the rest of the field. I mean, they have kind of broken away. Justin Coinos checks in that number 3 spot on that last lap. Collier Martinez and Tyler Medaglia, your top 5. So right now, whatever the pace is here at the front of the pack, it is hard to match if you're not up there with them. And that's something that we see a lot of times as well, even out in GNCC. If you're not a part of the pack in that lead group early, it's hard to really know what the pace is, as there is 3, 4, and 5, and looks like Jigs Bustini still right on the rear wheel of Medaglia as well. Meanwhile, Ben Kelly, the Diesel as we call him, still getting warmed up, but he's not going to want to spend too much time waiting on it. He has got to go if he wants a chance to fight up for that top 3.
Yeah, you get back in the pack like this, you can kind of get stuck in their pace, right? So if you were out by yourself or you were out front, you might be going, taking your own lines. You're in control of what you want to do. You might be going faster than being stuck behind these guys, whether it's the dust or the lines that you have to take, and then all of a sudden you're stuck in their pace. And sometimes it's hard to break out of that once you get into it.
So watching right there, the fight rages on.
Already
Look at
passed
this. Yeah, Ricky Russell once again finds a way past Joey Crown in the woods.
I think if Ricky's definitely faster in the woods, and he's getting better on the moto track. If he can figure out those lines and not take those insides and just run that outside, I think he should be able to stay ahead of him. If I had to guess, Ricky's probably in a little bit better shape, but Joey Crown proved me wrong at club. He crashed twice or 3 times and still came back and won. So yeah, definitely a tough dude. He's not going to lay down easy.
Well, and you think about the background for both of these riders as well. Joey Crown at his absolute, arguably prime of his pro career, he's training for 30 minutes plus 2 laps in pro motocross. Meanwhile, Ricky Russell at his prime of the XC1 class, he's training for 3 hours of grueling intensity. 30 minutes, the moto length here in Jday, you could almost argue maybe a little more fuel in the tank of somebody like a Ricky Russell compared to a Joey Crown, but it's also hard to say. We've heard, injuries from both of these riders, limitations. Joey Crown not a full-time pro racer anymore, so a lot to kind of balance, and certainly makes it exciting for us. Is kind of makes it really hard to predict.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing to think about is Ricky does 3-hour races. There's no way you can be as intense in a 3-hour race as you can in a 30-minute race as Joey is used to. And here, Ricky going inside again, which that one's actually not terrible. He may have gained some. That outside looks pretty slippery. Earlier, that was slower, but we'll see if they get the camera on him, if he'll take the outside up there. But as I was saying, Ricky, if you're going 3 hours, dude, he's got it. Yep. But for 30 minutes, that intensity, is he ready for that? Joey is. He comes from moto.
Well, and no doubt about it as well, Ricky Russell, like we said, missing round 2 due to a prior scheduled commitment, but also heard some word there was a potential injury. We were able to catch up with the 212, talk to him a little bit about how he is feeling headed here into round number 3.
Feeling pretty good on the new Cowie. I've been riding that this year, and I caught it last minute, came to round 1. Didn't know how I was going to do down there because there's Florida in the sand, and I'm not typically the best sand rider, but was able to get the win down there, so I was really excited about that. And then unfortunately had to miss round 2 with other obligations. So here we are at round 3. Going into it a little bit on the weak side as I broke my collarbone 4.5 weeks ago. I rode last weekend. It's definitely not real strong, but I think with the conditions here, it's not like sand rollers or anything like that. I think I'll be able to get through and hopefully get some points and catch back up some.
Well, that's an interesting talking point right there, Ryan, as well, because we'll be watching late in the race to see whether or not that collarbone starts to give Ricky any problems. Didn't hear in that interview whether or not it's been plated up or whether it's just trying to let the thing heal, but no doubt about it, late in the race, that's when you're really going to find out what kind of shape they're in and what kind of strength's left in that collarbone and shoulder.
Yeah, typically, if he said 4.5 weeks, I would guess he did not get it plated. A lot of times you can come back in 2 or 3 weeks with a plate on it. Without, you really have to let that thing heal back together like almost completely before you go again, because even the slightest tip over with a almost healed collarbone, you can break it right off again. And Ricky's not in a position to have to push it anymore.
Right.
He's going to take the time to do it. I think strength-wise, he's saying like riding strength. You take that much time off the bike, you do lose a lot of that muscle, a lot of the strength and endurance that you had when you were riding all the time.
Well, and on top of that as well, you think about big picture. If to my understanding, I believe Ricky Russell will be with us for the rest of the rounds. He's currently sitting in a good spot in points. Meanwhile, Joey Crown was not there at round number 1, so a big kind of gap to try to take up. Crown and Russell, I believe, 2 or 3 positions between the two of them in points. So Russell got to be thinking big picture on this as well. Have not heard whether Joey Crown is interested in running the full series now that he's kind of caught the bug, but that's definitely going to be factoring into things as well. And that's a great camera shot to show how thick that dust is. You saw Ben Kelly having to kind of check up just a little bit, know where he could go, and the last thing you want to do is come together with a tree.
And I saw Medaglia come back through behind Ben Kelly that time.
Oh, wow.
So he must have went down again somewhere, or had some kind of issue, because he was up behind Collier Martinez on the last lap.
And that could be a big shakeup as well. Medaglia up in the points as well. I believe currently sitting second behind Gus Reardon, who, as we mentioned, not racing with us here this weekend. So here comes your lead group. Great shot from the TBT Racing live drone of that creek jump.
Dude, that's 50 or 60 foot easily.
Was that Russell? He's opened it up.
Yeah, he's gone. riding good for fresh off a broken collarbone.
I'd hate to see him at full strength if this is not feeling great. Wow.
But to that point, not as much as I get older, but when I was younger, there were times that you'd have an injury and come back and feel better just because you took time off.
The rest of the body kind of healing up. So we'll see Russell kind of stepping up onto the moto track. And now got a little bit of breathing room, like you were talking about, Ryan, now to be able to use those outsides to his advantage. All right, so Russell up and over the table. A little glance over to the crowd. A little bit of style for the fans.
Yeah, some off-road style there for Ricky Russell. But yeah, he's opened it up, man. He's I don't know, found some lines or something. He's that momentum that he wasn't carrying earlier. He's got it now. He's definitely rolling through the corners where earlier it's a little bit more stop and go. But yeah, he's on it, man. He's feeling fired up.
Yeah, this is an impressive performance from Russell for sure. And like we said, especially in those opening laps, really, yes, Crown was on the gas and I think had the most speed, but Russell wasn't that far off. And I think also played to his strengths, knew, hey, I just got to kind of hang on for this moto portion. And then the woods, that was where you really see him start to go to work.
It's cool watching these off-road guys jump these big 80, 90 foot jumps. That's not something these guys do every day or ever, almost. So cool to watch them be able to push their limits a little bit, as well as Joey Crown and these moto guys going in the woods and learning that. For me, that's stuff's super fun. It's learning something. I've been riding dirt bikes for 38 years, and I still have fun every single time, and I have even more fun when I'm doing something I've never done. And honestly, something that's, even when something's hard, it's enjoyable because I'm learning.
No doubt about it. And I mean, you take a look at these Luxon lap times. Look at how close we are in lap times. Ben Kelly, Jigs Fustini, Collier Martinez, Justin Coquinos, and Joey Crown, all either a 447 or a 448. Ben just a little faster with a 446, and then Ricky a 442. So, I mean, it's within a couple of seconds for all of these guys. And like we said, where they're just trading mistakes at this point. I think top speed for most of these riders relatively similar, if not in one spot than at the other. But it's who can limit those mistakes, who can kind of put the whole course together. And right now, Ricky Russell's doing just that.
Yeah, and to me, it looks like this course is kind of one of those that you can almost do more damage by over pushing it than you can by just being smooth. You obviously got to carry corner speed and you got to carry momentum and stuff, but you try to push it just a little bit too much. Now you made a mistake. Instead of losing 2/10, you lost 2 seconds, and that's where that could be the difference. Sometimes there's only so much traction. There's a limit to how fast you can actually go, and all these guys are pushing that limit. If they go past it, it's actually a negative.
So hanging here in the woods, waiting for that man right there, Ricky Russell, on the pegs and on the charge. A little bit of dynamic differences between Russell and Crown as well as far as stature goes. Ricky, one of the taller GNCC riders. Meanwhile, Joey Crown a little bit shorter in size.
Coquinos keeping Joey Crown honest, and then Collier's all over him. I think if Collier got around Justin, he may make a run at Joey.
And I just noticed that Coquinos on a 2-stroke, so he might be on a 250 2-stroke here this weekend. I believe the last 2 rounds he's been on a 450, so right now Coquinos feeling solid on the 2-stroke machines.
Well, and I mean, this would be his best finish of the season, so maybe the 2-stroke is the way to go. He is a 125 expert. So.
Here we go, taking a look at the Stoke Battle Cam. It is Justin Coquinos and Collier Martinez going at it for this 3rd place spot. Martinez trying to take the wide way around, not quite able to do it, and they better watch out. Jigs Fustini wants to get in on the party as well.
Yeah, and that's the risk that Collier's take. He wants to get around. You're almost desperate to get around. But if you take a bad line like that, he almost got passed by the guy behind him. So you do have to be careful and just be smart about it, because you can, in trying to gain one position, you can lose 1 or 2.
And starting to climb his way forward is Ben Kelly as well. So getting warmed up. We talk about him always being a threat late in these races. Kelly realizing it is time to go, and that might be the pass for Martinez. Don't think he was quite close enough.
Here we go, setting this one up. I don't know if he'll be able to pass right there. It's just not really wide enough.
Yeah.
As soon as they get back on the moto track, though, he should be able to make something happen, maybe.
Here we go.
Uh-oh, I like that left line better.
Jigs Fustini doing a good job of not following, but gets the door closed on him. Martinez, like we said, bouncing back and forth between offense and defense in a tough spot for sure on the Kawasaki. Here we go, back towards the moto track they go. Let's see. 3-rider fight now. Justin Coinos, Collier Martinez, and Jigs Fustini. This is 3, 4, and 5 on the course.
Best battle on the track. See, it does spread out a little bit when they get out here on the moto track. Coinos, a little bit more of a moto guy maybe, and that's showing out here. Even though Collier should, I mean, this should be his strength as well, but he does do mostly GNCC racing now, which not a lot of moto, a lot more in the woods, but might have lost a little bit of the fire he had a while ago when he was right on him, but see if he can make it back up.
Well,
and
you can
Ben,
see,
Ben is pushing back there.
I was just about to say, creeping into the picture is the 530 of Ben Kelly, your current XC1 points leader out in the GNCC series, and making some noise here in Jday as well. Fellow Northeasterner, got some experience in the Jday growing up. And now starting to show a wheel to Jigs Fustini. And once again, it's almost, it's almost an advantage not being under pressure like that. You see Kelly just able to carry momentum around those outsides. Jigs is taking the lines that he has to. He's got to defend, but just not quite able to get over those jumps as clean. Tyler Medallia still just back there behind. Not sure what happened to the Yamaha rider. He was fighting for the lead early on and just dropped back a couple spots, potentially a crash earlier this race. Looking back at some of our other classes, Landon Wentz leads the way out of our A Open class, with Connor Potts and Dalton Seals in that 2 and 3 spot. Meanwhile, Rivers Morris leads your A250 class. And then Matt Jake in your A200.
I love it. A lot of two-strokes out here. Yes. It's cool. You go to a motocross race, you almost never, unless it's a two-stroke class, you just don't see them. Even in, like, the GNCC series, not a lot of two-strokes. Enduro, you get a few more, but we definitely got a lot of them out here, which is awesome.
Love to see it, love to hear it, love to smell it.
Yeah.
Taking a look at some of our other riders a bit further back. And
Ricky's just on rails, dude. He's just flowing.
On the hunt, no doubt about it. Fired up, and like we said, potentially not even a full strength glimpse at Ricky Russell, as just now do we see Joey Crown. So things opening up a little bit, and got to wonder whether or not maybe overexerting yourself early, as Crown's now starting to fall back into the grasp of Coinos, Martinez, Fustini, and we'll throw Kelly in that mix as well.
And it could be that he, made a mistake, dabbed his foot or something. He's got something going on, bent his brake lever, who knows? Because it's a big difference from the pace he was running first lap and a half and to now. Whereas I think Ricky's just getting strong. And faster and faster.
Don't forget what we talked about early on as far as bike setup goes and kind of what you're most comfortable doing. Ricky Russell, he's accustomed to these kinds of conditions and knows how this is going to deteriorate, how it's going to change time to time. Joey Crown, we saw a fantastic performance out of the Club MX GP, but that was primarily moto. Meanwhile, a lot more woods this time, maybe not quite as comfortable setting the machine up.
Yeah, and I just saw Jigs Fustini come through ahead of Collier Martinez, so he and about to make the pass on Coinos. So he finally found a way around, and now Ben Kelly's still lurking back there. These guys better watch out. He's going to get stronger as this race goes on.
Man, Jigs Fustini really been a name worth mentioning throughout this season so far. Has kind of taken that next step up to being just a, I don't want to say a kid, but kind of a younger rider that we knew one day we'll get there. Well, that one day might be here. At this point, Fustini, a regular threat at the front of the field, and you can tell the belief is there as well in his riding style. Not afraid to run a wheel on some of the riders I'm sure he grew up looking up to.
Yeah, I was going to say he's 10, 15 years younger than some of these guys. So, yeah, cool to see. He's a Northeast guy, right? Yeah.
I believe so, yeah. The Fustini family, his sister Ruby Fustini, a former, I believe, champion as well in the series, so familiar with the Jday series. And we were able to talk with Jigs a little bit earlier this weekend, talk about how he was feeling running 4th in your pro points right now.
No, it's been super hectic for sure. With all these guys, I mean, I feel like I'm riding really good, and just it's kind of hard to come off a moto sometimes in like 8th, but like it's crazy seeing all the guys that are beating me. I mean, out here with top pros in the country. So no, definitely happy to be sitting 4th in points, and I'm looking to continue moving forward.
Love to see it. Unfortunate news for the 249 of Gavin Simon. I just saw pull off here at the finish line. Looks like he's going to have to retire early here in this first moto.
I talked to Gavin earlier, said his bike was bogging when he went out for that Sportsman race, which they were going out to just check out the track, you know. He said bike was bogging on the jumps. And he was asking me if I had any parts. I said, no, dude, I'm here to announce this week. I don't have any bike parts, but I think he was supposed to be doing something to it. Apparently it didn't work.
Tough break for the 249. Meanwhile, the battle continues on with Jigs Christini and Collier Martinez. Coinos has, for the moment at least, opened a couple of bike links, keeping the KTM off of his rear wheel.
You see the difference in that jump if you go inside or you go outside right there. It's just the amount of drive you get off of it. You're probably honestly grabbing another gear if you go outside. It'll just get a lot more speed off that thing. It's not really power at that point. It's just going to be momentum.
Yep. Yeah, Fustini right now, a little style there, landing with the leg off under heavy pressure from the Kawasaki. Martinez knows it is time to go. Oh,
Collier landed out in the mud, about lost the spot. That's what I mean. It's you got to be smart about where you push the limit, where you try to make these passes. It was definitely got passed once by Fustini, and then almost again by Ben Kelly there.
Shout out to Alex Luger in that number 9 spot, and then Alex Vanoof rounding out your top 10 here at the moment. Josh Toth in that 8th place position, not too far off of Tyler Medallia. You can see the multitude of lines there now. And that's not new. Those lines had been there, but they were covered with standing water all day long. So at least now you can kind of see where they're at.
A whole lot of Fox track tape out there. Fox is the title sponsor. Appreciate those guys.
Absolutely.
Supporting the series.
Yeah, so many amazing sponsors. I mean, we talk about it takes a village. You know, every person that you hear or company that you hear mentioned in the intros and you see the banners around the track, it takes so much to be able to put these on. And of course, a huge shout out to Ethan Broach here at Jday, and of course Chad and everybody here at the CGI facility as well. It is a week, if not weeks long endeavor getting things ready for an event like this, and certainly shows the preparation that they put into it with conditions like this. So here we go, wheel-to-wheel battle with Coinos, Fustini, and then Martinez, Kelly, and Medallia. T-Dags catching up to this group as well now. It is a full-on party. 5 or 6 riders all battling it out. There goes Joey Crown just on the right side of your screen. And shout out to Coinos as well, keeping cool under pressure. He has got a freight train of riders behind him, and he continues to hit his marks.
He's riding really good. I think that the woods is starting to shape up into there is one really good line.
Yeah. And it sounds like the white flag is coming out. White flag, 1 lap left to go. Meanwhile, the creek jump, not as much of a deciding factor here on the pro ranks. Pretty much everybody hitting that one.
Yeah, I was saying the track is earlier all the lines were fairly equal. I think now it's starting to get beat in where there's kind of one good line, because you're not seeing a lot of passes out there in the woods like we were earlier. Now that will change as that one main line gets rougher and rougher and rougher. It'll pay off to get off the main line, but for now it's kind of freight training through there.
No doubt about it. Here we go. White flags out. Ricky Russell trying to grab a first moto win. Joey Crown looking to hang on to a top 3 to start things off. And then the question is, who will be on the final spot on the podium here for Moto 1? Justin Coinos has had the spot thus far, but Jigs Fustini, that white flag might as well have been a green flag. It is time to go. Now you got to make this pass happen. 1 lap left here in Moto 1.
Yeah, he can come through with a podium in this moto. I think that would be his best of the year as well. So I think he's pretty young, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Young guy, so mixing it up with the veterans.
Yep. Yeah, like we said, be a huge confidence boost to him, and that belief can be dangerous. We see it and say it, whether it's out at Loretta Lynn's, whether it's at GNCC. There's a big difference between saying, I think I can, and I've done it. And so for somebody like a Fustini to be able to do battle with somebody like Justin Coinos, running that number 1, your champ from last year, that's a big thing. Even if he's not able to make the pass, to say, I was on his rear wheel the whole time, took off, was able to hold off riders like Collier Martinez, Ben Kelly, Tyler Medaglia. We've known these names for years and years, so certainly some impressive riding from Fustini. Meanwhile, look at this. Ben Kelly trying to make some moves, and Medaglia.
Why did he go outside right there?
Wow, so T-Dags
made a pass and then got passed back by a different guy.
Fired up right now.
Collier Martinez just lost 2 spots on the last lap. That is not ideal for his race.
Certainly going to make things tough for him. Meanwhile, Medaglia seems to have found an energy reserve or something. Is here on this final lap. He is now to the rear wheel of Fustini. He went from offense trying to take over Justin Coinos' positions to heavy defense now as Medaglia shows him a wheel up the inside.
Yeah, that's a better move for Tyler. He's been sitting back there the whole time. Probably not on purpose.
We'll take a look.
Not on purpose, but he's been learning. He's learning, watching other guys with their lines and stuff, and now making it pay off with a last lap charge here.
Here we go.
Pass.
So Kelly slams the door on Martinez and then goes to the outside. Medaglia was going to take the inside in that next corner and make the pass on Kelly. So some flip-flopping around inside that top 5. Meanwhile, not having to worry about it is Ricky Russell at the front of the field. Get out front, put some time between yourself and the rest of the competition. Makes things a lot easier for you. As there is the Kawasaki. Russell's just able to manage now at this point.
He's got such a big lead.
This is impressive.
And looked easy. He never once got out of shape. Joey's actually kept him fairly honest. I'd say it hasn't grown much, but also once you get the lead, like, why are you pushing?
Yeah.
So Ricky's smart enough, veteran enough to go, I just got to manage this thing. I don't need to win by a minute. I need to win by just enough. That dust is getting bad out there for sure.
Yeah, Crown can't get too comfortable. I think all that fighting between Coinos, Fustini, Kelly, it's kind of brought them to the rear wheel of Joey Crown.
Yeah, they're getting close. Oh, man. Coinos has been under pressure this entire moto. I mean, he has not been able to relax at all.
Well, the last thing you'd want is to give it away here in the closing stages of the final lap. As here we go. Ricky Russell on approach to a checkered flag.
Man, that Fox FPV drone is so cool. Got some roost off the back tire there, and he's not letting off. Right through the finish, he's pushing, wants to make a statement. Nice job. There at your Yamaha finish line. Should be Joey Crown coming in here next for second place. And then we'll see who wins the battle of Coinos versus... Yeah, he pulled it off. Justin Coinos is the third place in the moto. Jigs Fustini in fourth. Tyler Medaglia fifth. Ben Kelly 6th, Collier Martinez 7th. Rough for, there's Josh Toth there in 8th, so he made up a lot of ground at the end too. Must have had maybe an issue mid-moto there because he dropped back quite a bit, but definitely fast. He's got the speed, just putting it all together. And I think Zach's got an interview down at the podium for us. So it looks like the riders are needing a little bit extra time. Get some water. It is fairly hot out here, and they're pushing super hard.
Yeah, they said the sun is shining. We got a black backdrop here. Ricky Russell, I mean, it has nothing to do with the 30 minutes of battle that you just had going on out there. Ricky, man, take us through it. We heard from your interview there. We had the broken collarbone. We were questioning how strong we were going to be feeling here. We put the questions to rest or what, man? You were flying from green flag to checker. Take us through that race.
Yeah, no doubt. It's one of those things you just never know how you're going to feel till you get out there. I rode one time in the last 5 weeks, and that was last weekend at a race, and I was hurting pretty good this week, so it's just, waiting to see how it felt when I got out there, and after this morning, I knew it was going to be all right for the rest of the day, hopefully, as long as I don't do anything too stupid. So I was able to get a good start and kind of get in the lead. Well, actually, me and Joey were battling, and he was faster on me than the moto track, and I had him a little bit in the woods, which is as expected, and I was able to get enough cushion that he didn't get me back on the moto, and kind of just cruised it in from there and ride my own race, so pretty cool.
No doubt about it. Now, as far as difference, two-moto format here at Jday, are we expecting big changes between Moto 1 to Moto 2? We've heard from Taylor Jones, the wood's kind of breaking down. What are your thoughts on what you'll be facing in Moto 2?
No, for sure. It's getting a little silty, deep, chopped, kind of a little gravelly. So it's hard to see. So a start is important. So like I said, I got up to top 3 starts, so that was good. I just need to do that again, and might do a little bit of suspension changes. I was getting a little kicky, but we'll go from there and come out swinging.
No doubt about it. Who's celebrating with you with this first moto win?
I got to thank the whole Linwood Motoplex team back home in Washington for helping me with all the support, and just all my awesome sponsors: TBT Suspension, 60, FXR, Pirelli Tires, ODI, XC Gear, 9.2, just SXS slide plates and hand guards. These things are badass. So big shout out to them, and thank you everyone. My wife back home, she's preggo right now, and she's watching. So. Thank you for letting me come do this.
There it is. She's got to be pumped after that ride. That is Ricky Russell, your first moto winner. We head over here to Joey Crown crossing the line in that number 2 spot. Like we heard from Ricky, a true back and forth battle there. Kind of as expected, maybe a little stronger on the moto portion compared to the woods, but you were in this fight all the way down to the very end. Take us through how you felt on Moto 1.
Yeah, great on the motocross track. To be expected. I was for sure scared or worried a little bit coming here after checking out the track. It's basically 75% woods, and it's hard to make up that much time on the moto track, especially with it being so hard packed and not very rough. So it doesn't separate for having moto suspension. It's almost maybe better in cases in some of the turns that have wood stuff. So I knew it was going to be tough, and I got an okay start and got right to the lead and was able to stay in front for most of the woods. And Ricky's experience showed, and he made 2 passes in the wood, like the first 2 laps in the woods that I didn't think you could do. I didn't think I was going that slow, but man, he aggressive, got around me. I mean, it was clean. You got to do that in the woods. But then I got him back on the motocross track first lap, and then he got me back in the woods. And I could have pushed and probably got him again in the motocross track the second lap, but it was going to be a long moto, and I didn't want to override in the woods and crash or something. Top 3 is better than 6th. So.
Yeah, and I was going to ask, as far as those lines, we talk about Ricky's experience here in the off-road side of things. Were you kind of taking some notes? Were you picking up on some lines, some things that he was doing that maybe you can apply in that second moto?
Yeah, for sure. I caught a couple lines. Unfortunately, lappers got in the way, and I didn't get to see as much as I would have liked. But the couple lines I did see, I'm like, dang, like that's pretty smart. So it's with these woods and how they are. It's not just a 2-track like GNCC majority. It's a lot of like national enduro type woods, where you can make your lines, and it's tough for a not experienced woods guy like myself, and even Justin, I don't think is nearly experienced as some of these pro GNCC guys. So picked up on a couple things, and hopefully I can do the same the second moto. Maybe be able to end up in the top step, but I'll be happy with top 3 for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's the beauty of Jday. 2-moto format, man. We're definitely still in this fight for the overall. Who's got your back? Who do you want to thank?
I got to give it up to the Lord. It's been a long road to be able to get back to riding my dirt bike, let alone racing. And my parents back home, my girlfriend back home, I know she's watching. She supports me. She's bummed she's not here. And Colomex, they've been awesome to me, and I mean that's my 9-to-5 job during the week, but they allow me to come here and do these races and fly gear, Scott goggles, scar bars. Man, there's first form. There's a lot of people to help me. Hopefully I can get up the next moto and be a little more rehearsed and
There it is, Joey Crown second place in that first moto. I'm gonna see if I can bring Justin Coinos up here. Third place out of that pro moto. Two-stroke here. First time, I was gonna ask him about it. I don't know if he's ridden the two-stroke in the pro class thus far in the season. All right, confirm or deny? This is the first time we've rode the two-stroke in this pro class, correct?
Yeah, it is. Ambro hooked me up with this thing, and yeah, this is the Ampro rig. And yeah, I got it at club. Rode it a little bit, and yeah, I like it definitely a little bit better in the woods. A little lighter, has that little snap when I need it and stuff like that. Versus that 450 sometimes gets heavy. So felt good in the woods today.
And I was going to say, man, we saw you in that 125 class, really flowing, really efficient out there. I'll tell you, I didn't see anybody doing your step down move yet, so I hadn't picked up on that. But man, take us through, even from the 125 level to the pro level, how much the track is changing. You've got experience here in Jday. You know kind of the way things are going to break down. It really seems like, especially in the woods, things kind of changing lap by lap now.
Yeah, for sure. It's getting a little bit dry out there. So can't quite trust the berms. You know, I found that out pretty quick. Got to try to stay out of those things as much as we can. And definitely better when just getting the start and you can go into the woods out front. That dust is, I struggle with it. Some of those true woods guys, they don't care about not seeing. But yeah, hopefully I can get the same start, but then Joey got me, I think, like third or fourth turn. So hopefully next moto I get the start and then I can go into the woods out front and maybe it's a little different, who knows, but yeah, hopefully that 125 I can search for some more lines. They were a little bit quicker out in the woods than me, but I was scared to change my line because I was scared of opening the door. So figure it out in the 125 again and then come back out in this one.
No doubt about it. One more time, who's helping you out?
My mom, my dad, my sister. Plastow Power Sports, Ampro, Factory Connection. This bike was handling awesome out there. Redline Oil, FXR 60, Alpine Star, Moto Tazanari, and you know, everyone else. Thank you. My girlfriend, everyone else.
There it is, Justin Coinos rounding out the pro podium here for Moto number 2.
And there we go with Moto 8, the Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and the girls Moto. I didn't see who got the whole shot there, Zach.
Looks like potentially Bentley Saxon out there on that Yamaha. Strong performance in Moto number 1. And looking to repeat it again here in Moto number 2. So Saxon putting some good lines, and there's a perfect example of what you just heard some of our pro riders talking about, that siltiness of some of those berms where you could bury into it earlier. Now you're actually going to bury into it. It's going to absorb that machine. As here we go, Mini Senior and Mini Junior taking off. That is Jackson Saxon, AJS. Action Jackson Saxon. He's going to have an AJS
you
butt
said
patch
it right
next
that time,
yeah,
too.
I know.
Yeah, you're getting better.
So when I think about it, that's when I mess it up. So Kim Mikowski out there as well. All right, taking a look here, Mini Senior, Mini Junior.
Talking about the siltiness, the powder in the corners, that's just from it getting dry. And the track crew's done everything they can.
Yeah.
You can only do so much water. But that's a thing, or that's a situation where you want to keep the front end out of it, right? If you go in there like it's perfect dirt and you bury the front end, it's actually going to bury. You're going to almost get stopped, lose all your momentum. You could go down. In a situation like that, you want to keep the front end low. Like, I never want it to get up on top of the berm. I'll let the rear end get up there, but I keep the front end right at the base of it. That's going to be about my best chance to keep my speed and not let that front end kind of bury into the powder.
Whew, man. Jackson Saxon getting a little wild there, and kind of a little rainage ditch just off of that service road, and almost reached up, and it looks like maybe just kicked a rock kind of the wrong way, not quite how he was expecting, but the front of the field still nonetheless in our mini senior and mini junior class.
Is that a new term you just came up with, a rainage ditch? Because I'm going to use that.
Did I just say
from
that?
now on. Yeah, it's
I'll
not a
stick with it.
drainage ditch.
It's a rainage ditch.
It's a rainage ditch. Yeah.
We're getting creative out here at Jday, not just the lines. It's got its own set of vocabulary out here.
Yeah.
I'm being efficient like Justin Coinos. I'm saving words here.
Yeah.
Rain, drainage, rainage.
Just put it all
You
together.
got what I was getting at?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I like it. So is that Berg, right?
I believe so, yep.
Indy Berg, but did the leader come through already?
If so, we missed him on camera, but
Okay.
I would think it would still be Saxon out front leading the way. Bentley Saxon, that is, and then I would assume a sibling of Jackson Saxon.
You would think.
Once I saw the hometowns, I was a little
Yeah,
more confident to make that assumption. Then Blake Phillips out there as well. Michael Kimikowski, Weldon Young, Ryder Smith, Kason Phillips. All taking to the track here. The first of our second motos, 2-moto format out here at Jday. So going to be deciding some overalls with every checkered flag now.
You're watching the lines change too. Now,
Yes.
I mean, these guys are taking totally different lines than they were in that first moto, because now however many bikes, lots of bikes and lots of laps over this, with it being dry, it deteriorates pretty quick, and the rocks and everything else. So just totally different than they were in that first moto. And the guys that are looking a little bit further ahead are going to have the benefit out there to see it before they get to it.
So watching your leader on our TBT Racing live drone. And doing a good job of adjusting to those lines. Seeing our kind of next generation of the stars of Jday.
And we were talking about this earlier, but the cool part is this is the next generation. Like, these guys, they aspire to be the pros that we just saw. They can sit back and watch this on their phone and watch the pros and the lines that the pros take and get ideas and go, oh, dude, I didn't even see that line when I was out there, but look what those pros did. I'm going to go do that now. And that's just helping their development more and more. You know, they're going to get better by being able to watch the pros than if they were just sitting there waiting. Basically,
Well, and I mean, even just something like our TBT Racing live drone, even you could almost argue even more so than the FPV, I think is fun and entertaining to watch, but I really think that overhead drone shot, it gives you such an eagle-eye view of the way, not only the lines, but the way they set things up, right? They swing left so that they can go right or vice versa. To your point, learning to use the broadcasting tool just as much as an entertainment or something that you do for fun. I think you see, I mean, you hear it in motocross, supercross, you hear the same thing from our top GNCC racers. We go back and watch film. Right, and it's just like you bring up the basketball and football mentality. They do the same thing. You go back and you watch the way things break down, and you're intentional with it. How are the riders breaking down? How are the lines breaking down? The track developing, and so I think when you start to learn these tools and learn how to use them for your program, you can step up. And I think that's why we're also starting to see super mini riders with riding style and you know, race intelligence that we weren't accustomed to seeing in years past. Well, the riders in years past didn't have as many opportunities and tools available to sharpen their skills.
You said the word, it's tools.
Yep.
And even if you're not here physically racing this weekend, you can watch this online, and I learned a ton from watching video.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I spent a lot of my time injured and a lot of time on the spin bike. You can spin bike with a broken wrist, with a broken foot, with a broken leg. I've done them. But I would watch video. I'd study video. And whether it was current stuff or I've got all the bar-to-bar videos from like 03 on, the Supercross bar-to-bar stuff, and I would just sit there and watch stuff, and I go, man, why is Kevin Windham so much better in this section than Chad Reed?
Yep.
Why is Ricky Carmichael better here than James Stewart? And then you start picking that stuff up. These kids, anybody watching this can do the same thing watching these pros, watching any of these guys go through this corner right here. He just did it perfect, right? So what was he doing to make it that easy?
Yep.
Because a lot of the guys we were watching earlier didn't make it look that easy. You know what I mean? So it's just tools that you can use if you have the drive and the determination to get better. You're going to use everything you can.
Yeah, I always remember Blake Baggett talk about how closely he watched Christophe Porcel, and I believe same thing, coming back from the injury, had a lot of time to study, and then that was kind of the development of El Chupacabra, right, when Blake went on a tear there in the 250s, and and now even more so in the off-road side of things, still relatively new, the live streaming, the Racer TV coverage for GNCC Racer TV and GPTV here for Jday. It is still a new tool where riders on even at the top level are still figuring out how to use things, especially as we start to establish more regular stops. GNCC's obviously got some courses that they've come to year after year, and may not be exactly the same, but there's certain things that you can still pick up from. And you got to think Jday, as it continues to grow, a lot of new going on right now, but hopefully kind of setting those stakes in the grounds for a long-term relationship, and something where potentially could be at the CGI facility GP of 2027, going back and watching this footage.
Right. And even if the track's not the same, how did it develop?
Yes.
How did it break down? What changed between Moto 1 and Moto 10 or whatever? And the same thing goes with watching, even if it's not the track, with the GNCC, you can see the body position that the top pro has through that section. And then the guy that is actually, in third place, but he's ripping through and passing everybody. What is he doing different than the guy that was out front or the guy he just passed? That was a big crash.
Big crash.
Hopefully
there from your
he's
leader,
all right.
Bentley
Just
Saxon.
Tuck the front in that powder, man. I know there's a little rock there, there's a couple roots, and it can jump up and bite you.
Man, he was on the charge. We'll see if we can get a replay of that. Glad to see he is back up. Look at this, on the charge, and then it just turned just a little bit at right when the suspension compressed, and he was going for a ride before he even knew it. Jumped right back up and had quite the lead built up already. So still going to hang on to that number 1 spot.
I was saying, you can tell me how to do something all day long. If I can watch you do it, I can learn it way quicker. So it's just choosing, not just watch it for the entertainment, watch it for study, and go, how is that guy going so fast right there? And a lot of times there's no explanation until you learn the technique.
Right.
At least you can see his body position.
Well, and it's even like what you talked about early this morning about walking the track, right? You've got to be intentional with it. It's fun to sit here on Racer TV or GPTV and watch this coverage. We're enjoying it, don't get me wrong. But if you're a racer and you're trying to use this as a tool, you got to use this as a tool. You can't just sit here and just watch it and not take anything from it. You got to be looking for specific things, and sometimes going back and rewatching to watch something different. I'm watching the track this time. Then I'm watching riding style of a certain athlete next time. So to your point, it's all just about how much how detailed you're willing to get with it and how closely you're willing to watch. And I think you make a good point as well. Some riders not able to just hear it. They need to see it. They need to see it in action. And sometimes even if, it's somebody like yourself explaining it while watching a different rider do it, it kind of helps connect those dots.
Yeah, for sure. And that's why I'm really thankful that I'm able to ride again after all my injuries and stuff. But when I teach schools, I always ride. I'm never the guy out in street clothes just telling you how to do it. I'll tell you, and then I'll go show you. So I'm thankful, like I said, very blessed to be able to still ride again, or to still ride at probably not the level I once was, definitely not, but I can still go fast for a minute.
Yes.
So, and hopefully do it correctly. And it's funny, when I ride now, I'm always thinking about how I'm doing things, because I'll teach it a certain way. I better do it that way,
right,
or else I'm a hypocrite. So I try to get really good form and kind of do the right techniques that way. When I show you, I'm actually doing it.
Well, and we've heard that from riders before, even if they're still in their racing career and maybe do some one-off schools and stuff. They say it's kind of a refreshing back to the basics, right? You almost forget some of these simple questions and technique things that maybe a younger kid would be asking. And then you go back and realize, well, wait a second, I haven't been doing that like I'm supposed to be either.
Yep, for sure.
Jackson Saxon making his way through. I think now physically moving up to the number 2 spot.
He's ripping. Looks a little bit more comfortable even than that first moto.
A little more feisty here in Moto 2. You can see the extreme section really starting to break down now. There goes Ryder Smith, 21 on the bike, I believe 211 on the helmet. Weldon Young leading the way now here in Moto 2 of that mini junior class. So that's a battle for the overall. Right on cue, there is Lightning Weldon Young.
Ka-chow.
Lightning fast right now, no doubt about it. Kimitowski in that number 2 spot on the Yamaha Bentley Saxon, though, in control of this one. And then Jackson Saxon in control of Mini Senior on your screen right now.
You see the track crew, the CGI track crew out there getting a little watered down. Unfortunately now, I mean, we got to do it because of the dust, but it's going to make it very slippery. These guys are going to have to be careful. Like I said earlier, try to keep the bike upright, try to keep it going in a straight line as much as you can. Because as soon as you try to turn or hit the brakes or hit the throttle too hard on that slippery stuff, it's going to get interesting.
Well, and that's what I was going to say too. Brake control going to be so crucial. This once you get to the hard pack, kind of glassy type soil we talk about, then you throw some water on top of it. It's real easy to lock those brakes up, and you've got no control at that point.
Yeah. Once you start sliding, it's hard to stop.
Slideways, that's another one of my favorites.
Slideways, I heard you say that earlier. I like that. I've used that one before too.
Doing a good job of running the edges of the track here as well, trying to stay in somewhat thick stuff. Taking a look at watching Jackson Saxon right now. Bentley Saxon is leading the way, but this is Jackson Saxon on your screen. Out of your mini senior class. Taking a look, still Weldon Young out front. Indy Berg and Ryder Smith, 2 and 3 out of your super mini class. There is Bentley Saxon.
Looks like the handlebars are maybe bent just a little bit.
Tweaked up just
maybe
a little bit.
Maybe from that crash earlier. He did go down pretty hard. Thankfully, he's okay. But yeah, it's tough to ride a bent up bike, man. Actually, after a couple laps, you kind of get used to it, but still, it's aggravating.
Yeah.
You want to push, and you're like, man, it just don't feel right. I wish these handlebars were straight, but that's what happens when you tip over.
Well, and you find yourself all of a sudden leaning left, or you're just off balance a little bit. Saw a little glance back there from Jackson, just double checking who's on his rear wheel, if he's got some time to play with. And I think he does. I believe he's opened up just a little bit of a gap here. Meanwhile, Bentley, even after that crash, has got several seconds on the rest of the field, so he's able to just kind of cruise this thing in. No point in throwing it away now.
Riding good, staying up on those pegs, standing most of the time. Works a lot better than sitting down whenever it gets rough out there. I think it's real important when it gets dusty like this, gets a little tilted, you keep those knees back, keep the weight back. Like I said, not necessarily your head. It's like the whole body. The head stays over the bars, but you get low and you get back, and that's going to take weight off the front, put a little more on the rear, kind of keep that front light and not stuff it into that silt.
Yeah, Bentley looking really strong right now. And the Saxon family regulars out at the GNCC series, so plenty of experience on the off-road side of things. And
look like maybe mom right there cheering him on at the Yamaha finish line.
Certainly a fan, if nothing else. Got to be pumped up with the riding right now. Mom might not have seen that crash on screen, but he's okay though. He's back up and rolling. Moto parents are different.
Yeah. TBT live drone staying up above the trees there, kind of catch him in and out through there. He's not going to jump the triple. I think he's got a big enough lead.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. That's fresh water.
That's glass right there.
That is going to be slippery.
And
that's
you could almost
flat track
see,
skill I'm talking about.
Yep, you could see the way he straightened the bike up as well. Wasn't as hard on the corner, wasn't using those edges of the tire. Great adjustment there from Bentley Saxon, kind of registering, hey, some serious water's been thrown down.
Looking at the Motion Pro rundown here, Indy Berg, I feel like, was 3rd overall in the last one. He's kind of fell back. I don't know if he tipped over. I saw him kind of not going very fast earlier, messing with his goggles. Maybe something, with this freshly watered track, maybe got something under the tear off, or maybe ran out of tear off.
True. Yeah, and meanwhile, Weldon Young, I feel like, has completely responded here in the second moto, got second in class there in the mini junior class in the first moto. We talked about being maybe on the younger, smaller side, still on the 65. Kimichowski, if I'm not mistaken, jumped up to the 85 for this class, but he has responded and is now currently sitting in the 3rd overall position. So good stuff for Young right now.
Yeah, that's impressive. 3rd overall on a 65, and he's going to go 2-1 in his class, which would be the overall win if he can hang on to it.
No doubt about it. Meanwhile, the Fox FPV drone, we're hanging out and trying to hang on to the back of Action Jackson Saxon.
You're getting good at that now.
I'm starting to get it figured out.
Yeah. He's getting a lot of airtime in this one.
Yeah, he's looking good.
You saw he went for the tear off right there. It's a good spot for it, nice and flat. You do have the off camber coming up, but you got a little bit of time. You got to be smart with those tear offs. Try to do it in a rough section. It's not going to work out.
Yeah, especially as a kid. I feel like everybody sees, at least in moto, they see you do it in the air, and everybody wants to do it in the air, and I've seen that go wrong many a time.
Oh, yeah.
He's way better than I'll ever be. He's got artistry and craft.
And it's actually something that it's this sounds crazy, but I would pick up tear-offs when I was a kid on the ground and then clean them off only for practice. Because if you never practice taking a tear off, how do you do it in the race? And they're too expensive to buy and just waste them all the time. So pick them up, clean them off, and then you can't see great through them, but you go out there and you practice. Like, quick, grab that tear off, because I need to be able to do it within the least amount of time possible. If there's only a 30-foot straightaway, I need to be able to get one. And if you don't ever practice that, you're going to fumble with it. Maybe you grab all of them, rip them all off. Now you're screwed.
Now you're
or you don't get it off, and now you can't see, and now you mess up, you get past. So it's an important thing to practice.
And those are the little details that we've talked about before, where it's they are small things that could force a big mistake that could ultimately ruin your entire race. So it's like anything, it's the details that add up that really separate the top level riders from the rest of the field. And something as simple as being able to pull a tear off on command, knowing you know exactly where to go. And even different goggles pull in different ways. Like I know the Scott goggles have the 2 posts on each side, and I just switched over to them not too long ago. The first time I pulled one, it still was flapping over there. I was like, oh, you really got to yank these things. So
looks like Indy Berg moved up to 3rd overall.
She heard you talking, or he heard you talking.
Yeah.
Excuse me, yeah.
Riding good.
The 194 picking it up.
And Motion Pro, they make some good stuff. Almost all my specialty tools are Motion Pro. I've been riding for them, with them for a long time, a lot of my career. And T-handles, Allen wrenches, all their engine tools and stuff, man, that's some really, really good stuff. They got a cool adjustable case splitter. Yeah, when you start splitting cases, it's a must on some of those bikes. So
if you see me splitting cases, there's a problem, because I should not be splitting cases. So
it's not bad if you take it apart and lay it out in order. It goes, you put it right back in how you took it out. It's really not terrible. It's intimidating, because you wonder, man, what if I get something wrong?
Yeah.
And I was the same way, but you just take your time, and it's really not that bad.
So caught Indy Berg there on the camera. Meanwhile, here comes Bentley Saxon across the bridge. And on the charge once again, going to be headed towards us here by the Yamaha finish line, running alongside that creek.
It's such a cool shot right by the pond there.
Yeah, it's cool how it all kind of flows together. The creek jump, I believe, flows right into this pond here.
He's still charging.
Yeah, he's on the gas right now.
That the crash didn't, or he's recovered from it well.
Yeah,
because he's pushing right now and doing what I was talking about earlier, staying low in those little powder berms. The lower you can stay, you want to use a little bit of it, because if you're on the flat, there's not a lot of traction. So just let the rear end kind of fade up into it, but keep the front end out of it as much as possible.
And back onto the motor track he goes.
Look at, I bet he learned that scrub watching the pros.
Some style, I'm telling you. He's got the GoPro chest mount on. He's going to have some great footage out here from this weekend.
Man, it's a battle for that overall. Weldon Young's back up into third. Indy Burke's back to fifth. But they could be within seconds, even though not physically, because they were on different rows, but they're battling in the overall, in the tie, adjusted time. So,
yeah, 3 different riders in 3 different classes battling for third overall. Weldon Young out of Mini Junior, Blake Phillips out of Mini Senior, and Indy Burke out of Super Mini. Flip-flopping on that adjusted time. Meanwhile, Bentley really got these jumps out in now.
Piecing this track together, cut out of that berm early, even though it was, a little bit closer to that inside roller, it set him up really good for that next one. There's more fresh water on the track there. You notice he's really taking it easy right there, and that's smart with a big lead. And like I said earlier, there's only so much traction. Jet Lawrence couldn't go too fast around that, that corner right there. Or I guess I'm talking to the off-road crew. Grant Davis couldn't go crazy fast around through there, just because there's not enough traction. The more you can keep it upright, obviously, the better. But there's a limit to how fast you can push when it's slippery.
Well, and I was even going to say, I've noticed in this moto, Bentley, last moto when he wasn't jumping something, he was still kind of skying it out a little bit, almost casing it in the center of the jump. Now he knows, hey, I'm not going for this. I'm going to scrub it off. I'm going to get the power back to the ground, get hard back on the throttle. So, like you said, really kind of dialing things in here in that second moto. And that's the beauty. I mean, the second moto, it's a second chance for a lot of riders as well, but it's also, you'll start to notice some guys really have things dialed in. And a rider that maybe got second or third in Moto 1, it was a couple of little details to get sorted out, and you can be right in the mix for the second Moto win and potentially the overall. So still no white flag yet, at least 2 more laps to go. As the other Saxon, Jackson Saxon, checks in here. I'm back on the FPV drone.
Weldon Young, just the lone 65 out there.
Ka-chow.
Soldiering on.
Absolutely.
So 4 laps completed. Did they do 5 in the last one?
I was
trying to 6.
Trying to think. It's got to be.
I think it's 5, but I don't see a white flag.
Yeah,
yet.
I was about to say I haven't seen a white flag. Maybe pick the pace up just a little bit here, but
could be. I know a lot of times the woods will go faster because all those lines are broken now. You can straighten a lot of stuff out. Where, especially classes like this, they maybe would not be the ones to pioneer a line.
Right.
If there's not a tire mark there, probably not going that way. As you get older, you learn, hey, a lot of times where there's no tire marks, that's a good line, just because it's out of the main line, out of the bumps.
Taking a look here, our broadcast on Racer TV as well as GPTV. See, take a look. We're Jday's live on Instagram right now. Rivers Morris, he's checking in. He's scoping things out. Everybody using the tools to their advantage, and that's a good point that you bring up, though. I didn't think about that for these riders. They were technically the second race of the day. Our Micros got things kicked, or our Pee-wees got things kicked off, but a lot of these race lines that we've seen develop, they weren't even thought of yet. I mean, we saw Taylor Jones really get creative. We saw some of our 125 riders go into some unclaimed territory as well, so things certainly interesting. Meanwhile, Weldon Young just roosted Bentley Saxon. That's probably the most dirt he's eaten all day long, and the 65 does not care. He's not wanting to move over at all. It's like, oh, that was the leader. My bad.
Hey, I belong here too.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Oh, that was cool. Did you see him
Yep,
wheelie off
up
that?
through that?
Yeah, right over those 3 bumps. Saves some energy, man.
So here we go, white flag coming out, 1 lap left to go. Bentley Saxon trying to bring things home and make the math easy for us, 1-1.
That is my kind of math.
1 + 1 = 3, right?
That's what they tell me.
Yeah, okay.
1-1 equals fun, that's for sure. TBT Racing live drone picking it back up, headed onto the moto track one more time. And you can see so crazy the difference between the left side of the track right there and the right side. The color, how much is packed down. And I'll be curious, we talked about the, kind of the development of that throughout the day and how sometimes the race line early on winds up not being the race line late. We could almost start to see some of our big bikes where they have the power to explore some of those tilled up areas, really start to explore that in these later motos. Bentley Saxon, a 5:26 the last time around. Next closest, a 6:11 from Jackson Saxon. So clearly got the pace and the man to beat, at least here in this race.
Yeah, it's tricky whenever we talked about building tracks earlier. If you have a corner and you don't build a berm on the outside, well, the inside's probably going to just be your fastest all the time.
Right.
If you do build a berm, a lot of this stuff out here, nobody's going to the inside. So it's still wet and muddy just like it was this morning. And so there's no win, it's not easy to make it where there's two even lines. There's always going to be one, or most of the time always going to be one that's a little bit better than the other. It's up to the rider trying to make the pass to push the limit a little bit more in the alternate line. Just like we saw Joey Crown do earlier when he passed Ricky Russell. That was faster than anybody hit that corner. Probably a little bit over the limit, but was able to make the pass, and that's the only reason he could. If he would have gone normal speed, he wouldn't have made the pass. So, yeah, it's just tricky when you build a track like this, or like any of these tracks, to build a berm or not build a berm. I like the berm for the most part.
The general has spoken. So here we go. Final lap on the moto track, just about done and dusted now. Just time to hit the trails one more time. Meanwhile, once again, Indy Berg has jumped up into that third overall spot. There is Michael Kimachowski. Haven't quite seen as much of the Yamaha here in Moto number 2. Not looking quite as comfortable here in this second moto.
No, he was jumping that one in the first one.
Yeah.
And not doing it now. So, not sure. Got that one though.
Yeah. Could have to do with the water laid down as well. Maybe not quite as comfortable. Getting hard under acceleration.
That Ryder Smith there. No. Sure.
Yeah, I believe so. It's 211 on the front number plate, and I think 21 on the side number plates.
Got it.
Keeping us on our toes here.
Ryder Smith running third in that Super Mini behind Bentley Saxon and Indy Berg. And Indy Berg's back up into third overall. These guys are just battling. Jackson Saxon, though, from that senior mini class, jumping up into second overall between the two Super Mini riders. Good ride for him.
No doubt about it. And really looking comfortable. I mean, even something as simple as that. Roll the first loop and then still jumping that off. Like,
and it's funny to watch. I mean, my kid was the same way. I'd be like, dude, you've jumped 50-foot jumps, and now you won't jump this 15-foot jump. But he just didn't feel comfortable.
Dad, you
just
don't
like
get it.
Right there, it would seem way harder for me, or to me, for Jackson Saxon to seat bounce out of that than to just roll over the, jump the first one with roll speed. But that's just the way it is. Like we said, it's on their time. When they're comfortable, they'll do it. But not until then, no matter how much you yell at them.
there is your leader on approach towards a checkered flag and an overall.
I see he's got a big tank on that thing. I wonder if that 85 will not, well, it's probably a 105 or something, but I wonder if it won't make 30 minutes with the stock tank.
I definitely think it will. I know they're pretty heavy in the GNCC,
okay.
and so it might just be his GNCC bike.
I know he had a quick fill on it.
Yep, and so obviously the Super Mini class, or YXC1 as they call it, in GNCC runs for an hour and a half, but he's only got to run for about one more corner. Here we go.
There we go. Bentley Saxon coming through the Yamaha finish line. 1-1 on the day, and the overall win in the Super Mini class. Indy Bird not giving up. Still on it all the way down to the last corner. I think that'll be second in the Super Mini class, possibly third overall. We'll see where Saxon comes through. Jackson Saxon.
All right, so getting ready to bring up your winner here. Man, what a ride. 1-1 makes the math easy for us, man, but certainly wasn't easy out there. Track's breaking down a little bit, getting a bit rougher. Take us through this second moto.
Yeah, I got off to a horrible start. My bike just didn't crank, and got into the lead pretty early on the motocross track and into the woods, and I was like, holy crap, this is rough. And I just tried to make my way through it and ended up wrecking pretty hard and had to put myself back together and regroup, and just ended up finding a flow and just going after it from there.
Yeah, we caught that crash on camera, man. Take us through what happened a little bit. Looks like maybe just got a little over the front end and then got spit off. Take us through things from your perspective.
Yeah, I was going down the hill, and I think I put too much weight on the front end and just washed it out pretty hard.
Are we good physically?
Yeah.
I was about to say, we kind of saw you talk about regrouping and putting yourself back together in these long races especially. You got to take a moment, catch the breath, but, man, it seemed like maybe 2 or 3 minutes went by and then you were right back to it. As far as this course goes, man, the motocross track, the woods, what are we thinking? Because you were throwing some style over the motocross track. I saw you getting comfortable out there.
Yeah, this track is just so fun.
Well, it's certainly fun when you get the win as well, right?
Yeah.
No doubt about it, buddy. Well, who's helping you out? Who are you celebrating with?
God, Franklin Pharma Services, THXC Designs, Jday Weldon, Dunlop, Moose Off Road, Motorsport, and my mom, my dad, and everybody else out there that helps me.
There it is, folks. 1-1. Bentley Saxon gets the job done here, the first overall winner of round 3.
Here's the replay, the race recap, MX Trophies race recap. There you see the big crash from Bentley Saxon. Like you said, just got a little bit too far forward. There's Jackson Saxon doing a little look back over the table. And Bentley Saxon able to get up, finish off the race strong. Wasn't hindered by that crash at all.
Like you said, just kind of shook it off, had to regather himself, and when it came down to it, still the first to the checkered flag and your overall winner. Let's take a look at the Pro Taper Top 10. It's Bentley Saxon grabbing the win. Jackson Saxon in that number 2 spot. Indy Berg hangs on for that 3rd overall spot. Blake Phillips, Weldon Young, Kaysen Phillips, Michael Kimikowski, and Ryder Smith rounding out the field. Plenty more second motos to go. We're starting to hand out overalls. We're going to get a quick commercial break in before we are back with the FMF CGI Facility GP Round 3 of the Fox Jday Off-Road Series. We'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm Billy White with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
Every camera stands together.
Jday Off-Road is proud to have the following advocacy partners: the Kirk Caselli Foundation. The focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycles. And GNCC, the Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series and AMA National Championship. Jday Off-Road is proud to have the following media partners: Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Round 3, the FMF CGI Facility Grand Prix. Round 3 of the 2026 Fox Jday Off-Road Series just wrapped up the first of our second motos, and plenty more overalls still left to go. Going to be a great afternoon to close things out. We'll take a look here. So just wrapped up with our Super Mini and Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and Girls classes. Next up on the line, we're looking at our C classes: C250, C Open, C200, C Vet, and CB Open Electric. Here you see the 222 trying to pick up just one more spot. I believe got second there in that first moto. Needing to grab a win if he wants a chance at the overall. Hanging out here at the starting line. All eyes focused on that Fox green flag, and we are off and rolling to head into turn number 1. Good start for the Kawasaki once again. The 47 just behind, that's your first moto winner. Meanwhile, track crew here at CGI laying just a little bit of water down, trying to keep ahead of things. Sun shining here in Edgefield, South Carolina. A warm one. 30 minutes certainly going to take it out of you. Meanwhile, how about this? A response, at least for the moment, from the 222. Trying to get fired up and see if he can fight for this overall win here in C250. Back to the TBT Racing Live drone. Next line. Off and rolling. Once again, highly encourage all of you guys to follow along on social media at Jday Off-Road, keeping you up to date on all things Jday. And make sure you're following Racer TV on social media as well, letting you know exactly what we've got going on as far as broadcasts. The Open class, that row taking off now, making their way into the track. And woo, one rider getting a little sideways up the face of that jump. Able to save it. And here we go, final row. Maybe not. Maybe just third row here. Oh, yes. This is. Oh, man. Problems there for Secretary. Thought he had it on that first start, and now struggling to get the thing fired. Going to try to put it into neutral. There we go. Still going to grab the whole shot. That's the beauty of it. Still a lot of fun to watch. Look, he's reaching down on the machine now. Whoa, getting some sideways action here, and not the kind we want to see. This could be interesting. Secretary had a couple of close calls there in Moto 1. We'll see if he has, yes, calculated for this water that's been thrown down. Meanwhile, final row. Off and rolling, C-Vet takes to the track. So like I said, the track crew doing a great job throwing a little bit of water down, trying to keep things, a little bit of moisture in. Meanwhile, Steve, oh man, a big kick out the back end. The straightaways getting a little hectic for some of these riders, Ryan. We talked about it, that you get a little hard packed, you throw some water on top of it. Doesn't work quite like some people think it does.
No, I mean, you have to water. It's going to be slippery either way. If you don't water, it's going to be slippery, but it's also going to be dusty.
Yep.
Where that's why we water, even though it makes it slippery and very tricky to ride. At least you don't have slippery and dust. You know.
True.
So
got to look at positives.
Water is always the better option. Almost always.
C-Vet make their way. Meanwhile, the battle's on for the lead. Kawasaki got a good start, but could be as simple as that. Jump in that creek jump, and yeah, you go from a couple seconds in second to a couple seconds out front.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's a big difference right there. Can't tell, is that a Triumph or a KTM?
I believe it's KTM.
I can tell he's got a black number plate and a white fender. Or, sorry, black front fender, white.
Making his way through the Yamaha finish line, first lap in the books. And that was kind of the tail of the tape here in Moto 1 as well. Relatively evenly matched from the rest of the field, but just something as simple as having the confidence to do that creek jump can make the difference. Start adding that lap after lap.
And a lot of the time you're scared of something, like, I don't want to do it, don't want to do it, and then you do it and you go, why didn't I do that?
Yes.
Like 3 days ago.
Yep.
Because it's really not that bad. It just looks scary. But perception's everything, man. And that's a lot of times we feel like we're going too fast, like the tires won't take it. But then you watch a pro go through there and you go, yeah, the tires will take it.
Right.
I should be going faster. I just feel like I'm going too fast. And that's why I say a lot of times we got to look further ahead. The further or the closer you look, not looking far ahead, the faster it feels like you're going. It feels like you're doing a million. And then you get your eyes up the track and you go, oh, I'm not really going that fast. I can probably give it some more gas.
At this point, I've learned I can usually go more fast. So I just stop assuming that. Doing a good job, though. You can see being real selective with the lines, especially here with the moisture going down.
Yep, staying out of the shiny as much as you can, using the berm to kind of bank off of. Not good. I was just talking to Chad, the owner of this place, of CGI. At least 2 months since it's rained.
Wow.
Like anything significant, more than the sprinkle you got last night.
Wow.
And it, when it's that dry, he said he's 200,000 gallons of water in the last week.
Well, and I thought I had heard him say something to Ethan yesterday about actually having to switch ponds because they were pulling so much out of the ponds. So, yeah, it just goes to show no lack of effort from the CGI crew here. Big shout out to Chad and the whole team that helped make this happen, because yeah, that's brutal. Oh, and just like
down.
that, yeah, your leader goes down.
And that wasn't wet slick. That's dry slick.
Yep.
Right there. That's just getting powdery, and that's that second.
That second right there.
Right there on it.
And they were relatively evenly matched through the woods there on lap number 1, right up until that creek jump. So we'll see whether or not Evan Kelly can try to bring the fight back to Randall Zierden.
But this one lost the front number plate.
And we'll take a look at that replay. Watch this once again. Top side of your screen. Zierden makes the launch and then, yeah, just kind of pushes the front in there.
Little too much front brake, but also he started to lean before he was slowed down enough. A little bit too much lean. We talked about it earlier. You get the bike, the more you lean it, the less traction you're going to have.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, keeping that bike a little bit more upright, a little longer when it's slippery like that, it's going to help you a lot.
So the front number plate's optional here. He still got it.
Yeah, he's
not
saving
racing
it,
right
man.
away.
Not letting that thing go. Too expensive.
Zierden still a bit quicker on that last lap, a 4:29. Evan Kelly a 4:32, and then Casey Jakin a 4:52 before we start dropping into those 5-minute plus lap times. Nice little 3-rider battle here. Out of, I believe this is our C Open class. So Alec Feliber leading the way with Austin Hale, Matt Gaines, 2 and 3 in that class. And of course, Danny Secretore out there in that 200C class. There is Kelly. Where is... Wow, so look at that. Evan Kelly has actually opened the lead up now over Randall Zierden in the woods. And if he can keep that trend up, he may actually have enough to not need to jump that creek jump. But nothing worse than working hard to open a lead up and then watching it all disappear in a matter of a second. Evan Kelly, the Kawasaki rider, out front leading the way. Nice kind of off-road style there, up on the pegs, just cruising his way through.
Keeping her smooth. His bike almost looks like the old split fire Kawasaki's. It's not. I thought a while ago I had double take. I'm like, has he got split fire graphics on there? That'd be pretty cool, but it's
Just put the
something
split
else.
fire graphics on the KDX because he's doing
Oh
that
yeah,
too.
yeah.
Zierden still in tow, a couple of seconds back. We'll see. This will be the make or break section. We'll see whether or not Kelly's going to send it. I think at this point he's kind of committed to going around it.
Just being smart. See if he can stay, like you said, keep enough lead to not have to jump that thing. That would
no
be
doubt about
ideal.
it. He's through that section. And now we're seeing, that spectator probably not the spot to be in. Here we go. So a flip-flop here on lap number 2. Evan Kelly is taking over the lead here in our C250 class. And look at this. Zierden down at the finish line as well. Just caught it outside the announcer's booth.
It is tricky when you make one mistake. It's hard not to let it turn into 5.
Well, and you gotta wonder whether or not the bike's maybe just a little tweaked up as well,
Could be.
because he's not pushing near as hard as we've seen him even earlier on that first lap.
Yeah, definitely could be. You know, when you're in the flow, it's all good. As soon as you make a mistake, you go, crap, I got to go faster. I got to catch back up. I got to, make up the time I lost. Well, it's better to just reset and just ride how you were. Maybe adjust something because you did fall down. Maybe, like I said, keep that bike a little bit more upright. Maybe take a little bit off your corner entry, something like that. But to try to over push after you've already crashed, you're kind of asking to go down again. So we've even seen it in Supercross, Hunter Lawrence a couple weeks ago. Yep. One crash turned into 4. And it was like, man, he probably could have limited the damage if he would have just cruised it on out. But way easier said than done. I've done it myself. Just from the outside looking in, you can go, man, you got to take a breath and just reset and cruise her on in. Taking 3rd is way better than 15th because you tried to get first and you crashed.
Well, and that's not just a racing thing either. Here in football and basketball, they call it quicksand, right? One mistake turns into another. All of a sudden, it feels like anything you try to do is the wrong thing. And so really crucial right now. Zierden still got plenty of time. Long motos as far as this is concerned, 30 minutes, plenty of time, probably at least 20, maybe 18 minutes or so left in this race. He still has time to be able to close this back up, but he can't afford any more of these. He's got to stay locked in. and he's got to be just kind of running his pace. You can see just up the top of the screen, Evan Kelly now starting to stack a little bit of time up, and not only can Randall see that, but Evan can see it as well. Now he's got an ability to kind of spot without having to look back or anything like that, kind of keep an eye on where the KTM's at for the moment. Through the staircase, Kawasaki rider goes, taking over that #1 ride. No plans on giving it back here, and once again, this would be huge. Kelly leading the way in points here in this class. Whoa, just barely gets a turn before the stake, but currently leading on points with a 2-2 so far this season. So this could potentially be his first overall win of the 2026 season. You know he would be fired up with that. Another thing we love about the two-moto format here at Jday, it is not over till that final checker flag flies.
I love seeing that too. Randall Zierden still jumped the jump that he went down on the last lap. Didn't let it scare him off. He did take it a lot easier in that corner though. He stayed a little bit more upright, easier on the brakes, and able to pull it off. A lot of times you see, especially kids, I crashed on this jump or in the corner after the, well, I'm not going to do it anymore. Well, it wasn't the jump's fault. You just got to change the way you do it, and then you can still jump.
I like that. Jump didn't really make that. Hate to break it to you, buddy.
Danny Secretore, our freestyle guy from the first one, running third place.
Yeah, Secretore was getting a little loose there on lap #1, some of those slick spots, but it seems like he's been able to pull it together. And just like you said, holding on to third overall here for the moment.
Looks like Casey Jakin overall, 4th overall, Talon Smith at 5th, Timothy Landry 6th, Matt Gaines 7th, Austin Hill 8th, Alec Fairhaber 9th, Dakota Kosha and 10th.
Yeah, taking a look, Kosha leads the way out of your C vet class. There is Secretore out of that C200 class, and then of course Evan Kelly leads that C250 class. Timothy Landry leading C Open. I think, of course, commanding a little more respect here in these second motos. Can't get quite as Cindy here because no doubt about it, certainly could be a bit more costly.
Yeah, can't get so Cindy it's because it's too costly.
See, now you're picking up on it.
I like it. I like the lingo.
Watch out for the rainage ditches.
I'm using that from now on.
There it is.
Yeah, even Secretore not looking so spunky.
Right.
So he's backing off just a little bit, whether that's track or using too much energy throwing no-footers in the first one. He's definitely a little smoother.
Yeah, didn't hear whether or not he pulled a muscle on those no-footers or not,
yeah,
but
hamstring,
anything
something
possible. So continuing to watch here on the TBT Racing live drone, and then now switching to the Fox FPV drone, jumping on board and jumping right behind Evan Kelly as he gets ready to put another lap in the books.
He's just riding smooth, man. Not particularly flashy, but carrying momentum. He's not stopping any turns, not making mistakes.
The only thing he's worried about being flashy is the first place trophy he's trying to pick up at the end of this. 2-1 will get the job done. Meanwhile, here comes Randall Zierden through the finish line clean this time. And sets his sights back out onto the moto track. Kelly now starting to work his way through the tail end of the field. Got some lap traffic to deal with.
That's when it gets tricky too. Dry slick, then wet slick, then dry.
Yeah.
Then pretty good right here. That's getting broke in enough because they're spinning on it. It's getting mixed in and kind of spun off the top. But definitely you have to monitor how much brake you're using whenever you're going through a section like that. You got good traction, you can hammer on it. once you get to that slick spot, you better ease up or it's going to put you in your way.
Yeah, you got to be very aware of what's underneath you. That's for sure. Especially, like you said, in the course of one corner, you can kind of have 2 or 3 different options there between the dry, and there is a different technique for both of those.
Yeah. Oh, look at that little wheel. He's getting fancy out there.
Picking up some Coinos style there.
Evan Kelly, he actually did it different. He jumped, bounced, and then wheelied the last one, I think, so he didn't have to bounce into the face of the double. That was cool. You could tell he's feeling pretty comfortable. You don't do that unless you're feeling pretty
Absolutely.
good. Throw that outside elbow. That's moto intelligence approved.
I was going to say, MIT approved right there. Scrub this big step off.
That's the big one that the guys are having trouble making,
Well, and I think once you started to see guys consistently hit how high up it actually throws you to be able to get all the way over. Even in some of those 125 classes, you saw guys just jump to the top of it.
Yeah. Which is still faster, but it's a hard landing. And you don't want to come up short.
So you're looking down at the bike a couple of times. Not sure what's going on with the KTM. Meanwhile, the Cowie.
Yeah, I'd like to see lap times, because like you said, Zierden was definitely faster in that first one. I don't know, he's had some mistakes and stuff, but is he still putting down some speed? It looks like
it doesn't look like there's a lot of fight right now,
No, and Kelly's got a huge lead.
That's what I mean. That's not even him. There he is. Like,
yeah, Kelly's got a massive lead. He may be not throwing in the towel, but conceding, that's second place today. And that's fine.
Seeing some of our riders make their way by us here in the announcer's booth. Enjoying themselves as, man, what a great day of racing it has been so far. It's still so much left to go.
And awesome weather too. I mean, it's pretty hot, but the sun hasn't been like glaring down. Like it's a little cloudy, a little bit wind. It's really nice. Once again, I want to thank Fox. Huge part of the Jday series. Thanks for those guys for their support. Some of the best gear on the market.
Some of the best apparel as well. I got myself a Fox jacket, and that thing, it's the real light, airy one, but then you can wear it in like 15-degree weather. It's so nice.
If Fox makes it, it's going to be pretty high level.
Here you go. Ask and you shall receive. The Luxon lap times. And just about 10 seconds the difference between those lap times with Evan Kelly and Randall Zierden. So, no doubt, Zierden just off the pace a little bit, whether it's a lack of comfort, maybe the bike's tweaked up a little bit from one of those crashes, but no question.
Freestyle Danny Secretary was only a few seconds off of Zierden. Maybe even going faster now that he calmed down a little bit.
That's true. There's something to be said about that, letting the race come to you, not overriding. And sometimes it's almost, for certain riders, some of the more overzealous ones, that's where it's like, and almost when it gets gnarlier, and I don't want to say you need to be scared, but when it gets your respect a little bit more, you kind of back it down and actually end up going faster.
It's always dependent. Like sometimes you need to attack it and go get the race. Sometimes you need to let it come to you. The tricky part is just coaching kids and stuff. The ones that are a little bit too aggressive that I need to calm down, that's a lot easier than getting a kid that never will push the limit to actually push it. Because that's a scary thing, versus it's not always easy to get a wild rider to calm down, but at least they're not scared.
Yeah, you're not overcoming like a fear aspect to it.
Right.
So Evan Kelly once again running pond side here, getting ready to come to that Yamaha finish line and taking a look. It looks like the white flag will be out. So one lap left to go for the 222 and looking at potentially grabbing his first overall win of the season.
that extreme sections is still falling apart,
Yep.
man. That left side's falling off it. And how Joey
Lions down.
Gotta crash in the woods. I think they're all right. He was just stuck under the bike.
Yeah, Sweep Rider doing a great job of helping that guy out. Big shout out to the Sweep crew out here at Jday. That is that's the whole reason they're out there, constantly circulating around the course. Usually have 2 or 3 at a time. And anytime they come to a down rider, anybody hurt, anybody needing anything, they are right there. Even our finish line flagger there, yep, also goes out and sweeps the first lap or 2 during the race, and then comes in to start the finish line duties. And watching Zierden once again, just kind of cruising along at this point. I don't even think it's worth speculating over. I think, just like you said, Ryan, not giving up, but just saying, hey, we were second place today.
Yep. And that might be the smart thing for him. He's already crashed a couple times, and second place is better than fourth place.
No doubt about it.
But man, just looking at this track, even dry as it is and whatever, I think I'm going to hire a different announcer next year so I can race. Because this looks amazing.
I like the we'll sub it out. You do a race, I'll do a race.
Yeah. We'll just get a fill in for one race.
Exactly.
And then we'll come in huffing and puffing and jump back on. Hey, at least we get first-hand experience that way. We don't just watch it on the screen. We get to go out and actually ride the track.
That's how we'll have to pitch it. This is for the viewers. Okay,
Exactly.
This is to improve our announcing.
It's not for us.
No, we're not getting any of that. Need to talk to our friends over at Cardo Systems. We'll just get you an in-helmet mic.
Dude, just announce from the race. That would be.
Then all we'd have to work on is our cardio.
Yeah, because it's hard to talk when you can't breathe.
Yeah. Zone 2 race is not usually
that doesn't exist.
Talked about.
No.
Yeah. So watching right now, Evan Kelly weaving his way through his final lap of C250. Trying to go 2-1 for a first overall. The other thing I didn't even think about is Zierden mentioned that it was his first race in 2 years, so there's a lot to it. Not sure whether he's still been riding or not, but that could definitely be something as the conditions get a little bit rougher, things get a bit more technical, maybe just not quite as comfortable here later in the day.
That's a great point, and there's a big difference. Even if he's been riding, racing is such a different intensity. Won that first moto. It was great. Who knows if he remembered to drink water and hydrate in between and eat some food. He might just be hitting the wall physically and just not able to do it. And that's fine too. If you took 2 years off racing, I understand.
I'm pumped that we got him back though. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I know I took 3.5 years off racing, and I could do 1 lap. And even at the end of that lap, it wasn't good. So it takes a while to build yourself back up.
Here we go, Danny Secretore back on screen here out of your C200 class, leading the way. There
Still
it is.
freestyle.
I love it. Man, it's fired up.
Man,
I think that was a split fire graphic.
It looks like it.
I think it was.
If
he gets to the podium, I will get the scoop.
Yeah, you got to. See
we're going to take a look. Let's see here.
Help.
Getting the replay. I want you to come race Jday. Danny Secretore approved. We've heard of Uncle Sam. That's Uncle Secretore right there.
He's a one-man promotion machine.
Exactly. There we go. There is the 2:22 of Evan Kelly closing in on the final few miles. still solid as well. Yeah, that was definitely split
Dude,
fire.
I'm telling you, it looks like it. It might be. It might be. I thought I read it, and I was like, oh, you got me. I thought it was split fire, but it's not. All right. Oh, man, I thought for the last lap he was going to go for it. Just for
I don't know
second.
about that.
He just faked me out. I thought he was going to go for it. That would have been
risk it.
The boss of all moves right there.
Here we go. No, he would have been mad because then he would have been like, why didn't I do this the whole time?
Yeah, you're right.
Final approach, Evan Kelly.
Catching the last couple corners on her Fox FPV drone. Setting up that corner wide. Looking good. Evan Kelly bringing her home for the overall win. He's got to be stoked right now. And we're still waiting on Randall Zierd. Should be coming through for second, and even he's starting to go around the creek jump. So understood.
All right, going to jump in down here with your overall winner, Evan Kelly. A 2-1 gets the job done, man, and certainly didn't come easy. Take us through it. We lost the lead there for just a little bit, and then you said, wait a second, I'm not done. You fired back, and when you regained that lead, you were off and rolling. Take us through it.
Going into the woods, I think he had me. I'm not too sure. I hit a tree right on I hit my actually right bar, which then sent me to the right and hit my arm right here, and I was like just done after that. I was like, he can have it. I'm good. I don't want to fight. And then he actually slipped out. We went back into the woods together. Like I was right behind him still, and then he slipped out, and I was like, all right, let's push. And then after that, I kind of just held it. I was still kind of in like the he can have it. I was like, my arm hurts, and then yeah, I just lost him. I guess I didn't see him after that. Took it safe. I didn't even hit the creek jump. I was planning on it, but I didn't. Yeah, it was good. Slippery though, definitely dusty.
Yeah, and we talked about that. They throw down a little bit of water. You had kind of the wet slick, then the dry slick, and then we saw on that last lap, I saw you flirting with that creek jump a little bit. Ryan thought you were going to go for it, but we ultimately played it safe. We were only a few corners away, right?
Yep. I definitely was not hitting that. I was going to follow him, and then I hit that tree, and I was like, oh, no, it's not happening. But it's definitely fun. The moto's great. That was my favorite part.
No doubt about it. Well, I'd rather not hit the creek jump and grab the overall than vice versa, right?
Definitely.
No doubt about it, man. Well, who's celebrating with you getting the job done here?
I got a lot of them. I got my dad, my mom, my girlfriend Liv, Dave's Lawnmower, Richie's Installation, Duran's, Aspen Fuel, all helping out great. Jday for putting this on. Definitely coming out to all the rounds. Great times.
There it is. Congratulations. That is Evan Kelly, your overall winner out of C250.
Smart man. Saved the creek jump for next time. He got the win without doing it. Got our race recap here. Evan Kelly just putting on a clinic. It was a battle at the beginning, and he was able to get the better of first moto winner Randall Zierd.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Played it safe even after coming together with a tree, and started thinking about that MX Trophy's first place he had waiting on him here if he could hang on for it. Some freestyle action there.
And third overall.
Yeah. Style points and a podium finish to go along with it. Let's take a look at that Pro Taper top 10. It is Evan Kelly, Randall Zierd, and Talon Smith. Look at that. Actually stole the third overall away. So how about that? Casey Jakin and Danny Secretary still a top 5 overall. Yeah. No shame in that. Dakota Kosha, Matt Gaines, Austin Hale, Alec Philhaber, and Timothy Landry, your top 10. All right, we're going to get ready to send things to a quick commercial break to hear from some of our sponsors. We'll be back with more Fox Jday Off-Road Racing from Round 3, the FMF CGI Facility Grand Prix.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer, built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast. We want to win. And we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory.
Jday Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to round 3 of the 2026 Fox Jday Off-Road Series, the FMF CGI Facility Grand Prix. As you can tell, the party's been popping off all weekend long, from nighttime supercross racing to fireworks. We had a swag drop from an airplane. Yes, that's right, you heard it correct. There was T-shirts flying out of an airplane yesterday. Meanwhile, whips getting thrown down, freestyle show, and oh yeah, some great off-road GP racing as well here for round 3 of the 2026 season, the FMF CGI Facility Grand Prix here from Edgefield, South Carolina. Well, sitting on the line right now is our women's pro class. We're going to give you a MX Trophies race recap of Moto number 1. This has been one of the most action-packed classes all weekend long. Right off the jump, Mallory Pickard, a great start, but it wasn't long before Taylor Jones made a quick move into that number 1 spot. There you see the Phoenix Racing Honda of Jones, and once she got some clean air, that was just about all she wrote. Meanwhile, Kayla O'Neill absolutely going at it with Mallory Pickard for that second place spot. It was a true back and forth all the way down to the wire, and now they're ready to do it once again here for Moto number 2. And as you can see, our ladies breaking things down there on the start. Taylor Jones, Kayla O'Neill going at it. And then, of course, Mallory Pickard back with us here in 2026. And an impressive performance there in Moto number 1. So on top of that, we're also going to have our A vet and A senior classes, schoolboy 12 to 17, as well as our sportsman class. There you see Mallory Pickard, the 736, hanging out. And, man, love the sportsmanship between these ladies after the race as well. They were all laughing, chatting it up. We were able to catch up with all 3 of them following the moto, all smiles, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day, having fun, great competition, great sportsmanship. And by no means does that mean they are not all business. When the helmet goes on, that flag goes down, and at the end of the day, they want to be in that number 1 spot. But certainly going to be a fun one to watch. There you see Kayla O'Neill and her father getting dialed in down there on the line. Jerry rubbing those arms out, trying to move out any of the lactic acid. Kayla O'Neill got a little pre-race handshake there with the wife. That's what it's all about. So what was that? Oh, man, it was a shot at the
finger
end of that.
gun.
Bang.
Yep.
Watch out. Ryan, we'll work on our handshake later.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Zach, that was that first moto was cool, especially coming down to the last third corner from the end. What was her name? Kayla O'Neill was the one, and
Mallory Pickard.
That's it,
Yep.
Mallory Pickard. Yeah, just hounded her the entire time, and then finally able to make that pass. Kayla O'Neill went for it at the end and almost pulled it off. If she would have come, just jumped it a little bit shorter, probably would have been able to make the corner, and that line's definitely faster, so she would have made the pass. But, this moto is a whole new moto, so we'll see how they go. If both of them can stay up, I think it's going to be – they were dead even on speed, so it's going to be a good race. And Taylor Jones, you never know. She's way out front, but or was way out front in that first one, but maybe these girls can step it up. And then we got the Sportsman class that, there's some of the pros out there, not as many as the first moto, but they're going to go out. They're going to check the track out. Like, I know for a fact Collier Martinez is out there right now for track time. He's training for GNCC. He's obviously wants to do well in the moto, but that's his trainer right next to him, Alex Luger, who's also a fast rider, but the trainer now for the Shoals MX and that Kawasaki team that Collier's on. I would say that Alex has told Collier, hey, let's go get some laps. Let's go check this thing out. Let's see if we can because Collier ran fourth most of that first moto and then ended up fading back. Well, not fading. He made a couple mistakes, got past, ended up seventh. He needs to fix those mistakes. He needs to look at those lines, and if I were his coach, which I kind of was last year, I'd be out there telling him, you got to be smarter where you try to make passes, because we saw him try to make a pass in a spot that, the chance of really making the pass was probably 20%. And then not only did he not make the pass, he got passed by somebody else. So just being a little smarter with the lines, and that's what these guys are out here for now. It's not like you said, non-championship class. These guys are out here to have some fun, check this track out, and get ready for the pro moto later.
Well, and to your point, Ryan, you're kind of balancing fatigue versus intensity as well later in these races, especially in that pro class. They were in a wheel-to-wheel battle like a freight train all the way through, and so anything that they can do to try to help them out, it certainly would be a big help. And like you said, Alex Luger, one of the fan favorites. I know he works with a lot of the GNCC racers as well, not just on the amateur level, but all the way down to some of the youth riders, and really just kind of helping instill the right work ethic into these riders. Not to mention, if you have some training, you might as well go take it.
Do it.
Here we go. Flags down, and we are women's pro racing. Bad news for Pickard and O'Neill. Taylor Jones just grabbed the whole shot.
Yeah, and so far Pickard's out front. We'll see. I think I feel like she was out front in the first one too, and Kayla O'Neill made her way past until that last lap. So see how this one plays out. Like we were talking about in that last moto, they put some water down, which they need to. You got to keep the dust down. Dust is a safety issue. Slippery because it's got water on it. That's just something that you got to get used to. Something you got to learn. It's another skill that you need to have in your. Another tool you need in the toolbox. When you go out racing dirt bikes, sometimes it's going to be slippery, and so we'll see how that plays out too. Which one of these riders has worked on that skill? Which one of these has ridden in the mud when it's not that fun? But you do it anyway just to get better.
Well, that's something that I really like about the off-road scene. And we hear a lot of riders, especially out at the Red Limit, where it's kind of known. It seems like everybody gets one mud moto. We find out who's been doing the mud motos, who's been putting in the work, the practice, and stuff like that, because the mental side of that alone can be the decision maker. If you're so uncomfortable and so scared or kind of mentally blocked up from a slick section like that, it can take a first place rider and turn them outside of the top 10.
Yeah, and you got to be consistent, especially like talking about Loretta. It's a 3-moto format. You could be 1-1-10, and you're probably not winning the championship. So even though it's really riding in the mud's not bad, I kind of enjoy it. It's cleaning the bike. It's working on the bike and fixing everything, and that you don't really enjoy. And a lot of times if it's muddy, it's also cold, especially the further north you go, it's going to be kind of chilly and it's wet and it's nasty.
Now you're losing me.
Well, but hey, how serious are you? How bad do you want it? How bad do you want to win that championship? How bad do you want to win that next race when it's muddy? That's going to determine whether you go out there and kind of suffer. A lot of times you hear a lot of people talk about how much can you suffer.
Yep. Taking a look, Bentley Saxon back out on track this time on the 125 machine.
He rides it well. He doesn't look like he's overriding it. He's pretty centered on the bike.
And he's a little big on that Super Mini, so it's smart that they're already moving him up and trying him out on that 125.
Yeah, a little big on the Super Mini, maybe not quite full size on the 125 yet, or at least doesn't ride it big, but definitely big enough. And but it looks like he's smart on it. He's respecting it, you know, because when you jump on a big bike, it's got to respect that thing until you learn to manhandle it.
Well, and it'd be interesting to hear from Bentley as well, the difference riding the same course on two different sized bikes like that. What does he prefer? I'm sure the bigger wheelbase on that 125, those rocks don't kick you quite as hard, the ruts don't seem quite as deep, and so Saxon able to take the knowledge he learned from the Super Mini and apply it right here to the 125. Was that Gavin Simon ripping a whole wheelie out of the start? Did turn it into a hole shot.
Must have fixed his bike.
So that's Rivers Morris taking the early race lead. And these guys are just cruising.
Yeah, looking at the track. But yeah, going back to what you were saying about
Bentley Saxon.
Bentley. Yeah. If I had to guess, he likes the 125 better. When you're young, I remember being young and going, dude, this big bike is so sweet. Like, I don't want to ride my little bike anymore. I want to ride the big bike. But I have heard of other people going, no, I don't like it. I want to ride the Super Mini that I'm more comfortable with. So it's you never know. Everybody's different.
Well, and you talked about, you know, manhandling or being able to put the bike where you want it. Some riders, you got to think that's part of the preference as well. They're a little more comfortable, and as you get bigger, at least in your own head, you can think, well, I'm able to manipulate this bike easier, when sometimes your size might actually be kind of holding you back a little bit. You can't truly outgrow some of these machines.
Yeah, for sure. Here on the Fox FPV drum behind Taylor Jones. She's charging.
Yeah.
She won pretty easily in that first moto, but at this point, if you don't have the competition, this is just practice. We're just pushing the pace and see if I can get faster for the next race.
No doubt about it. We'll see who comes across next. It looks like it is that Pickard. So Pickard in the number 2 spot, and I did hear that Kayla O'Neill, did hit the creek jump and landed it this time. So we made the corner.
Pickard was flirting with the edge of that jump right there. Thought she was going off, but she saved it. But yeah, that's cool. So she jumped a creek jump at the last lap of the first one, went a little bit long, and it was actually not faster because she messed the next corner up. But now that she's dialed it in, recalibrate, hit it a little bit slower, not too much. You don't want to come up short. But if you catch that downside perfect, you should be able to make the corner no problem. And probably gaining 3 or 4 seconds.
Exactly. Well, and interesting enough, though, curious to see whether we see Pickard doing this double at the tail end of this straightaway that Taylor Jones is about to hit, because this jump right here, O'Neill wasn't hitting, but Pickard was. So it seems like both of the ladies, second and third, had their respective jumps that one will do that the other won't. Taylor doing a good job of kind of checking up. She can tell some water's just been thrown down. Phoenix Racing Honda rider really looking solid so far this season.
And that epitomizes what I was talking about earlier. You have to charge the sections you can and be smart in the sections that you can't. When it's slippery, you notice she just checks up, just roll right through it. You want to be really not on the brakes or the gas, kind of just rolling through it. That's going to be nice traction. And then when it gets good, she hammers down. You really want to take advantage of the spots where you do have traction.
There is Pickard. He's opened it up a bit over O'Neill this time. I'm not sure that we saw the gap that big the entire first moto. So O'Neill going to have to figure some things out, try to close that up.
But, thinking back, Pickard was behind O'Neill most of the race. I wonder how much was, was the speed, or was she just being held up?
Yep.
I know in the woods for sure, O'Neill was kind of holding up Pickard, because then we get on the moto track, and it was not until that last lap that she was able to do the jump and pass her. She was doing the jump the entire race, but was never close enough. So it's but now, she's stretching it out. She I'd say, gained a lot of confidence in that first one. Just hounding her the entire time and able to pull it off and finish it. Now she knows. She knows she can do it.
No question about it. And we were able to catch up with Mallory earlier this weekend, talk to her about her preferences coming in here to Jday. Is a little more moto, a little more off-road. Let's hear what she had to say.
I like a mix. I don't really like the hardwoods, like the rocky stuff, even though that's where I'm from. But started getting into moto like a little bit later, just like, you know, practicing, and I enjoy it so much. I enjoy the faster woods, kind of the flowy stuff. So kind of just like I love this style, you know, the woods and the moto together.
So there you have it, and I feel like that's especially at some of these top level athletes. There, it's not a I love this, but I hate this, but it's more of a I'm just more confident on this section or this style. And so for Pickard right now, that's one of the things that I love about the ladies of the women's pro class is they're such good ambassadors for the sport. They're so optimistic, they're so positive, and even when things don't go their way, they take the challenge, you know, they take it with a grain of salt. They don't let it ruin their entire opinion of the sport, of the series. They understand the ups and downs, and really great ambassadors from all three of them. Taylor Jones, Mallory Pickard, Kayla O'Neill, always a ton of fun to talk to. And Jones right now, really looking solid. She knew exactly what she needed to do, get out front and execute early. And that is exactly what she is doing. Taylor's been hanging out here all weekend long. I saw the camper set up when I pulled in. Like she said in her post-race interview, she did the open practice yesterday. I believe he was sticking around here on Friday. I'm not sure if she was a part of Supercross on Friday night, but I believe she was here. And we were able to catch up with Taylor and kind of get her thoughts here on the CGI facility.
Yeah, so we're out at CGI facility, and this is the third round of the Jday series. I'm super pumped. I haven't been here before. We're in South Carolina, but this place is never open, so it's kind of like one of those mystery tracks that you see on Instagram all the time, and people it makes it look really cool, but no one's been here. So I'm really excited for this weekend. I've been looking forward to it all year, and I've been watching Instagram, seeing it all. And we got here yesterday, and this place is just incredible. I don't know, it's huge. It's got everything here, and I'm excited. I'm excited to stop riding.
You got to think that excitement is still carrying her on right now, especially after a first moto result like that. And yeah, just like Taylor said, you know, kind of the mysterious factor, if you will, headed into round number 3 because of the CGI's limited open availability. Obviously, CGI, if you want to get in contact with them on Instagram, it's at CGI Facility. Make sure you reach out to them and you know, ask them some questions. Not sure exactly what their schedule looks like, how the riding breaks down here on site, but no doubt about it, if you find something out, let me know, because I'd like to come ride here for sure. It's not too far from me. Ryan's shaking his head. He feels the same way, but it is one of those ones where it's almost a social media course in the sense of I've heard of it from Instagram and social media. They've got some pretty unique things here on site, as we see Jones launching that step-up triple, no problem at all. But it really is something where I think a lot of people were excited heading into this round for the known and the unknown. There were certain parts of this course where you're like, oh, that's going to be a ton of fun. And then there were some where they're like, man, I don't know how that's going to work out, but very excited to see. So great turnout here, and excited to see or hear what everybody's thoughts are after the race. You know, like I said before, make sure you guys are following us along at Jday Off-Road on social media. I'm sure everybody's going to be posting about their weekend using that hashtag at the bottom of your screen, hashtag Jday26, here for round number 3. Big shout out to FMF, our title sponsor here for the FMF CGI Facility GP, the House of Power, powering us on here into the afternoon, closing down to the final couple of races. Still got, I believe, 3 or so more motos after this. There you see Mallory Pickard on your screen, making her way through the center of the motocross track, up and over that tabletop. This was the strong section for her, especially there in moto number 1. This double in particular was a big separator between herself and Kayla O'Neill. Just like Ryan was talking about, I think getting a little bit better of a start here in moto number 2 and getting out in front of the Yamaha. Definitely working for the 736 right now. Kayla still sitting solidly in that 3rd spot, final podium position. And there you see O'Neill here on the TBT Racing Live drone. Still having a solid ride. Sending some of these big jumps still. Love to see it. booth here at CGI. You see the water truck still circulating around, doing everything they can to continue to keep this thing in top-notch shape, laying down some water where they can. Shout out to Vinny Tomich leading the way out of our A senior class in front of Matt Jakin. Looks like Bentley Saxon still handling business in schoolboy in front of Blake Phillips and Kason Phillips. And then in the sportsman class, how about it? Alex Luger leads the way. Yeah, the coach out front handling business. Meanwhile, Taylor Jones continues to lead the way here in our women's pro class. Just outside of our announcing booth, watching some of the sportsman riders make their way through. Still not seeing not a lack of a sense of urgency, but nowhere near as intense as we'll be seeing here later this afternoon in that pro race. Guys taking a look at some things, watching how that course is breaking down. We talked to Taylor after that first moto win, talked about maybe making some suspension adjustments, just trying to help predict what she was going to be facing here in Moto 2, and for the moment at least, looks like she has hit the mark. She is continuing to lead the way. So Jones, Pickard, and O'Neill out of your women's pro class, still handling business. Gillian and Hawkins 1 and 2 out of that A vet class. Looks like Collier Martinez is actually overtaking that number 1 spot. So Coach dropping off just a little bit down to the 5th place spot.
Coach got tired.
It happened.
Coach went back.
That's why they start coaching.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. Either that or they get badly injured.
Fair enough.
But yeah, it happens.
Luger's had some injuries as well.
Yeah, we all have.
Yeah.
If we're in this, I mean, this is the best sport on earth, but sometimes it happens. Yeah, talking about Taylor making suspension changes after that first moto. If I had to guess, she's probably going to soften it up a little bit, maybe speed the rebound up, just because it's starting to get choppy. Stiff, slow suspension is great for that moto track. You get out in the woods and it's roots and rocks and choppy, and that it doesn't really work that well. You want the suspension to move a little bit more to react and recover better to the bumps that it's hitting. She's probably going to go a little softer, a little faster, if I had to guess. But then again, she's an off-road. She only does off-road for the most part. Like you said, she did a red lens once. But I'm sure she's on her GNCC practice bike, which is set up for off-road. She may have been talking about stiffening it up a little bit for those moto jumps. I don't think any of these jumps are going to take, the downsides are so good. They're so big. It's not like you have super hard hits out there. I still think, she's probably going softer, but you never know. That's the beauty of Jday. There's not going to be a magic. There is a magic setting, but nothing's going to be perfect everywhere. It's either going to work really good on one and not good on the other, or good on one, not good on the other. If you can make it pretty good everywhere, that's the money spot.
Right. And I think that's it's also kind of played into your strengths, like we've talked about as well. Even talking to Joey versus Ricky, kind of saying, hey, I know I'm going to be stronger in this section. I want to tune in a little bit more to this, or maybe vice versa. I'm stronger in this section so I can deal with the settings not being as much. I want to have things more dialed in for my weak spot.
Yeah, I mean, if you're really good on the moto track, you can handle soft suspension on a big jump because you're going to be precise. You're going to catch the downside. You're not going to come up short or long. So you can go a little softer and make it work a little bit better in the woods versus, with the woods, if a woods guy, you might be able to make it work, make a stiffer setting work in the woods because you know how to miss all those bumps. And then it's stiffer for the moto track, but because you're not as precise. Maybe you can do a short or long. So there's endless possibilities with suspension. You can go stiffer in 10 different ways. You can go, change the rebound in 10 different ways. There's spring rate, there's oil level, there's all kinds of stuff. You can go down a rabbit hole real quick if you're kind of chasing it being perfect somewhere. That's why my goal is make it pretty good everywhere, and then go racing.
Kayla O'Neill looking like if she did make some adjustments, they're certainly working for her. Looked like she was able to get through that FMF Extreme section pretty well. I'm not sure, again, sometimes it's the machine changes, sometimes it's a mindset change, but certainly looks like she is hitting that more confident, and she's busting this double out now as well. So look at that, some big steps for Kayla O'Neill. We talked about wanting to work on the moto side of things a little bit. She's been training for that with potentially the goal to go racing out at Loretta Lynn's, and man, gotta be fired up about that. I think that's another thing too. I mean, she's sitting in a podium position right now, putting in a solid ride, still in a good points position. But I think anytime you can walk away and have some, here she is right there, hitting that creek jump, comes up just short enough to help slow her down, gets that machine turned. Go to glance back, cameraman, did you catch that? Yes, we did. Looking good, feeling good, riding good, Kayla O'Neill.
Now, it's cool to see her jump that double on the motocross track. She didn't do it the whole first moto. I wonder if Mallory Pickard is jumping the creek jump.
Right.
Because she never did that in the first one. That's where she almost got past on the last lap, passed back by Kayla O'Neill. It'd be cool to get a camera on that to see if, I mean, I wouldn't think that she would need to. She's got a big lead over Kayla O'Neill now, but maybe she just wants to do it for herself. You know, she knows that she can.
Yep.
She's jumping bigger doubles out here on the motocross track. The only difference is there's water in between.
Ooh,
yeah, that was
water right there. O'Neill
squirrely.
got a little slippery right there, making her way up the staircase until they had just laid some of that water down. And back down the hillside she goes. And back into the Woods Loop. Hearing some hooting and hollering past the announcer's booth right now. Here is your women's pro last lap times. O'Neill at 5:54, so a couple of seconds slower than Mallory Pickard, who seems to have found some pace here in Moto 2. Meanwhile, several seconds faster, Taylor Jones on the attack. This is a multi-time WXC champion, multi-time race winner. Like we said, some established experience in the moto side of things as well. So Jones really looking solid here and trying to maintain that points lead in our women's pro class. Jones fitting in right at home here in Jday 2026.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how Taylor's doing in the GNCC series right now, but I mean, this is going to be a championship for her if she can keep it up. And this is a major championship. I think it's awesome. It's a lot of racing for her. She's doing all the GNCCs, I think, maybe Enduros too, or maybe some of the sprints, but and then as well to do this. But man, it seems like she really enjoys this. She wants to come here.
And that's what I was going to say. I think it's the fact that we're seeing her time to, coach has got the sleeve rip. Come on, Lugs. Alex Luger making his way around on the 303 Aloha back Kawasaki. But yeah, to your point, I think even in that interview coming into today, big smile, just excited for it, and I think that's a part of it. They were out at Boswick Creek round 1, which was really cool the way it was set up leading into round 2 of the GNCC series. They were already down there in Florida, and I think a lot of riders, hey, we're here, we might as well do a race. It's on a Tuesday, let's not try it out. And I think she came out there and it opened her eyes to like, hey, this is really fun. And then out at Club MX, not far from where Phoenix Honda is based out of there
in South Carolina.
Salisbury. Yep. And then obviously Chesterfield, South Carolina, where Club is at. And so going and checking that out, and then I think you start stacking some good results. You gotta ask the question, why are we not coming back to this? So here we are at round 3 and looking to continue the trend as potentially going 1-1 here today.
What better way to practice? I mean,
Right.
you're going to get, you don't get this intensity out doing motos by yourself. Even motos with your friends, you don't get this kind of intensity. It's a start, a dead engine start. It's you got to master the moto track, master the woods. You got to go fast, but not make mistakes. This is the perfect practice.
No question about it. Fox FPV drone eating some roosts through the FMF Extreme section. You ever find yourself ducking watching the FPV drone?
Dude, yeah, the roost hurts from here. Just watching. My son the other day was like, "You're riding at Monster Mountain." to motocross track in Alabama.
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, the roost hurts so bad. I'm like, buddy, if you just wait till you go to Washougal and you don't get a good start up horsepower hill, it's like death. It's like getting shot by a million paintball guns.
Yeah, those Unadilla rocks, I'm sure, probably weren't fun
Dilla
either.
was not fun either, but for some reason, Washougal's just the worst.
So one heads into the woods, one heads off onto the moto track. That is Mallory Pickard.
She's
making
flowing
her way through.
She
and
looks better this moto than last. I mean, she's carrying more corner speed and just kind of flowing through it. Which, like we said, it could have been just because she was behind and not able to take her own lines, but she's looking good.
Well, we'll see. Like we said, O'Neal making some adjustments, and we'll kind of wait, see if maybe we can get some lap times here on this last lap. But be curious to see whether O'Neal's picked it up and can try to close in. Starting to run out of time, though, getting down to those final few laps. Maybe a white flag next time through, maybe still 2 more to go. Pickard's still hard on the charge, though. Yeah, no question about it. These ladies in shape and definitely able to go the full duration. Yeah, there's no question. O'Neal's on the charge. You don't even need the lap times.
Yeah, she's making a late push here. Oh, it's not too late. She's still probably got 3 laps.
I was going to say, it's only 2 laps complete. Felt like it's been more racing than there has so far.
You see the center of that corner, just the top blown off that berm. That's where I'm talking about. You got to stay under that stuff. If you were to put your front wheel into it, man, the front wheel can go over it so easy.
So that was the last lap times. O'Neal was still several seconds slower than Pickard on that. We'll see next time that comes through timing and scoring whether or not that adjusts, because no question about it, she has definitely picked the pace up.
And we don't know. Pickard could have made a mistake in the woods, or you never know. As slippery as it looks out there, I mean, it'd be easy to just kind of spin sideways. You do that 2 or 3 times, and or one big one, you lose a lot of time. That's where she was pretty sketchy on the last one. Huh? It's tough too, landing in that slippery stuff. It can make you, if you're not pretty disciplined with your brakes, you can panic and hit too much or not enough, and then you don't slow down enough, you go off the track.
Well, and Kayla, running that #1 plate, you're defending women's pro champion. She's in this for the big picture, and she knows that as well. Consistency, patience, all going to pay off. We were able to catch up with her earlier this weekend and talk about just that and how that affects her racecraft heading into the weekend.
Consistency is definitely key, staying on 2 wheels, being smart and fast, and just getting through it. But I think this track, it looks great. It's super hard pack, which is something I enjoy, and the woods looks actually a lot like home, so I'm looking forward to racing there.
So there you see Kayla, always big smile on the face, always just seems so excited to be out here at the races.
Yeah, you see the ruts on that small creek double there. Those ruts are 50 feet long, I bet.
So there are our updated lap times. Now O'Neal has dropped it. She was a 5:54. So dropped the lap time by 8 seconds on that last lap. Pickard maintaining relatively close to 5:49, 3 seconds slower than O'Neal. So the gap starting to close in just a little bit. Taylor Jones staying very consistent with a 5:18.
Those lap times brought to you by Luxon.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome triple clamps.
Look good and work good.
Yeah, man.
Stylish.
So I worked for the Kawasaki team last year, and Josh Toth went to the ISD on Team USA, and they built some checkered flag triple clamps. It was really, really cool. We were all like, "Hey, what are you doing with those when you get them? Like, can we have them?"
Yeah. Where are those going?
Yeah.
Fight rages on for that #2 spot in our women's pro class. Taylor Jones in control of the lead for the moment. Still checking in some of our other classes. Vinny Tomich still leads the way in A senior. Blake Phillips has now taken over the lead in schoolboy. What happened to Bentley Saxon? He has dropped back to the 3rd place spot. Rivers Morris now overtakes for the Sportsman lead. So a shake up there in the schoolboy class. Meanwhile, Jason Gillian out of your A vet, and there it is, no question about it. It's starting to get down to a couple of bike lengths.
That #1 plate's kicking in. She knows it's time to go. Need to get up there and make that pass.
Well, and this section right here has now become the difference maker. the last lap of Moto 1 that O'Neal said enough's enough, I'm going to go for it. And now it could be the difference maker, as here you see Pickard around the outside, O'Neal right up the middle. And I tell you, that approach has not gotten any smoother to that creek jump either. You can see the machine dancing around. Here we go. Headed towards us here at the finish line, taking a look outside of the tower. It is a white flag.
About a 6-second gap.
Yep.
So she's going to need to really step it up or hope that Pickard makes a mistake, which is possible. I mean, Pickard's got to stay focused. Focus on her race, not focus on the rider that's catching you. Do everything the best you can, and that's the best you can hope for.
You're talking about easier said than done.
Oh, yeah.
Pickard hops onto the motor track one more time. And there is O'Neal. Same camera shot now.
Why don't you just jump that triple last lap?
Just sends it.
Just pulling out all the stops.
Well, and there's no question, Pickard can spot her out the corner of her eye.
Yeah.
Once again, O'Neal only a second faster that last time through, though, so she's going to need a little bit more than that. And like we say all the time, it's one thing to catch up to a rider, a whole nother thing to actually make the pass happen.
Oh, took a little too much off on that one. Came up a little short, but that's can be kind of normal. Things change if you start thinking, just don't mess up.
Yep.
Just don't mess up. Slow down a little bit so you don't make mistakes. It's actually better to just continue the pace you were on. It's been working the whole moto. Don't take anything off of it. Don't think about not crash. Just go ride your race. Be clean. Be smooth.
Yep. 310, number 1 on the number plate, your defending champ from last year, Kayla O'Neal. Trying to chase down 736 of Mallory Pickard. Taylor Jones a bit further up the course, trying to go 1-1 on the day here. Spread out that points lead.
Man, it looks icy out there.
Yeah, a lot of water down in some of these sections here.
Like we said, though, it's tricky when it's been this dry, and it's not like it's cloudy out. Drives out quick, a lot of bikes on it. It's kind of just what you got to do, and the riders just have to learn to adjust. Going for the double.
Stepping it up thick, yeah, she's been sending that. Slides all the way to that fence mark and then cuts her to the right. Meanwhile, won't be long. Going to be celebrating Taylor Jones, making her final approach here towards the checkered flag.
You can tell on that Fox FPV drone, it's definitely getting rougher right there. And a lot of guys and girls were going outside of those trees right before that last corner. Skip some of the bumps, set your corner up a little bit better, but there's Taylor coming through the Yamaha finish line, 1-1 on the day, overall winner. Really, really good ride. She'll go up for an interview with Zach. Waiting to see if Mallory Pickard comes through first, or is it Kayla O'Neal? O'Neal had a lot of time to make up when they went into the woods, but you never know. So here's another rider coming through the checker. We're still waiting on Mallory Pickard, Kayla O'Neal. They had, since we last saw them, they had the whole wood section plus the creek jump. And we know that creek jump's worth a few seconds at least. If she could be close when they get to there and she's jumping it, Mallory Pickard doesn't, definitely could make a pass, just like on that first moto.
All right, hanging here with your second moto winner. She's locked in just as much as we are. She wants to see how the rest of this women's pro class is going to shape up. We're watching and waiting here from the finish line. We'll see them pop into view. Ryan, jump in whenever you can.
I think they're heading toward the creek jump. Probably be there pretty soon, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Even if Kayla O'Neill jumps it, I think it's going to be tough. Here comes Mallory Pickard around the outside. She goes, takes the safe line. Kayla O'Neill going for it anyway. Jumps the creek jump. Not able to make the pass. So Mallory Pickard can keep it up through this rough section right here. She is going to go left of those trees, go around some of those bumps, tuck it in. One more corner, and she's through the finish.
Oh, look at this.
She falls.
Pickard falls just before the finish line.
What are you doing? No.
Oh, my goodness.
No
A
way.
drag race to the finish line. What a finish.
Did I jinx her? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Kayla O'Neill just asked, did that count? Yes, that counted. That was before the finish line. All right, we're going to jump in here real quick. I know these ladies are tired, want to grab some water and apparently some ice cream as well, Taylor was telling me, but you deserve it after a day like this. 1-1, what a performance. Take us through Moto 2.
Yeah, it definitely got gnarly out there. The track in the woods just got super silty and rough. Definitely rougher than the first one, but it was a ton of fun. I got a better start that time, got out front, and then just tried to keep it on two wheels. They watered the moto in the middle of it, so it became like ice. So it was like different challenges all throughout the race just getting thrown at us, but it was a ton of fun.
Yeah, I was going to say, we talk about track changing lap by lap. We're making sure it changes, right? We're throwing a little bit of water down, but as you know, sometimes rather do a little slick than a whole lot of dust, right?
Yeah, for sure. I'd rather be able to see where I'm going and be a little slippery, but it's just another challenge to it. It happens, but these girls are riding really great, and it was good to watch them battle to the finish. But overall, it was a great day, and I'm stoked to get another 1-1.
No doubt about it. Who's celebrating with you?
Yeah, big shout out to the whole Honda Phoenix team, all of the sponsors that support us, and my wifey for running around chasing me, Moose Off-Road, 60, Scott Goggles, IMS, Dunlop, just everyone in our corner, and all these people out here chasing us, yelling, making sure we go fast.
There it is. That's Taylor Jones, 1-1 on the day for your women's pro class. Going to make my way over here to Kayla O'Neill, find out how much mic cable I've got here. Talk about coming down to the wire. We thought Moto number 1 was exciting. Chaos right here at the close of Moto 2. As far as I know, you did get it before the stripe, so second here in Moto number 2. Take us through this race.
Yeah, that one was hard. It was a lot. I wasn't anticipating it to be as rough as it was. I wish I softened my suspension a couple clicks, so it took me the first 2 laps to figure out what I was doing. I actually fell going into the woods second lap, but I did hit all the jumps that I told myself I wanted to hit, which seemed to pay off in the end, but I was tired. Yeah, I don't know what place I got, but I really tried.
Unofficially, of course, anything I say is unofficial. We're going to say it was second, but I was going to ask about that. Ryan and I were talking. We saw you get the creek jump right at the end of Moto 1. What was it like that first time over the big double on the Moto track? We saw you kind of checking it out there in Moto 1. Had it clean, it seemed like all Moto 2.
Yeah, it was awesome. I actually had Taylor and Allie come over to me before the second Moto, and they're like, what are you doing? And I was like, good question. Because once I hit it, they were right. I was like, oh, that was it the whole time. But yeah, I felt more confident in myself and in the track once I started clearing everything. And even in the woods, too, I felt like $1 million.
Well, it certainly showed, and it's an impressive performance for sure. Who's celebrating with you after such a great day of racing?
My mom and dad, my boyfriend Jeremy, he's back at home working his butt off, FMF 560 Graphics, and everyone else that's behind me.
All right, that's Kayla O'Neill finishing up in that number 2 spot. Going to see if I can walk all the way down. I may. Mallory, if you can scoot up like literally just a foot here. All right, probably not as fun of the interview as we'd like to have right there at the end. Kind of take us through what happened. Such an incredible performance all through that second moto. Just kind of take us through the race.
I mean, I got a good start again, kind of just was flowing, but last lap I came out of that rut, like my front wheel, and just like tucked it, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, just popped out of the rut. We talked about that off camera being so tricky all day long, but overall, thoughts on this CGI Facility Grand Prix? Really seemed like you were jiving with the moto track and then had some great lines through the woods as well. Overall, seems like you were having a good day.
Yeah, it was fun. The moto was super fun. The woods, like when you can find lines and piece it together, it flowed and it was fun.
No doubt about it. Who's in your corner? Who's celebrating with you today?
My mom and dad, my sister, Paul, P27, Seth, Monty Motorsports, 100% FXR, and everyone else. Thank you.
There you go. That's Mallory Pickard, third place, and your women's pro top 3 here from Moto number 2. So taking a look at that MX Trophies race recap, plenty to watch on this one. Man, an absolutely bar-banging moto. I mean, talk about coming all the way down to the wire. How about it? Taylor Jones handling business, really enjoying all weekend long. Like I said, she was practicing yesterday, doing some great racing here today as well. Took that checkered flag just in front of Rivers Morris. That was a nice little battle between the two of them all the way down to the line as well. And then chaos in the final corner. Mallory Pickard just popping out of that off-camber rut. Just enough for Kayla O'Neill to sneak around. All right, plenty more racing to go. Our Moto Tassinari Pro Am 125 class coming up after this, as well as, of course, that final race. And how about this? You said it, and there it is. Pro Am 125 off and rolling. And no surprise, Justin Coinos picking up right where he left off, out front, leading the way. Looks like that's Alex Manuth in that number 2 spot on that vintage machine.
Ooh, see that?
Yeah, getting a handful of back-end slide there. Going to launch up onto that double, not quite all the way over.
Still jumping down. Oh! Fanoof just
How
jumped
about that?
step
Yeah.
down. That was pretty neat. On that old bike, too.
Bradshaw style, launching it down the hill. Here we go, next row. B250 off and rolling.
I love the different lines. Hey, I'm going to go outside. Well, then I'm going to cut over.
And you
go
saw that.
inside.
As soon as he saw one was
Yeah.
committed to the outside, he cut right across.
Yeah. Trying to make it work. Kind of got shut off right there, though. Being on the outside's pretty tough to make a pass.
Don't tell Joey Crown that. So here we go. The battle is on here in B250. Take a look at that Pro Am 125 class in row 1. B250 just taking off. We got a V-Open V200 and a V-Open Electric. Going to be heading out as well. Been a great day and a great weekend of riding and racing. As V-Open and V200 get ready to take off now. Ooh, drag race. Kawasaki going to just edge them out. That was all the way over that double right there. Launching it.
It's all about getting that corner speed, getting the traction, even when it's slippery like that.
Well, and especially when it is slippery, you talk about the approach towards the faces of the jumps. You see these guys really trying to, even if they have to angle down in the corners, a straight-on approach, really trying to just be 100% straight. Any kind of angle sliding up the face, so much easier to do when they start throwing water down like that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Justin Coinos really comfortable, two-stroking it all day long here this weekend. Really feeling comfortable on those machines. Like you said, a little bit lighter, a little more nimble, able to maneuver that thing around. But Fanoof not giving up. He is.
He's staying close.
He wants to smoke, no doubt about it.
I'd love to know the horsepower difference between that brand new 125 and almost 30-year-old 125.
He can't be a disadvantage if he doesn't know about it. You know what I mean? He's believing. So Fanoof looking looking very strong right now. They both launch up and over that creek jump. And the Fox FPV drone jumps on board as they get ready to put one lap in the books through the Yamaha finish. Coinos leading the way. Ooh, Coinos flirting with that edge a little bit as well.
Yeah, that's getting trickier and trickier right there to stay on track.
And it really seems like it has almost become more favored later in the day, that left-hand side. I'm seeing almost nobody take that right line.
I think it's just faster. It's if you stay lower, it's on, off, it's low. Where the other one's like double, kind of go high, triple, kind of go high. And that's just losing time. Anytime you're off the ground, you can't be accelerating.
Or you could do Joey Crown style and just launch the whole thing.
Yeah. I noticed he only did it once.
I was going to ask him and forgot to ask him on the podium about it. But, yeah, that was an impressive line. I'll be curious to see if he does that on the opening lap of Moto 2 as well. Coinos glancing over, throwing some style for the fans there.
He's having a good time.
Yeah.
He's looking for lines because he had a really good first open pro moto, and obviously wants to win this one. But I think would be his best of the year.
Definitely of the year, and yeah, Coinos has been another rider. You know, the defending AA champ in Jday from 2025, and he's talked about the growth of the series, the new faces that are not new in the sense of you never heard of them, because they're some of the biggest names in off-road racing, and even somebody like Joey Crown coming from motocross and supercross. These are big names, and Justin, you know, he's still saying he feels honored just to line up with him, let alone be in the midst and competing with him. So Coinos really starting to get comfy, and I really am blown away. It was about mid-moto before I realized he was on the two-stroke, but really seems like that smaller machine. Again, we kind of joked about the 85-65 thing earlier today, but something like Justin Coinos, a 450, dropping down to a 250 two-stroke, maybe just a little more familiar, a little more comfortable, and then, like he said, a bit lighter as well as, one rider wasn't going for a swim, but didn't quite make it over that lip.
Yeah, and some people are just more comfortable on a two-stroke, you know. But you say he's still just stoked to be on the track with those guys. It won't be long. He keeps doing that, and he's going to feel like he belongs.
Yep.
And he's able to beat those guys.
No doubt about it.
It didn't look like he felt like he got lucky. On the podium, when you talked to him, it looked like he expected it. He maybe not expected it, but he earned it.
Exactly.
It wasn't luck.
And this is something, you know, Justin's been working at. We talked earlier today about what he said it took to be able to get that 2025 championship. It came down to the wire between himself and Brandon Gregoire. We had it right here on Racer TV and GPTV, the Southwick finale. And, man, you know, that high-pressure situation, kind of getting accustomed and getting that experience that you've talked about all day today as well, really has started to pay off. And he's checking boxes left and right as the Luxon lap times. Coinos a 4:01, just about 10 seconds faster than Phaneuf, who was about 10 seconds faster than Caleb Herlong. Herlong and Martinez just about wheel-to-wheel, as is Betancourt and Bonds, with Sumner Gray not far back there as well with a 4:33. The TBT Racing live drone. Great overhead shots. You see that one rider getting a little thick into the berm there. Slowed him down just a tick.
I still can't believe. I think Coinos and now Phaneuf are the only ones to do that step down. I didn't see any of the other pros doing it.
I didn't see a single person in the pro race do it. So.
And I know why. It's completely blind.
Yep.
And it's not like the rest of this track is 30, 40 foot wide. That is like
15.
Yeah,
maybe.
It's not very wide. So if you go a little left, a little right, you could get on the edge there. But, I mean, these guys are making it look like nothing. So everybody else can do it. It's just so scary. It's a lot faster, though. A lot faster.
Yeah, certainly can flow down. And kind of, again, piecing the track together, I think it helps, because we even saw Crown at one point. He was trying to scrub off to not do that jump and ended up almost slamming into the face of it. So would be surprised to see a few of these guys piecing that together there in Moto 2. But, man, big shout out to our friends at TBT Racing. We've been talking about that TBT Racing live drone all day long, jumping on board here with the Jday Off-Road Series. And believe looking to jump on board and stay around for quite a while. So glad to have them, a suspension service based out of California, and really excited to have them come on board with the Jday series. Once again, we talked about all of the incredible sponsors and companies that help support this series. They see what it's all about, now getting coverage here on Racer TV and GPTV as well, and everybody wanting to kind of do their part, help celebrate these riders, help show support, and keep this series growing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, couldn't be done without them. So great to have them all on. Cool that they want to invest back into the sport.
Absolutely.
I mean, if we don't have racing, how many riders are they going to have? How many people are going to buy gear, are going to buy Motion Pro tools, are going to get their suspension done? It's EDT. Like, it's cool to have companies that see the value in that.
No doubt
as
about
well
it.
as FMF, the FMF Extreme section. I've been with FMF almost my entire career. Awesome company, great products, and they are heavily invested in the sport.
Yes, no doubt about it. Title sponsor here at the CGI Facility GP. Big shout out to FMF, the House of Power. Glad to have him with us. That was cool.
That little
float over that berm there.
Hop.
Yeah.
That was cool. Coinos, you're impressing me. The more I
wish
watch
you guys
ride,
could
man.
see Ryan's face light up when these little things happen, where somebody does some cool little trick and you start acting like a little kid. Did you see that? That was cool.
Because it's awesome. I love that little techie stuff.
Well,
like, that's where it's at.
You know, we tell people all the time, obviously, you've got a resume that speaks for itself, but at the end of the day, we're just fans. We're fans of the sport. You know, we might have a microphone on us right now, but, man, it's just we enjoy watching this, and that's what I tell people all the time. I do this for a living because I was going to be talking about it either way. They might as well put a mic and let somebody hear me talk about it, because this is what I love, man. This is so cool. I mean, little things like that wheelie right there, they just can't help but put a smile on the face.
That's just, it's like art, watching art. I mean, taking a track and breaking it down and going, what if I wheelied that?
Yep.
That would be cool. Like, it'd be fun and it's faster. I'm just going to do that every lap.
Well, and it's the little details that, you know, certain people, we hope there's people that have never been to a race watching right now, people that are maybe interested in getting into the sport, but there's something about being an educated fan of a sport like this. You know, same thing with, I'm a big fan of mixed martial arts, and I feel like when you can truly see what some people are doing, how they're setting stuff up, same thing like, you know, when you're able to see somebody setting a pass up a corner ahead, right? They're going to the outside to try to sweep underneath. Your average fan that maybe doesn't understand on that level might not be able to see it. Same thing with, you know, somebody feinting a punch or something like that. So it really is, I think, the more detailed and more knowledgeable you become about the sport, the more you're able to appreciate the little things that these riders are doing. Cali rider got that jump a lot cleaner that time.
It was better, but man, you would think if you cased it that hard the first time, you would hit it.
I'd be going
quite a bit
through the tape
faster.
the next time, just to make a point. Joshua Bonds in that number 1 ride out of the B250 class. Caleb Herlong in that B Open leads the way. Justin Coinos obviously leading in that Pro-Am 125 class. Back through the FMF Extreme section they go. Sun popping back out, was kind of hiding behind some clouds for just a little bit. Warming up for sure.
Yeah, this is going to make a difference for those guys.
Yep.
I mean, we can feel it, and we're under a canopy.
Yep.
These guys are really feeling it. And that can change everything, man. You're comfortable, you're not tired, everything comes easy. As soon as you start to sweat a little bit, and the muscles kind of get a little weaker, I'm not breathing a little bit hard, even maybe I'm getting a little cramp. I've been sweating a little bit much. Now, all that stuff that was easy, just everything comes hard. And it's like, it's not as fun. You obviously got to just fight through it. But that can be the difference. I used to not understand it, but even at a pro level, everybody's tired.
Yes.
Well, obviously you can be in better shape and get less tired, but everybody's tired. How do you deal with being tired? Can you still go fast when you're tired?
Yep.
We can all train more, all that stuff, but I got to learn how to suffer through it.
Yep.
I got to learn how to go fast even though I'm tired, and that was a big turning point for me.
Well, and I believe you said it earlier today, the suffer sesh, learning to suffer. We have events like the Moose Racing Wild Boar at GNCC down in Florida happen just after our season opener here for Jday, and that's arguably, if not definitively, one of the toughest GNCCs on the circuit. It's hot, it's sandy, it's a long, brutal race, and all of your racers in that one talk about, man, you come into it knowing kind of this is going to suck. On pro moto level, a lot of people talk about Southwood. They talk about something like a Redbud right there in the first weekend in July. Loretta Lynn's on the amateur motocross side of things. There's certain events where hey, I'm going to have to dig deep, and just like you said, it's not a question of whether I'm going to become uncomfortable, it's how I'm going to handle it.
Yeah, exactly. The better you can handle it, and the less you can let it freak you out, and the more you just go, hey, just keep pushing. Like, even when you think you can't go anymore, you always can. Almost always. And when you're young, you don't know what suffering is. As you get older and you have more experience with it, you wish you would have known that when you're young, because you would have been way tougher, But it's just something that you have to do to learn. If you don't do it in practice, you'll never be able to do it in a race.
No doubt about it. Continuing to watch here on the TBT Racing live drone. And what's so crazy, we talked about the CGI facility crew and how great of a job they've been doing. Look at how all of that shiny standing water that was on there just a few minutes ago is gone. It's soaked in, it's soaked up, and now it's great traction, but it still just shows how on top of things they have to be to keep some moisture in this course, especially with the sun popping back out.
Yep. That looks like a fun little section. Double, and then you double down and you just fall away. Neat how they've used the natural elevation here terrain, to make the track. I mean, South Carolina's not a particularly hilly, state, and even down in this area, not super hilly, but they got a cool spot here, and they've made the most of it.
Yeah, I think there's something you said. There's a lot of cool spots where sometimes you're like, man, they could have done more with the land they've got, and this is that's not the case here. They have done a great job of using what they've got. I love standing on the pegs there, just kind of flowing around.
Yep, running that outside, because that inside, I watched a couple guys on that first lap. It is ice rink on the inside. So smarter to get out there, even though that berm's not perfect now, and a little dry, a couple little hooks in it, but still a little better than that shiny inside. And I don't mind sliding a little bit if I got something to bank off of.
Yep.
Slide right into the bank, and then I got traction again. It's when you don't have anything.
Yeah, it's when you're just sliding aimlessly. That's when things start to go wrong. That little staircase right there looks fun to me.
Now they're starting to get that line a little bit where you're fading out before it and cutting in. Still tricky though. It's dry slick up top. It's not like you can hammer on the brakes right there. We saw a guy in the earlier moto try that, and it didn't work out. Really, sometimes the traction is the determining factor of, I just got to go a little bit wider. I don't have enough traction to hit the brakes that hard.
They're not going as far to the left leading up to that jump as I thought they were. I thought they were going to eventually head almost to the far side of the track and cut back across. But, again, just goes to show sometimes things don't develop quite the way you expect.
And it may look a lot different on a bike than we can see here.
Taking a look a bit further back in the pack, Logan Martinez looks like he's taking over the B Open lead. 344 rider. I believe that was actually Joseph Werner that we just saw out of that B class. Lucas Padra, want to give him a shout out, rounding out the top three in that 125 class. Devin Newkirk, I believe we just saw on the 33 ride. Big shout out to everybody for coming out here to CGI. What a fantastic location. I know a lot of people are excited just to have the opportunity to scope the place out, let alone actually to get to do some racing on it.
Yeah, pretty special. I mean, this is just a legend for most of us to see it on Instagram. You don't get to go ride here, but now you do because Jday brought a race here.
Tell he's not getting any smoother in the woods. You're seeing a lot of jerking around there, some sudden edges being caught.
Yeah, and you see guys changing it up too. I'm not going to go in that inside line that I was going in because now it's got 2-foot bumps in it. Let me take one line out from that, a little bit smoother, maybe a little further, but probably the same speed when you think about it overall. You don't have to hit all those bumps.
So hanging on the TBT Racing, live drone here at the Creek Jump. Shouldn't be much longer now before we expect to see your leaders making their way through. Jumping on board FPV style. Fox bringing you that FPV drone and then a little higher up in the sky. That looks to be Coinos.
That's a cool shot seeing it from up here. That creek jump not particularly tough to do. It's the corner after.
Yeah.
It's making the downside enough that you can brake enough to slow down before you run into those banners or that log. There's a guy going on that right side. Double, triple. I think it looked like earlier the step, that left side's a step on, step off. Where they land on the middle table, it looked like a big hole had kind of developed. Start to kick people sideways. So you might see some more guys going back to that right side now.
Well, and just like we talked about, what was the race line early on, maybe people shy away from it. Now they're coming back to it, or what was avoided early on now is turning into that main race line. On the charge hard, though, no doubt about it. I was curious to see what kind of effort level we would be getting out of Justin, with that Pro Moto coming up, with the Podium on the line, and he certainly seemed confident right now as he's still charging hard.
I mean, that tells me he's confident in his fitness.
Yep.
He's not worried about it. Like a lot of times at a Pro National or a GNCC, you'll see dudes with, it seems like they got 3 umbrellas on them, and they got an ice pack on them, and they got a towel on their head, and then you see the guys that they're confident. They're just normal, not worried about it. I ain't saying it's not smart to have all that stuff, but you can tell the guys that know they've put in the work,
who are like panicking,
and the ones that are questioning if they're ready or not. So the Luxon fast lap, or last lap times. Coinos about 4 seconds faster than Alex Phaneuf.
And that's closed up. He was 10 plus seconds faster early on in this. So.
Yeah, but like you said, Coinos does know he's got a moto coming up, a Pro Moto, where he's going to have to run a little harder than this. So he may be keeping a little bit in the tank. Logan Martinez about 12 seconds behind them. These first two are kind of in a league of their own in this one, and you can tell on the gap that they pulled. But even Phaneuf here looks like he's maybe slowing down just a hair. It is hot. The sun is really beating down now. And it's late in the moto, so I don't blame him.
Yeah, late in the day, late in the moto, and still sending that downhill smooth as could be.
That's cool.
Yeah, this has been a bit different than it's been all day long. You can see just how bright it is even on some of these camera shots. It's the sun's popped out to a whole nother level now. That's going to be slick right there. Some of that.
Oh yeah, off camber,
grassed up.
But that's necessary.
Yes.
Because you stir up so much dust, you pull that dust into the woods, and now you're in the woods with shadows. Mm-hmm. Everything else, it's going to be impossible to see. A lot of people, less experienced riders will complain, but why did they water that track? It was hard, it made it so slick. I'd much rather have a slick track than a dusty track.
Well, even Taylor Jones, when we talked to her, I was like, she was talking about how they were watering during the moto some, and she was like, but I get it. Like, I understand what they were doing. I understand why they were doing it. So definitely a bit for the greater good. Like you said, kind of almost drag dust from one section into another.
Yeah. And, I mean, anytime you have more speed, you have more risk. So with it dry slick, I can still go pretty fast. It's going to be dusty. You need more risk than if I water it. Yeah, you might slide out, but you're okay.
Right.
Like you're going pretty slow. You slide out, no big deal. I ain't saying it's perfect. It's the better of the two options.
Well, and yeah, again, we're saying a little bit of moisture on top, a little slick. I'm not saying a full mud race compared to a dust race.
Coinos is fun to watch. He carries really good momentum. Never really on the gas that hard or on the brakes that hard. Kind of reminds me of like a Kevin Windham, a Christophe Porcel, something like that. Just keeps moving. A lot of times it may not be who goes the fastest, but who slows down the least.
Here we are on creek jump once again. Coinos up and over. I almost feel like it's easy, like significantly easier for them when they do angle that jump.
Yeah, as long as they don't clip the edge of that log at the end.
Is it good?
Yeah.
I think I heard a little yell. Did you hear it? Coinos kind of yell at the lapper there. Wasn't yelling in a mean way. He was just saying, "Hey, I'm here. Like, I'm lapping you. Just know I'm here. I'm coming around." Yeah. Because otherwise, the lapper, and I've had it happen to me, races have been decided by it. You come up on a lapper, they don't know you're coming. It's before they know it, you're going so much faster than they are. When you get to them, they freak out, and they try to move over, and now they take you out. And it would have been better if they had known you were there. And you'll hear a lot of guys rev at them. You know, they'll rev the bike, pull the clutch in, rev the bike. Hey, just saying, hey, I'm here. I'm coming around. Like, hold your line. I'm going around. A lot better than them trying to move for the most part, and then they mess your race up.
So one more time around the CGI facility motocross track for Justin Coinos. At least on the 125. And whew, how about that? Dropping it down. Wow. Coinos.
He dropped 14 seconds off that time? It was a 5:14, wasn't it?
Yeah, 5:14 to a 4:59. 15-second difference.
We thought he was backing down.
Yeah.
He's cranking it up.
Well, I'm kind of shocked because it really didn't look that different.
No.
You know, that's what we talked about, just the efficiency. And
I was just saying while you were taking a break there, he carries good momentum.
Yeah.
He doesn't really, he never gets on the gas super hard or the brakes super hard, but he doesn't slow down in the corner very much either. Said it reminds me of the way Kevin Windham rode. Kevin never looked fast, but he was going really fast. Christophe Porcel, he mentioned earlier. And he would let off so early going into the turn, but then when he get to the turn, he never stopped there. He just rolled right through it. I'm not saying Justin Coinos is those guys. Just reminds me.
that's what we got to do. We got to eat K-Dub out here with Jday.
Yeah, we should have a Jday at K-Dub.
Now we're talking.
I could probably make that.
You think we can make the pond crossing
Yeah.
happen as part of the course?
They did it.
Stu Baylor can do it. We can do it. So back off into the woods for the final time. Alex Manuth now on screen. Big shout out to him as well, man. Super consistent lap times.
Making that old bike look good. I kind of wish he was wearing a kidney belt though. Or is he?
He might be.
Because that would fill out
that would send, that would seal the outfit there. Were you a kidney belt guy?
Back in the day, yeah. I think I have O'Neill or a Fox one maybe. Fox, yeah, it was Fox. Look at that. Banners on the TV. But yeah, then realized that, hey, none of the pros are wearing that anymore. Maybe we should. Which is not any good reason to stop wearing it, but yeah, we did.
Yeah, it's so funny to go back. You talk about the difference in gear that was worn back in the day, and man, they just drag race through the off-camber section. You guys have been going at it all race long. But everything from the ventilation. This was years and years and years ago. I'm sure you probably don't even remember it, but when I was a kid, you actually gave me a jersey and pants of your O'Neill gear, and I found it the other week at my dad's house, and that is some of the heaviest gear I've ever picked up in my life. The pants were so heavy.
Yeah, it's like Eskimo gear. Like, I mean, there's no way it breathed. I don't know how we ever survived in it. But at O'Neill, the last I wore that was 04. So it had to be 04, 03, 04, something like that.
I don't know if it was that.
Because I was not, in 05, I turned pro. I went TLD. Unless I dug out something old and gave to you.
You may have, I don't know. But
oh, no.
No, it was
No. 2010.
10, yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I forgot. I did wear O'Neill on Moto Concept
Yamaha.
Yep. You're right. Because I was O'Neill in like my last 2 years of amateur, and then came back in 10.
Yep, Ryan Sykes, what a guy. Only pro rider to ever give me his pants.
Number 46.
Yep. Had to break it out at Red Bud when we were at MXON.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
See, there's many different paths to the announcer's booth here. So sometimes you can just be a fan collecting jerseys. Sometimes you can be the guy giving the jersey.
That's funny. Small world. We meet again.
Absolutely. And look at that little look back there. I bet he's been doing that all lap long. Justin Coinos, he's been taking notes. He's getting ready to take a checkered flag here in the 125 Pro class.
Cruising her on in, Justin Coinos for the 1-1 on the day in the 125 Pro class. Coming through that Yamaha finish line. Big lead. Laid down a heater when it really mattered, close to the end. Able to get the win.
Going to see if we can grab a word here with your Moto Tassinari 125 Pro-Am Moto 2 winner and overall winner, Justin Coinos. Long time no see, man. How we doing?
Doing pretty good. That was a fun moto. Just found some lines, doing some fun little jumps, little wheelies here and there, and yeah, good moto.
Yeah, and Ryan and I were talking about that, kind of balancing the effort. Obviously, you wanted to grab this win. This is a class you've been in all season long, but also kind of managing that effort, especially after such a good result in Pro Moto 3. You said you did find a couple of lines. You spotted some things out. Think we're going to be able to break out here in this Pro Moto?
Yeah, definitely. Found some lines, and I was cruising around a little bit, and I'm like, I should probably do one good lap. So I put one good lap in just to see how it feels going at speed, and felt good. We just need to do that one lap for 30 plus 1 in the pro class, and we should be good.
Easy, right?
Right? Easy.
Nothing to it. Well, man, been a fantastic day so far for you. Once again, who's helping you out?
My mom, my dad, my sister. Class Out Power Sports, Ampro, Loud Fuel, Ed Gardner, P3 Carbon, Class Out Power Sports, Redline Oil, P3, FXR 60, Factory Connection, Chris Canning, and everyone else. Thank you.
There you have it. Justin Coinos making it look easy out there.
Gonna have the MX Trophies race recap here. From the 125 Pro class, Justin Coinos, number 444 in the Yamaha. Like he said on the podium, not out for a joyride. He definitely had to work a little bit, threw down a little heat late in the moto. Able to pick up a pretty big win, though.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I wasn't going to tell him that he dropped 15 seconds in that one go-for-it lap, but, yeah, really just goes to show the pace. There's a bit of a range to it, and like you said, all you got to do is that for 30 minutes plus a lap, so no question about it. Coinos sitting in a good spot and definitely probably going to have the most recent look at the track. for all of the pro riders. Let's take a look at your Pro Taper top 10. Justin Coinos, Alex Fanoof, Logan Martinez, Joshua Vaughns, and Bobby Betancourt. Your top 5, Caleb Herlong, Sumner Gray, Joe Imberly, Joseph Werner, and Devin Newkirk. Your top 10. All right, we're going to get ready to send things to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more FMF CGI Facility Grand Prix right here on Racer TV and GPTV. Jday Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses, Redline Oil, no compromises, and Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassinari, Luxon MX, 100%, Pro Taper, Motion Pro, and IMS. All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to the FMF CGI Facility Grand Prix, round 3 of the Fox Jday Off-Road Series. Moto number 12 sitting on the line. B Vet, Super Senior, Masters, B Senior, Women's B, Women's C, C Senior, and Vintage. Going to be coming up next, followed by the final race of the afternoon, our final pro race. Right now, getting down to the nitty-gritty here for our vet classes, Masters and Women's. B-Vet going to be on that starting row.
This is the moto with the guy that's on his 275th Jday.
I believe so. Yeah, you were telling us about that.
Yeah, 275th Jday. I don't know if that was an exaggeration. Seems like it could be real. That's a lot of races.
Yeah, that's a lot of seasons right there.
His bike's old enough to do it.
That's true. Fair enough. Maybe it was the bike's 200. Maybe.
Maybe.
You got to get clarification.
I love still seeing people with their leg up on a Kickstarter for the start.
Yeah, we had a great shot earlier.
Anymore.
There was a Suzuki and got it in one kick right off and rolling. Which, I mean, you know.
They better be good at starting Suzukis. They've been starting them for the last however many years.
Yeah.
Never had electric start on those.
Supercross one-star right now. I like that style as well, cranking it in neutral, because every time I tried to get it to start as a kid, if it was in gear, I'd every time it was in.
Yeah, it's more likely to start. You're less likely to get home.
Yeah. Well, again, I'd rather start 4th or 5th than how I normally started. So
the inside of that corner keeps creeping in and in and in because there's not really a corner marker. So, hey, it's fair game if there's no corner marker. Whoa, going for the big gap.
There you have.
And making the pass for the lead.
I believe that's the 94 machine, your first moto winner. Trying to pick up right where he left off. Wasn't too worried about the start. Picked up a couple of spots. Super Senior and Masters coming up next.
There he is. The G-Man, number 255. That's a 500. That's a CR 500.
Was it?
Yeah, look at the pipe. That's the telltale between the 250 and 500. The 500 pipe comes out and then curls backwards before it comes back around. It takes a man to ride a 500.
Thing's just idling horsepower. Look at that. He's leading the way right now, so yeah, he's got something figured out.
Man, look at that.
Second place.
Second.
All right.
But he's going for it. Losing that line we just talked about, he might have hurt him.
Mm-hmm.
I rode a 500 one time, and it was fun. It was scary. Biggest takeaway I got, though, was 500s do not, they want to go straight.
Yeah.
They don't like to turn.
Yeah, I got to ride a KX 500 one time. It almost rattled the fillings out of my teeth. It was, and then I tried to kick it one time, and that was a whole nother.
I rode one on a supercross track.
Oh.
That's why I was super scared.
Oh.
But, yeah. Likes to go straight.
So no RMzilla in a straight rhythm for you?
Well, so I take that back. I rode that one a month ago. I rode Travis's RMzilla down in Florida. And I hate to say it, Trav, that bike's slow. I mean, compared to even a modern, like, 300, kind of slow. But cool, though. Really
Certainly.
cool.
Yeah, you got to talk to Trav at your MIT class. Tell him to come out to a Jday.
Yeah, we're actually, I have a class at Travis's on Tuesday. I leave here, fly back to Maryland tonight. We got a class up there on Tuesday. And I'd like to get him out. I'd like to get the whole crew out. The whole cool. Nitro crew come out here and probably race some goofy bikes and have a little fun, try to throw some backflips.
They would have been awesome out here.
I was going to say, this would be the facility to do it at, because Chad could build us up a little lip off the side. You don't have to hit it, but if you want to do a flip, you could. I'm not putting ideas in your head, Chad, but that's a good one.
Yeah, I remember, I know Banksy. I knew him when he was a little kid, and he was hitting freestyle ramps on like a 65, so pretty crazy to see him now, a big part of the Nitro crew.
And that kid's a good rider. Mm-hmm. Like, he has a lot of talent, and he's got zero fear. He will flip anything, anytime. Did the loop-de-loop.
Yeah, kind of been like that his whole life. You just tell him to go for it, and he will. So
look at that pass, the KDX. He's getting aggressive out there.
I love it.
With that elbow. Look
I know, I was going to say, that was some MIT-approved form.
Proud of that elbow. Good job, KDX, man.
There you see the 94 working his way through here on lap number 1, trying to get a little bit of breathing room on the rest of the pack. And head towards that CGI Creek jump. Ooh, came up a little short on that one. 38 continues to hold it strong as well. And one lap going in the books.
Yeah, he just switched over to that right side. I bet you that left side, like I said, it's hard to see from the camera shot, but there's a pretty big hole when you land off that first one right there. I think he may have landed a little bit left of it. Yeah. But then you're flirting with the edge.
Right.
So it's a fine line.
Watching right now, Austin James leads the way. Matthew Bonds, Christopher Rhodes, Jonathan Dodd, and Chad Gold, your top 5 early. Watching down there on the far side. Going to head back towards us. Derek Bush in that number 6 spot. Russell Henson, Lou Kelly, Joe Hines, and Rob Kavanaugh, your top 10. The B vet class on track. Shout out to Matthew Bonds right now, putting in a solid result as well, keeping it relatively close for the moment. They're on the 2-stroke in the number 2 spot. They're keeping it pretty close. Meanwhile, another good little battle on screen right now. Back on the top side of the track. James Jetmar leading the way out of Super Senior. Michael Brillianti leads the Masters class. Gregory Likens and Joe Norder, with Joe Hines leading that B Senior. Gabriella Nanisi leads the women's B class and the women's B points, with Kayla Riken, maybe Riken, leading the women's C class at the moment. Todd Gales out front in C Senior, and Evan Kelly hanging on to things in the vintage class. You see the 500 machine. 2 smoking his way around. James a fair bit faster than the rest of the field on that last lap. A 4:18, about 8 seconds faster than Matthew Bonds. As getting down to the final few races of the afternoon. 1 lap in the books here for our B vet classes, as well as our masters classes, and then we'll have our final moto of the day, our pro moto number 2, coming up just after this. Once again, this is round 3 of the 2026 season. Make sure, if you have not already, you guys follow Jday Off-Road on social media. Go to jdayoffroad.com and check out the rest of the upcoming schedule. We've got Lake Sugar Tree coming up here in just a few weeks for round 4 before we head up north to Budds Creek there in Maryland. See, track crew doing a great job, but that sun really starting to beat down now. Picking some of that dust up.
And if you guys are having a good time watching this, you watch that first pro moto. It was a burner. Text your friends, tell them to tune in.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Racer TV and GP TV. We're live. You can tell anybody, tell your friends at work, whoever you got at home. It's Sunday. You guys ought to be just chilling out anyway. Throw it on the TV, put it on the laptop, on your phone, whatever you got. You can hang out poolside. Enjoy some great racing. I mean, there's nothing exaggerating about that at all. These pro motos have been tons of fun to watch. We've had some great battles in some of our other classes as well. Bonds has got that creek jump dialed in now.
Like we said, it's one of those things. Looks scary. Then you do it and you go, should have been doing that the whole time.
Yeah, it's not actually that
It's
bad.
actually fun because it's not scary at all. But you never know until you do it. Good thing about it, again, is this place, Chad here at CGI knows how to build a track. I'd say one of the better ones to do it currently, and build it safe. Nothing out here that's going to put you at too much risk. Obviously, catching air there's always a little bit of a risk in it, but it's built it as safe as it can possibly be.
So back onto the moto track we go. 2 laps complete, and this man on screen, Austin James, handling business.
Oh, James has got a pretty big lead, but made a big mistake coming out of that corner. Had a little look back. Hey, how close are they? Do I need to be worried or
No,
no?
I've got a lead, but how big exactly?
Yeah. Like we were talking about, never good to look back, but I don't think he's too worried about those guys. He just had to take a little peek out, make sure.
Well, and again, I think there's something to be said about fully checking up and looking back, but it's when you're still on the charge and you're trying to do a quick glance back. Roll this step up this time.
See, now he's looking back a little bit too much. Slowing down a little too much. Matthew Bonds may be able to make a little charge. Still got 3 or 4 laps to do it. Coolest name at the race, James Jetmar, back in 7th.
Jetmar, I believe, leading his class. There he is in the super senior class, leading the way.
And Mr. 275, Gennaro, in 2nd.
500, pushing him forward. Bond's starting to check up just a little bit on some of these jumps as well. Oh, that's actually not Bond's. Thought that was the 238.
Evan Kelly, so that's the guy that won the other class. Yep. Now he's on this KDX.
Yep.
Got it. I wonder which one he has more fun on. Modern bike or the KDX?
I don't know. He seems to be able to kind of throw this KDX around. Not sure how hard he's pushing, but got to be having fun on that.
I would say that the KDX is probably more fun in the woods. Those things are set up so soft, and it probably just eats all those bumps alive. Where on the motocross track, now jumping big jumps on it, maybe a different story.
Nubbin. Put the side plate back on. No, I think he just left it off.
Nah, he sacrificed that one for the day. Take it home and wire it back together if he's anything like me. I'm not buying a new one. I'll just wire it back together. It'll work.
It's brutal out there. Taylor Jones even lost her instant 360. It snapped right off when he was going through. Yep. So she thinks she knows where it came off, though. So.
Yeah, until 3 or 4
yeah, until it's not.
or 50 riders hit that section, and then it's not very long. It does.
Taking a look right now, that is the leader of your women's B class, making her way through, Gabriella Manisi. Like I said, not only leading here today, but also leading in that points as well. Machine. Once again, making his way through. He was 221 on the KDX, 222 on the other machine. So.
We were just talking earlier about Zach asked me which one do I like better, motocross or the woods, and I said probably moto, but if I had to pick one to go ride with my friends for a day, it's off-road. It's going trail riding. That's just a way more chill thing. You know, there's lower risk. You can climb a hill, and I can bet you $1 that I can climb it. You can't.
Now you're talking to Pastrana over here on me. We start doing the dollar bets. And
yeah.
I'd love to hang out with you guys, but my body probably wouldn't.
Well, the problem is when you hang out with that guy, you can't say no.
Can't he'll say mine either.
No, you can't. No, that's Tim Close. But yeah, we're actually getting smarter. We used to be, him and I were bad for each other because we would never say no, and even to the stupidest things, and we got ourselves hurt doing dumb stuff. But now we're like, hey, maybe we just don't this time. Maybe we just say no. I don't know how to do that, but let's try. And so getting a little bit smarter. We're both way more broken than we used to be, and can't take the beating like we used to could. So
you got to strategically set each other up. I bet you can't say no.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. I know. We actually appreciate when the other guy says no. When you bet
Thank
it.
goodness.
Oh, man, I'm glad you said no because now I don't have to do it. When I first met Travis, it was in 2006. My trainer was his trainer. He was still racing Supercross at the time, or trying to. My trainer said, the key to Travis is limited exposure. Don't hang out with him all the time, just once in a while. Because then you can only get yourself into so much
Yeah, that
trouble.
sounds fair. You can limit your opportunities for. I feel like the same thing you probably say with Pastrana Land. You know?
Yeah. I mean, that place is amazing. We've been up there the
it
last
looks
couple
so
days,
much fun.
and like for the kids, there's so much to do. Even they just built the She Shred, Lindsay's big skate park thing, vert ramp, and all. They got rock wall in it. They got
trampoline.
Oh yeah, the trampoline can jump like 50 foot high. Like it's outrageous, but a lot of fun. Shut up. Minor Vernon incident.
Pick my
Moving along.
leftovers up.
Matthew Bond still going for it.
He's sending it.
Yeah. Hey, you never know. Austin James could let off a little bit too much. He could take it too easy. And Matthew Bonds go 2-1 for the overall.
Yeah, Bonds has been looking really consistent all race as far as the effort levels go, not really checking up at all.
Totally different racetrack than it was for Moto 1.
Yeah.
A lot drier in spots, a lot wetter in spots, and rougher, especially in the woods. The woods is totally different.
Well, and even here on the Moto, the mix of obviously 2 months of no rain, then you try to work the water in throughout the week. You had practice yesterday. Then, as you can see, they're still trying to throw some water on top of it. It kind of creates those square edge type bumps that the dirt doesn't chip away. It breaks away. It creates these really hard edges that when they do catch you, they kick you big time. It's not just a bump, but it's like a full-on toss to the side.
Yeah, kudos to these guys for making the adjustment because you can't ride it like you did at first. You need to definitely take it a little easier in spots, pick it up a little bit in spots where you can. But yeah, definitely different racetrack. Even down to as specific as what gear you're in.
Right.
Like you might be riding the track a gear high right now, just to give yourself get the bike a little bit down in the revs. Lug it a little bit more, get a little bit more traction.
Yeah, I even remember you talking about that on the two strokes earlier today, saying keep it low in the RPM, not quite as trigger happy when you turn that throttle.
Yeah, when it's slippery like this, you want to be kind of delicate with everything, with your brakes, with your gas, with your boom angle, with your lines. Where when it's perfect traction, you can kind of get away with about anything. You can whack the throttle pretty hard, you can slam on the brakes. Right now, you do that, it's going to be a ride. Got the Luxon last lap times. Austin James with a 5:37. Hey, Matthew Bonds tied him 5:37. So not gaining, but not losing anything. Christopher Rhodes with 5:57. Chad Gold right there with a 5:59. Everybody pretty close.
James just hanging tough right now. No real sense of urgency. And I mean, realistically, as long as he maintains that lap time, he's in a good spot.
Yeah, no need to push it if you're not losing any time. The trick is staying focused.
Yep.
You back off too much, you just kind of lose that focus. You're not paying as quite as much attention, just like right there. You almost hit the tree, whether that was because he hit a rock or what. But sometimes when you back off too much, you lose that focus. And you can something small and simple can reach up and grab you.
Yeah, it's funny. So many riders, especially top riders, you hear say that. I struggle to ride at 80%. I can ride at 100% all day long, but I'm kind of on that edge, and that's where I'm comfortable. It's when I'm trying to check up. when things start to go sideways.
Yeah, and a lot of times that's because of the focus. But, I mean, the way I train people with Moto Intelligence, a lot of our long motos are a little bit lower intensity. So you have that pace to back off to. That, hey, I've got a 10-second lead. Let me back off the pace. I'm not necessarily going slower or not much slower in my overall lap time. Just the intensity's backed off a little bit. I'm carrying maybe a little less brakes, a little bit more roll speed. I'm going almost as fast, but I'm limiting my risk. I'm not going to push it on the spots where it's a little slippery or super rough. I'm going to figure out a better line, back off the intensity a little bit, and keep moving.
Bond's making his way through. Still no white flag yet, so at least 2 more laps to go. As there we see the 266 making his way through.
That looks, that's Suzuki.
Yep, that's the Suzuki I was talking about earlier. Yep.
Pretty wild, Zach, that a Suzuki is leading the 450 Supercross points.
Yeah, it's impressive, that's for sure.
I mean, what was impressive was watching those guys ride that track last night. That track was
very different than this track. Plenty of moisture.
That track was a minefield. I mean, it almost reached up. It did bite Hunter. Yep. Almost bit Kenny a couple times. And then the lappers at the end, man, like there's really kind of only one good line. Yep. And then the lappers in that line. You got to choose. Do you follow him and not jump it? Do you try to risk it and chance it and go for a different line? Pretty sketchy.
Yeah, lappers I feel like always a talking point, but I feel like this year, whether it be in GNCC, SMX, it definitely seems to be a talking point. I feel like extra here this year. Saw Bonds there shaking hands out just a little bit.
You know, I can't speak for him. It may be on pump, but a lot of times when the track gets kind of square edge like this, and no fault of the track crew, it's 2 months of no rain.
Yeah.
Oh, about tossed her down there. But a lot of times when the track gets choppy like this, my hands will start to hurt. My hands will go numb because of just the impact that it's taken. It's not big hits; it's a bunch
just
of
real
small
abrupt
hits.
little hits. Yep.
And so that could be something. I know I had carpal tunnel in one hand. Had surgery. One of the worst decisions I've ever made.
Wow.
I got it in this hand now, but I just kind of shake it out like he just did, and just kind of try to relax. And a lot of stretching and stuff, but it is magnified when you come to a track like this, where it's really kind of just choppy. I mean, there's certain things you can do to the bike, like the XC Gear Mako 360 mount that's rubber mounted or polymer mounted. That thing helps a little bit, a lot actually over a stock clamp, but at a certain point, nothing's going to really make it go away. You can just kind of do your best to manage it.
That is the 191 of Christopher Rhodes on screen right now. 3rd overall at the moment.
He's got his Triumph gear on his Honda. That's the same gear that the Triumph team wears, isn't it?
Yep. Looks good on that stuff. FX Art is a good thing.
Yeah, and the whole Triumph, like their look is pretty slick. They won the SMX Next last night.
Deacon Deno, yeah.
There's Mr. 275 making that 500 sing.
Yeah, I want to hear him rev that thing across the finish line.
You won't hear it rev though. 500 revs taps out at like 6,000 RPM. And you don't want to rev at 500. It'll just rattle your brains out.
Ring, ding, ding, ding.
Yeah. No, 500 you shift as quick as you can.
Gale still handling the senior class. There you see your leader trying to work his way through some live traffic now. Not too much of a sense of urgency either. We'll see whether or not, obviously, looks like Bond's maybe tightening up just a little bit in the closing stages of this race, but could be an opportunity to close things up on Austin James.
Well, you never know. I mean, for Bonds, I think he's pretty much the leader's out of sight, but if you let up and then the leader makes a mistake, you're not there to capitalize. So you got to put in your best ride no matter what, whether you see the guy or not. You never know if he's right around that corner where, you're close, you just can't see him. But Austin James rides super smooth, not pushing it, but really not Not lollygagging either. Rode a Suzuki back in 2013, Suzuki 450, and great bike. Handled real well, super fast. I don't think that new bike is much different.
Yeah.
They haven't changed it a whole lot. So that's a testament to how good the bike was back then. And, they can basically not develop it for 10 years or more.
Well, and
Still be good.
it's a testament to the machines, to their competitiveness, and I mean, I know 2 people, just friends of mine, that have bought them this year because they're like, man, you look at something like Ken, you look at people like Colt Nichols. So many people have proven they're still competitive in modern racing, and my friend Aaron Neagley there with First Form, and then Austin Varner as well, all snuck away and said, you know what? I'm going to try these things out. They get them, and they're like, I love it. I absolutely have so much fun on it. Especially, don't get me wrong, electric starts are great, but I think especially if you're not super, super competitive, you're not racing on a regular basis, it's a luxury. It's not a necessity. And so, it just goes to show you don't always need the nicest and the newest. I mean, even when we take a look at Alex Phaneuf, rocking some of that retro Yamaha, and I mean, still beating a lot of modern machines. It just goes to show the bike, not the rider, make,
Yeah, well, and hey, look at the positive. You can never have a dead battery. Never have a dead battery. You never have to buy a battery.
Enough said.
Yeah.
White flag is out. 1 lap left to go. Austin James trying to bring it home. One more time around this moto track. Before we get ready for the final race of the afternoon. Pro Moto 2 going to be coming up. James just one more time around.
Mr. 275 on the 500 might be happy he's getting out right now.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to fight this one too much.
No, maybe packing in for the day.
Good way to see 276.
That's
Oh, here we go. We've got some boaters here.
Watch out, the waves are going to be pretty big out there.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the man with the mohawk is our freestyle rider from earlier on the KTM. I saw him throw that helmet off, and I was like, now the no footers make sense.
I mean, if you have a mohawk, you
got to. We don't make the rules, So one more lap of racing underway. Gabriella Manisi leads your women's B class. Christine Cavanaugh has now moved into the number 1 ride in women's C. That is your points leader. Yep, they've realized there's a Racer TV camera on them now. Anything's possible. Meanwhile, Christopher Rhodes been quietly steady in that 3rd overall spot. Solid moto for him. Watch and wait. Shouldn't be much longer now before your leader, Austin James, is going to be on approach towards that finish line. Going to launch over the CGI Creek one more time. And there he is, right on screen. looks like a pretty healthy gap there over Matthew Bonds, so nothing to stress over. Going to try to hit those marks. There's Bonds in that number 2 ride. As well. Oh, one rider having some problems there at 317. Laying her down.
Nothing like crashing on the last lap. We're already over it. Hot.
Over it. Yep.
On a hill right there. Hard to pick the bike up. He's hating it right now.
Well, at least he All right, well. Row your boat. Duck when you see Austin James coming. Here we go, one more time over the CGI Creek. And he is on final approach, waiting on a checkered flag. And checker flag waves. It will be Austin James getting the job done.
See Matthew Bonds coming in there for a solid second. Kept him honest.
Bonds doing a great job coming across the line. Definitely think that gap was maybe even a bit closer than they had in Moto 1, but not enough to take down this man, Austin James. We get the job done. It's a warm second moto here, man. Track's rough, but, man, still looking great out there. Take us through that final moto.
Man, it was dusty. We got out to the lead halfway through the first lap. Just tried to keep it steady and keep it off the trees, man. It was tight. It was dusty. Roots came out, got a little choppy, but all in all, it was a good track.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looked like you were kind of managing risk out there as well. We saw you were put in that sprint pace, and then once you had that gap built up, it seemed like we were just focused on trying to get it home.
Oh, yeah. I'm worn out, man. This place, it did me in. That's a fact.
No doubt about it, man. Well, we get the job done. We're grabbing the overall win. Who's celebrating with you?
CSR Motorsports, Johnson Farms, JR Marshall Enterprise, X3M Suspension. Everybody that's been up here with me and been to all the races, man. Just family and friends.
There it is. Austin James gets the job done here in Moto 2.
Great ride, man. Appreciate you, Billy. Yep.
Got our MX Trophies race recap. Track's a little bit drier, a little bit more dusty than it was in that first moto, but same turn or same result. Austin James taking the win, Matthew Bonds in second. You had some people in the water doing a little boating, checking it out. Look like they're in Venice, in between in the city there.
Yeah, they just need that one guy in the back standing up.
Yeah, singing.
Yep. Great stuff going on, and we've still got one more moto to go. We take a look at that Pro Taper top 10. It's Austin James, Matthew Bonds, Christopher Rhodes, Chad Gold, and Jonathan Dodd. Your top 5 with Derek Bush, James Jetmar, Gennaro Alucio, Gregory Likens, and Robert Buffon rounding out your top 10. Well, it's just about time for the grand finale, but before we get to that, we're going to grab one more quick commercial break, and we'll be back with the FMF CGI Facility GP Round 3 of the Fox Jday Off-Road Series. We'll be right back. Jday Off-Road is proud to have the following advocacy partners. The Kirk Caselli Foundation. The focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycling. And GMCC. The Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series and AMA National Championship. Jday Off-Road is proud to have the following media partners. Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the grand finale of Round 3, the FMF CGI Facility GP, Round 3 of the Fox Jday Off-Road Series here in beautiful Edgefield, South Carolina. Hope you guys have enjoyed the live coverage here on Racer TV and GP TV so far today. If you're just joining us, you couldn't have picked a better time, as we have got our second Pro Moto sitting on the line. And if you missed out on Moto number 1, we'll give you a chance to catch up on the action with our MX Trophies race recap. Justin Coinos grabbing the early race lead. He was quickly passed by Ricky Russell, who was then quickly passed by Joey Crown. Crown absolutely putting down a heater on lap 1 of the Moto track. And the table for 2 was set between Ricky Russell and Joey Crown, going at it, switching the lead back and forth more than a couple of times. Crown definitely a bit more aggressive and confident on the moto side of things. Meanwhile, Ricky Russell using that GNCC experience to his advantage, able to take advantage of the woods loop and make the pass and make it stick as well. Coinos, though, a freight train of pressure behind him from riders like Ben Kelly, Jigs Fustini, and several others, all trying to fight for that final podium spot. Talon Smith started things off with a flash of speed and ended up falling to the backside of the top 5 before it was all said and done. Meanwhile, look at this, Ben Kelly making the move up the inside of the Kawasaki. Now Medallia going to say, well, that was actually a good idea. It did the same thing to Ben Kelly in that next corner, but the Kawasaki of Ricky Russell, he's back, he's rough, he's rowdy. It's Ricky Russell with that first Moto win. The question is, who is going to come out on top for that second Moto, 2-Moto format here in Jday? Second Moto clinches the overall, so we'll see. Big opportunity on the line. Could not be more excited about it. Here we go, Ryan. This is what we've been waiting for. We've been talking about it since the checker flag of that first Moto, figuring out who's been studying, who's been resting and recovering. A big part of it, like you said, a bright, sunny, kind of warm day out here in South Carolina. Recovery going to be crucial, as it's going to be 30 minutes of all-out battle coming up next.
Yeah, and I was super impressed by Ricky Russell. Basically coming off the couch. He said he rode once since he broke his collarbone 4.5 weeks ago. So for him to come out and just dominate that first Moto was super impressive. He had a little bit of, competition at the beginning with Joey Crown and turned it up, pulled away. That's cool.
No doubt about it. That's Josh Toth. We just saw Talon Medallia, Joey Crown, Jigs Fustini there on the 511, Ricky Russell. Then, of course, Justin Coinos. Gavin Simon looks like he's got some of the bike difficulties figured out. He could play dark horse here in this second Moto, as could Alex Luger. Ben Kelly, he's looking oddly quiet right there. That's a dangerous-looking BK for sure. Alex Vanoof on the 48 machine as well. I mean, this is a strong, strong pro turnout here at round number 3. Some of the biggest names in off-road racing all here, and, all of them got great jumps there in race number 1.
And I see Collier Martinez in just street clothes right there. That's he was ran 4th for most of that first Moto. Ended up getting passed at the end, but yeah, I don't know if he maybe tweaked something, broke his bike earlier in that Sportsman Moto. Not sure.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a great observation there, Ryan. So one of the heavy hitters inside the top 5 of Moto 1, not looking like going to make the gate here in Moto 2, or make the lineup, I should say, as your race official headed up to the top side of turn number 1. Hanging out here on the TBT Racing live drone. Big shout out to TBT Racing Suspension for jumping on board. California-based suspension company making kind of their debut here at Jday, and looks like they're going to be hanging out with us for quite a while. So big shout out and a big thank you to our friends over at TBT Racing. Meanwhile, it's those last words of encouragement, final few moments of preparation here on the starting line. Grab that last photo here.
Number 75 doing an interesting routine. I wonder if that was an arm pump. Hey, let me drain the blood out of my arms. I don't know what he was doing there.
Quick selfie for the gram.
Gotta have that.
Yeah, after working at Arena Cross and getting to see Vince Freezy's start procedure in person, I won't question things anymore because that guy stressed me out getting ready to start. So, final preparations underway though, as this is the last moto of the afternoon. Row number 1, of course, your pro class. We've also got A250 out there, A200 and A Open, as well as Pro A Open Electric. Top side of your screen, gentleman in the black shirt, that is your race official. Going to give him a 1-minute warning. That 30-second card will go up. And we'll see the Fox green flag raised, and when it falls, it is time to rock.
Josh Toth all the way on the inside here. See if he can pull off a whole shot from here. Looks like it could be a little wet in the first turn. Could make it interesting, but and BK is really far on the outside.
Yep,
we'll see how that works out. If he's going to have less of an angle, maybe able to leave it on, carry a little bit more momentum if he doesn't get pushed out. Yeah, maybe able to make it work.
Yeah, Medallia and Crown both over towards the inside as well. Ricky Russell almost dead in the center. So a lot of strategy going into that choice as far as where you line up at. And here we go, goggles going on. It is just about time to go racing. See Kelly there trying to adjust the light, get everything set up to fire as quickly as possible. Going to be one to watch as well. He had a lot of fight in him, a bit better to start. He could play spoiler. So here we go. The umbrellas get put up. The mechanics and family members step away. And all that's left to do is 30 minutes of battle. Here from Edgefield, South Carolina, the CGI facility, the FMF CGI Grand Prix Pro Moto 2. Underway, here we go. Great jump from Tyler Medallia up the inside, and he is going to grab that early race lead. That could be a big spoiler as well. P-Dags is not the rider you want to give some clean air to. Oh, what a move. Slingshot engaged from Joey Crown, and his first lap intensity is just almost unmatchable here on the moto track.
Yeah, he's not afraid to send around those outsides.
Wow, so that is the second time we have seen Joey Crown make a pass to the lead way around the outside and threading the needle. Crown looking to make quick work of it and trying to get some separation early. In that number 2 spot, the question is, where is the Kawasaki of Ricky Russell? Looks like maybe about that 4th place spot.
I just saw Joey Crown bust out that.
Did he do it?
Down.
I was curious.
Went for it.
There's the maneuver.
Yeah.
Here we go, back to the TBT Racing Live Drone A250 class coming up next. Morris on that inside. Millisecond late off the jump. Still got the momentum around the corner. Grab that early race lead, but glance over. A little attitude there. I like it. A250 now off and rolling as well. Saw a couple of these riders even going a lap down there in the first moto. These are extremely talented riders in their own right. It just goes to show when we say we've got the best of the best here at the top of the pro class, it is truly some of the best off-road racers in the world.
Yeah, I mean, you got GNCC champs, a bunch of GNCC race winners. Medaglia is a multi-time Canadian national champ. These are real dudes.
No doubt about it. A200 and A Open next off the line. Jump like a Husky up the inside. Either Husky or KTM. Look at this, trying to go around the outside. It's a Yamaha.
Off of Joey Crown.
Not quite able to, but he's not done yet. Outside to outside, yeah.
That's where we were talking about earlier, that those insides, it's the shorter route, but it's also slippery. Not a lot to bank off of. So sometimes that outside, even though you got to carry, you definitely have to carry a lot more speed, but a lot of times it'll work out.
Right now, so how about
that. Clear off the start. Now the stage is set. Final moto of the afternoon, and whoever that rider was picked up on that downhill line as well.
Funny how one person does it. It's like, oh, we should have done that.
Why did I not think of that?
Yeah.
It's so easy.
The infamous story of the, I mean, totally different, but the 4-minute mile. Forever they said it can't be done. And then the year the first person did it, like 50 more people did it that same year. It's like, oh, now it's possible.
Looked like we had a rider down pretty hard just after that step up, getting 10-2 from a sweep rider. Let's take another look at that pro start. Great jump from Tyler Medaglia. Jigs Fustini runs just a little wide, but watch Joey Crown around this outside quickly. Makes the adjustment, and then just no plan on letting off. Actually doesn't go all the way outside, but man, I mean, he couldn't have timed that any better. A millisecond later, he would make contact with T-Dags.
Yeah, that was pretty precise right there.
Fox FEV drone trying to hang on for dear life.
Man, you could definitely tell the difference in speed in this classes versus other ones. Yep. That drone following through there.
So here we go. Joey Crown and Tyler Medaglia check in and check out. 1 and 2. Looks like potentially Fustini in the number 3 ride. Ricky Russell in 4. And then potentially Coinos and Simon 5 and 6. Ben Kelly in that number 7 spot. On screen, watching Crown.
He's inching away.
Yep, this is his hot spot right here. Now, I don't think Medaglia going to struggle necessarily on the moto track either. But man, Crown's intensity, especially in these opening laps, really been impressive. And I'm sure a mechanic or somebody probably running a pit board for him, letting him know exactly where Ricky Russell's at.
I wonder if Joey Crown, he's a suspension guy by trade. That's what he does for a living. I wonder if he went back and made any suspension changes. He may have brought the whole setup, went for a full reval, but more likely just made some quick changes.
Well, and again, Crown's so strategical as far as the way he's setting things up. You know, he talked about my strengths are here, my weaknesses are here, trying to figure out how he wants to set that machine up. And you know, Joey Crown, a unique story. We touched on it at the Club MX facility GP. Crown, a superstar and kind of a standout amateur phenom, made the transition into pro motocross and supercross, and ended up getting a pretty significant eye injury. We talked about it just a little bit, wanted some more clarification. We were actually able to sit down and talk with Joey Crown a little bit about what that injury was and how he overcomes it, what he does to allow him to do things like he just did right there.
5 years ago, I was training for Paris Supercross at Club Max and collided with another rider and took a handlebar to the face, shattered my eye socket, and did a bunch of some other damage to my face, and shattered my arm too. There's a pretty gnarly scar here. This all healed good. They put a plate under my eye and to fix it, and then ever since the surgeries, I had 2 surgeries on my eye to get the structure right. I dealt with double vision, so I rode for a couple years with one eye straight covered, and then I found this technology of press-on prism. I put the sticker on my goggle, and I've been riding with that ever since. If it isn't bumpy and sun isn't in my eyes, it feels pretty normal. So I'm very grateful for technology and allowed me to still race a dirt bike and have some fun.
Man, that's pretty crazy and pretty cool to see that the Prism technology, the sticker that he's able to put on his goggle lens is incredible, but it wasn't going to stop him. Like you said, years riding with one eye completely covered. I can't imagine that.
No, that would be super tough. I've actually tried it before. There was a guy, I think his name was Josh Steele. Growing up, he was way older when I was younger, but he had one eye, and he rode with a open face helmet, and he still went fast. And I tried it. We were goofing around as kids. It's almost impossible.
Yeah.
So can't believe that. But I mean, we're all riders. Like, we're going to ride no matter what, even if it's at a diminished rate. We're going to get out there and give it a shot. But yeah, cool that he found that technology, and he did say if it's not too bumpy, well, pretty bumpy right now, and if the sun isn't in his eyes, I mean, it shouldn't be too bad right now, but he could start to get a little bit of that sun. Obviously hope the best, but I wonder if that comes into play at all.
Yeah, and I think in the dusty condition as well, the sun kind of reflects off of that dust sometimes, so could potentially be a problem for him, but like he said in that interview, you know, when it does happen, he kind of just closes the one eye, so really impressive the way he's able to manage that and managing this race right now, keeping Tyler Medaglia at bay here in the number 2 spot. It is Jigs Bustini, Ricky Russell, and Rivers Morris, your top 5. Rivers out of that second row, so that's on adjusted time in the scoring. Justin Coinos, Gavin Simon, Hayden Justice, Ben Kelly, and Landon Wentz rounding out your top 10. Robo did quite the shot there.
Yeah, it's when it's dusty like this, the best place to be is right on the rear wheel.
Yep.
You almost don't have near as much dust just because the dust doesn't have time to come up and get in your eyes or get in your way. When you get in the spot where Medaglia is, it's almost the worst. It's got the dust has risen and now it's just a cloud in front of you. So it's definitely going to be tough for him to make up any ground, let alone even keep up the way that Joey's riding right now.
Give it just a moment, then we'll take a look at that Luxon lap times, see exactly how things are shaping up. Got to think a bit of a sense of urgency. Going to be coming from the 212 of Ricky Russell. He wants a chance at this overall.
And I wonder if, the fitness is coming into play a little bit here with Ricky.
Yep.
Especially not getting the greatest of starts, a battle right at the beginning. You spike your heart rate. The sun is clear right now. Like it's beaten down, definitely a lot hotter than it was earlier. I wonder if 4.5 weeks off the bike, that's a long time. You can lose a little bit of that. I think Ricky works a real job now. He's doing construction or something, I heard, and so probably not training like he did when he was racing serious full time. So we'll see.
And still really close as far as the lap times go, though. Russell a 4:48, Crown a 4:44, so only about 4 seconds difference. Medaglia a 47, Christina a 49. Coinos, Simon, and Kelly only a couple of seconds off of that.
But, I mean, first to 7th, that's 11 seconds.
Yeah.
That's a big, big difference. You lose 11 seconds a lap, pretty soon there's nowhere in sight.
Watching Medaglia. Still not quite got that inside step down, taking a wide shot here on the live drone, give you an idea of what that separation looks like. Top side of your screen, and all the way back to just now hitting that big step up. I believe that was the gap from Russell to Coinos. Nailing that downhill. Justin going to be on the charge as well. A podium finish there in moto number 1. You know he'd like to back that up with another. I don't imagine Bustini going to roll over on this one, though. He is certainly, he looked comfortable. He had a lot of fight in him there in moto number 1. Now a little bit better of a start. He's not handing anything over here in moto 2.
No, he's starting to believe he belongs up there.
Yep.
Another younger guy, but starting to see himself with those guys, not behind them.
No question about it.
I mean, you think about it, when you're young and inexperienced, you put people up on a pedestal. You go, there's no way I can hang with those guys.
Yep.
They're just, in your mind, even subconsciously, you put them a little bit ahead of yourself. As soon as you start to mix it up, even run a few laps up there, you go, you know what, maybe it's possible. You do that a few times, you go, no, I can for sure do this. And that's when the magic starts to happen. You start to believe that you really can, and then you go do it.
Here we go, enjoying the views from the CGI Creek. What was kind of a deciding factor in some of our earlier classes, not a problem at all here in this pro class. Leaders making their way through, and you can see the dust kind of settling. Maybe not settling is the best way to put it here in the woods right now. It's just kind of floating around.
It's hovering.
Hovering, that's
Yeah, even talking more about the mental side of it. The way I train my riders is I want to go fast. It's great that you can do 30 minutes at this pace, but I want you to go 5 minutes at a higher pace.
Yep.
Because I'd rather you, instead of starting in 8th place and finishing 7th, I'd rather you start in 1st and run top 2 or 3 for even 2 laps. Now you know that pace. Even though you fade back to 7th, that's still way better. You got to learn that pace. You got to kind of figure out that, hey, I can run this. Even now it's only 2 laps, but let me work on it. Now it's 4, now it's 6, now it's the whole other this pace. Rather than just hanging out in 8th place, that is a lot longer road to the top than that.
I'm telling you what, T-Dags is fired up, and it looks like he is responding as he's starting to close up on Joey Crown. So we could have a new fight for the lead. The Canadian, not the Moto 1 he was looking for. After a solid start to the season, been a consistent threat up inside the top 5, if not the podiums. And Medaglia looking to continue that trend here in Moto 2.
Kind of a cool shot, the drone going the opposite way and the rider's coming at you.
Had to raise up a little bit there.
Ricky Russell's tall dude.
Taking a look this last time, a little bit closer now. Russell a 46, a 45 for Fustini.
I like that inside line there for T-Dags.
Yep, and he was 3 seconds faster than Joey Crown on that last lap as well, a 43 to a 46. So the boys are picking it up here with another lap in the books, and T-Dags trying to bring the fight to Joey Crown.
Yeah, neither of these guys really race at a high, the top level anymore. Not consistently, but Medaglia is one of the more fit dudes. He always has. He's a hard worker. He's not getting tired out. I'm not saying Joey Crown's going to. He proved that wrong at Club Next. It was tough there, but this will be a battle of the wills. See, keep pushing it and keep pushing ahead. It's slippery out there. It's going to dry, a little dusty. Medaglia's going to be a tough run.
Both of them have the dab the foot there, taking the Stoke Battle Cam. Question is, how much is Joey willing to risk? Right, we talked about the potential eye issues with the sun and dust in the air. Also, Joey's sitting on a 2 right now. I believe Medaglia a 5 in Moto number 1. Not really a threat for the overall picture, and especially with Ricky Russell back there in that 4th place spot. Look at the time that he made up just off of that step down.
Yeah.
Got to wonder how much Crown's going to lay on the line just to keep T-Dags behind him.
Yeah, and if Tyler's going to pick up on that line, he's already seen it.
He's got it.
And that was proof right there. He just watched Joey Crown march away just in one little section. So we'll see. Hopefully he can pick that up and at least match it on that section.
Medaglia really got that step up now, too. Pacing just perfectly to still take that inside. Russell starting to creep forward now as well.
Ricky he doesn't really have that intensity he had that first moto. But it's tough, like I said earlier. You start in the back or a little bit further back, kind of get stuck in that pace sometimes. Versus Ricky was out front pretty early, was able to kind of set his own pace.
There we see Coinos on the 444. Jigs Fustini, we've been talking about the KTM rider really consistently starting to fight up inside that top 5, starting to believe we were able to catch up with him. Talk a little bit about that consistency. Not able to grab that word with Jigs, but he is doing a great job of keeping consistent and slowly building as well. Not rushing, not taking any super unnecessary risks, just stacking blocks, stacking consistent effort, and really starting to catch our attention here in the booth and a lot of other people's attention as well.
Yeah, kind of to what I was saying, the more time you can spend up at the front, the more comfortable you become at that pace. And now you start to believe that you can. But being consistent is not just going fast. That's staying off the ground, too. That's getting good starts as well. You start 10th, you're not running in 3rd. You know what I mean?
Not in this class.
Not with a class this stacked.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And that's the thing. Consistency is such a broad term. And like you said, it is consistent on the start. Consistent in hydration, in fitness, in the nutrition, in your recovery. Everything has to be regularly stacked on top of another. Keep going in that right direction. Medaglia really applying some pressure now back onto the rear wheel of Crown.
Looks like Tyler just a bit stronger in this wood section.
Yeah, and I think you heard me earlier. He's trying to get closer so the dust is less of an issue.
The general knows what he's talking about. I'm going to try it out. Back over the creek jump we go.
Another thing to think about, I mean, Tyler was a moto guy before he was an off-road guy, but he's been doing off-road for a long time now. We talk about Ben Kelly being the diesel, taking a little bit to get warmed up. Joey Crown's never been an off-road guy. He's always been sprint guy. Maybe Tyler didn't quite have the pace at the beginning. As soon as he got comfortable, settled in a little bit, now he's running that same pace.
Well, I believe, I know Medallia is still in. I believe Joey Crown actually has done the GNCC as well, but he's done the 2-hour-long morning race, and so he got top 40 overall in that plus 25 A class. So he's done it, but I definitely think, to your point, there's a certain level of experience and comfort with going deep into those races. And to your point, we're not doing 2 hours, we're not doing 3 hours. It's 30 minutes, which in motocross, that's a long time, the longest time. In off-road, that's just a chunk of it. So these riders got to kind of find that balance. Woo, big scrub right there from Crown.
Well, and that's what a lot of people talk about. Well, GNCC guys are the most fit guys. They're very fit. Pro motocross guys are very fit as well. It's a different intensity. It's a different heart rate zone. GNCC guys, yeah, their heart rate gets high, but you ought to see pro motocross. The intensity you got to have, it's all out. Like, completely pushing past your limit the entire time, where GNCC, you can't do that even if you wanted to. It's woods, it's rocks and roots and nasty off camber. Like, there's only so hard you can push there. We talked about the limits of traction, kind of deciding how hard you can push. In motocross, most of the time you have really good traction. So both disciplines are, the top guys are super fit, but if you're not trained to sprint, then your body doesn't really, it's hard to recover from that. You can blow yourself up in a couple laps riding over your head, and then the body doesn't know how to recover. Tyler's still not able to jump that jump, and looking from here, from the TBT race and live drone, it looks simple, but on the track, I'm sure it's a lot more daunting.
Well, and on top of that, it looks like Medallia has actually started really checking up to try to downside that downhill rather than still just kind of launching out the flat, and that's costing him just a bit as well. But now enters the new variable, the lap trap. Joey Crown going to be getting to that first, going to catch a lot of riders off guard. That could play into the 905's hand as well.
Yeah, and Tyler got lucky there that the guy checked up, because that would have cost him a lot more time had that lapper went into the woods before.
Check it in now, Ricky Russell on your screen. And Ben Kelly now starting to creep forward as well into the rear view mirror of the 212. What's that potential Simon that we looked at? Oh, the fluorescent helmet.
I think Gavin Simon's still ahead of Ben Kelly.
Yeah.
That's Luger.
That's
there.
Luger on screen, the 303 machine.
Looks like he's lost some steam. I know, as a trainer myself, it's hard to get into motos that you need. You're always, helping somebody else get in shape and ride and get better. You don't get a lot of time for yourself. So
do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah.
Now, Alex definitely one of the more exciting personalities. He's got I believe he's still doing the vlog, but like you said, really stepping up in that Aloha Alex Luger Off-Road Academy. I believe he's the A. A lot of top youth riders trust in Alex as well. You see Bustini with Russell still right behind. Boyer essentially a lap down there. And then it should be Coinos rounding out your top 5. And check back in at the front of the field. Here is Club MX Yamaha, Joey Crown. Followed by Tyler Medallia, the 905. The dust continues to hover here.
Yeah, it's
not getting any thinner.
I'm just watching. Medaglia taking different lines. I don't think it's because they're faster. I think he's trying to stay out of the dust.
Yep.
You know, even if you move over 6 feet and you go around 2 trees that, you know, the outside of 2 trees that Joey Crown went to the inside, you stay out of a little bit of the dust, especially if you get the wind on your side. So even though he may be in a little bit rougher line, maybe not the preferred line, you can see at least.
Fox FPV drone on board, chasing after Jigs Fustini. The Fustini family regulars here at the Jday. If I'm not mistaken, I believe his sister, Ruby, a former women's pro champion here in Jday. I believe he recovered from an injury. Wow, there went Ricky Russell. A little bit of a gap built up there behind Russell. How about that? So, bit of breathing room behind the Kawasaki.
Well, and you got to think, like we mentioned earlier, one guy goes through, you have this much dust. 2, 3, 4, 7 people go through. Now it's a cloud. You can't see. So that 7th through 8th, well, yeah, back there, they're dealing with a lot more dust. So that's important for a good start, and I think why you saw Joey Crown be so aggressive on that first lap, he didn't want to deal with it at all. He said, dude, even if I have to take a chance here, if that means I can get out front early, I don't have to deal with any dust. I don't have to follow anybody. I don't have to worry about passing anybody. That was worth the risk. I mean, obviously it worked out for him. It could have went the other way, but that's why he was willing to take that risk.
He's responded to the pressure from Medaglia. Whether he's picked it back up or maybe he actually made a bobble or two. More bikers between them.
I wonder, we should have done a start line bike check. I want to see what kind of tires these guys have on if they're running the scoop. You know, the scoop now is kind of the preferred pretty much everywhere, but this is pretty hard packed. You know, even though there's some silty stuff, I don't think that the benefit of the scoop and the silt would outweigh the benefit of, you know, a dirt tire for the hard tire.
Well, and I know a lot of that big factor is the start itself. You can see Ben Kelly making a pass around Gavin Simon, and the start relatively hard packed right here as well. Immediately turning back onto the motocross track, so it would be interesting for sure.
It's like Ben Kelly just made a pass on Gavin Simon.
Yep, the beats are starting to get warmed up.
Yeah, got Coinos not too far ahead.
Very different line choices for these 3 riders as well. Again, an advantage of this TVT Racing live drone. Get a bit expressive there on the KTM.
Oh, what are you looking
that was
at
a little
there?
strange there. Here is Rivers Morris. Leading the way. And bringing us a nice roll out of that. I believe it is 258. Yeah, 8250. Just in front of Peter Shaw and Bodie Walter.
Yeah, Rivers Morris hung out. I was obviously at all the GNCCs last year. He's a GNCC guy. He's done the whole series for a long time. He's affectionately known by his friends, jokingly, as Creek, not Rivers, because he's pretty small. I didn't. It took me a second too when I first heard it, but I thought it was pretty funny.
Creek Morris. Yeah, he's been on fire all day. Even in that first Sportsman moto, he was, you know, all the pro boys were pretty amped up, and he was right there in the mix, duking it out with them.
Yeah, I think he's a young kid too, so good experience for him to get up there and kind of mix it up. Obviously leading this A250, but mixing up at least on adjusted time with the top 10.
Ooh, a little freestyle over the creek jump.
And second Tory, he jumped into another class.
He just went and put his gear back on.
Yeah.
I think second Tory's in the boat though. So.
has responded to the pressure from Russell. They've both kind of settled into that 3 and 4 spot.
And when you get dust like this and the rocks, and it's pretty rough now, it's a lot easier for a young kid to push it and go, you know what, I don't care, I'm going to hold it wide open anyway, even though I can't see. As compared to an old guy, he's going to go, well, I'm not calling Ricky's, he's just older. He's in his 30s, and he's not going to risk it quite as much as a young kid that's trying to prove himself.
You got a wife, a baby on the way, you got things to lose. How about this? Your Luxon lap times, a 4:45 for Joey Crown as well as Ricky Russell. So first and fourth, identical lap times. Tyler Medaglia 1 second slower with a 46. Bustini a 47. So the top 4 getting fired up, and I believe I saw our lead flagger giving them a 2-lap to go sign there. So not quite the white flag, but getting an idea. It's the closing stages. Now is go time. I want to put that last charge in.
He's in range. He's just out of roost range, but also just out of range to grab that toe. We talk about the toe, whether it's car racing or bicycle racing. It's the same in moto. It's not an actual grab, but it's just the magnitude you get when you're close to somebody. You kind of follow their lines and go, man, that was a good line, but what if I went a little bit more inside? Now you gain a little bit. It's kind of a toe.
He needs to follow that line right there.
Yeah, he's got to get that line. He's losing 3 seconds every time I go.
It's going to be one of those ones you go back on Racer TV or GPTV and watch it. Oh, man.
Why didn't I just go for that?
I can't believe.
It looks so easy.
Yeah. So starting to get into the closing stages of this race.
That's tough. Yeah, coming up on Gavin Simon. Hucking it. Gavin took a detour off the track there. BK has passed. Is that Coinos he passed?
Yeah, looks like it. So Coinos now slides back to the 6th place spot. Ben Kelly up to the 5th place position.
Think about the mental aspect of it. Ben Kelly's totally fine with running an 8 for the first 2 or 3 laps and not letting that break him down and making him feel like he can't catch up. He just knows that he's going to be stronger at the end, and he just almost, his lap times get better, I'd say, the entire race. They're probably the slowest at the beginning. Where opposite of, say a Joey Crown or something, where his fastest lap is by far the first lap. Well, not that he falls off, but his sprint speed is just there.
Right. And to your point, though, you got to wonder whether or not if BK could amp up a little bit those first few laps. Yes, he's okay with being an 8, but what if he was in 4th? Those first few laps, and then he starts to pick things up as well. So Kelly, like I said, your current XC1 points leader in GNCC, a multi-time XC1 champion, and no stranger to the Jday series as well. I believe grew up racing these, so got plenty of experience. And there is Crown and Medaglia. Here we got a pretty nice battle going on in that open A class as well. Want to make sure to give them a big shout out. Rivers Morris leading your 250 A class. But in that open A, we'll try to see if we can catch a glimpse of them on screen. Hayden Justice and Connor Potts going at it. There you see Crown. T-Dax is right there now. Mm-hmm. He has gotten the memo. It is time to go. I wouldn't be surprised to see him do the step down on this lap. Looked like he was kind of flirting with it just a little bit, landed just beside that inside roller.
Oh man, he's feeling it. He knows it's time. White flag. Gotta go. Gonna have to pull out the step down, Tyler.
Is what we like to see. One lap of racing and still anybody's guess Who's going to be grabbing the second moto win? Joey Crown and Talon Medallia going at it at the front of the AA field. Here we go, onto the moto track for the final time, the CGI facility.
This track really is amazing. I would love to ride this place.
Yeah, is it bad? I just wanted Joey Crown to just crank one of those whips he was doing.
That might loosen him up.
He's locked in right now. He's in race mode.
Yeah. And even right there, I mean, they've only been on the track for 15 seconds. It's pretty cool to come back on that.
So hearing at the moment, if they finish as they're running, the overall would be Crown, Russell, and then Medallia 1, 2, and 3. So we'll see whether or not the potential pass could change that. And as close as he was at the end of the lap, if he can maintain those couple of seconds that he loses on that step down, that could be the difference maker.
We'll see. Coming up.
So strong. He's outside Justice. Hayden Justice still checks in, leads the way out of open A. See this lap rider. Good job of getting out of the way. Not so far. Medallia not worried about it. There we go. Nope. Joey Crown. Not the fastest man on track for the first time on that last lap. D-Dags a 4.44. Cranking it up as the race is winding down. The question is, will it be too little too late? Splashing their way through one more time. Got mud and dust in the same shot.
Yeah. Seven laps complete. They were running almost 5-minute laps.
Yep.
This could be basically a 35-minute moto.
Yeah, these guys are gnarly. It is. I was going to say, looking at the watch, it looks like they just missed that 30-minute mark. So, and it's hot. It's not cooling off here.
Yeah. Well, it may be maybe a 40-minute moto. Close to it.
So watching and waiting as there it is, Joey Crown. And Talon Medallia, 1 and 2. As they push further and further, they're getting deeper in the lap traffic. Those riders, in theory, going to be faster and faster, maybe a bit more difficult to get around, potentially in a battle of their own. We'll see if that plays in things. I believe that might have just been Hayden Justice that we caught on screen, your open A leader. Guy is pushing. He's doing a great job of not forcing mistakes, though. He's not riding over his head.
Yeah, and that's been one thing to kind of reach up and bite him so far this season. He's been one of the faster ones in a lot of the races, but he's had some crashes.
So here we go. Over the creek jump for the final time. Joey Crown and Talon Medallia getting ready to head towards us and towards a checkered flag to close out the racing.
There it is. Joey Crown takes the win for a 2-1 for the overall win for the day. Nice ride by Joey. Joey's maybe going to take his bike to the rig, come back to the podium. Tyler Medaglia is second in the moto. I think that should put him possibly third overall. And Ricky Russell coming to fifth. Maybe good enough for third overall. Or second overall.
All right, guys, going to give our riders just a second here, I believe. Joey Crown going back to try to grab some water. Ricky Russell might have been doing the same thing. Well, while we've got him here, he just took himself a quick little bath here. Tyler Medaglia, man, what an impressive ride. Talking about a battle all the way down to the wire. Take us through. You were kind of right in that roost zone of Joey Crown. You were flirting. You close in, it stretch out. You close in, it stretch out. Take us through how you felt.
Yeah, I mean, he had a spot in the, like, I would keep it close in the moto track, and then he had a spot where he was like jumping over this like blind crest, and it was kind of muddy when I was going to try it the last time, and yeah, I wasn't taking a risk for that because I would make up a bit of time in the trees, and we got close a couple times by the first gap jump, and yeah, it was just a good battle. Just yeah, the vision is gnarly in there. It's hard to see.
Yeah, we were kind of speculating. Obviously, everything looks a lot easier from the drone, but that downhill drop, it did seem like you had a bit more pace in the woods. Was there a specific spot you felt like you were making up on them? Kind of take us through that.
I just think like just more like a moto. You know, I was that guy a couple of years ago where like it took me a few years of riding this type of stuff to figure out how to ride the woods like the really good guys. So yeah, I mean it was good because he was a bit quicker on the thing and I was a bit quicker in there, and it was close.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Unofficially sounded like you got third overall, man. Who's celebrating with you after such a good performance today?
Well, I got Courtney Lloyd here from Team Canada MX. She's like doing my pit setup and picked me up from the airport and everything, so I appreciate her. And Ben is doing all the mechanics, the sheet metal garage, and yeah, luckily Yamaha is supports me and Valley Yamaha, so thank you.
There it is. That's Tyler Medaglia up on the podium here. Going to make our way over to Joey Crown. Trying not to wrap Tyler up in the cable here. Got through it. All right, Joey, we got you some hydration, man, and you certainly earned it after a race like that. Opening lap speed, how much of that was a focus for you? I mean, you have thread the needle around the outside on that first lap, both Moto 1 and Moto 2. Seems like the sense of urgency off the line was pretty dire.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, something I learned racing motocross all the years, and it's so important, and that's a strength of mine, I guess, to do that. So I know some of these guys, it isn't quite a strength being from off-road, so especially jumping on the track right away, I wanted to get to the front and get to the woods first. The first moto, my lines weren't the best, and until Ricky got around me and I kind of figured stuff out. But second moto, my lines were good enough to where I could hold on. Tyler was for sure faster in the woods. He about passed me a couple times. He kind of banged bars a little bit in there, and it was a tough battle. The conditions were not favoring me and my moto suspension in those woods. That moto was a lot tougher for me in that instance, but my lines are better, and I was able to push hard to the end, and he for sure didn't make it easy on me.
No doubt about it. And I was going to say maybe just a bit more pace from Tyler in the woods. Were you kind of alternating lines? Were you trying to ride a wide bike specifically, or just trying to focus on yourself and push forward?
I was focused on myself. I mean, I gained a lot of good lines the first one, and this second moto I was just trying to hit my marks. And you know what I didn't do today? I didn't crash. So that's huge for me. Like, that was my number one goal, no falling, which me in these woods that's very tough order. So I was able to keep it on two wheels. I was just keeping it super patient, trying not to let him rattle me. I know that's probably what he's thinking, like, come on, fall like you did last time, you know. But I was like, I'm just going to go hit my marks, and I just defended where I defended, and it was enough to come away with a win, so I'm just stoked with that.
Yeah, keep it on two wheels and grab the overall. Sounds like a good day for me, man. Who's celebrating with you? Who do you want to thank for such a good ride this weekend?
Like I said, I got to give it up to Lord Jesus Christ, first and foremost. Thankful to be out here, and my mom and dad back home, my sisters, I forgot them the first time. All three of them are watching, I'm sure, yelling at the TV, and my girlfriend back home as well, and Colomex. Guys have helped me a lot this year. I mean, I've been working for them during the weeks, but allowing me to come do this on one of their motorcycles, and it's great, and hopefully getting good results will make it even easier for them to let me do this and maybe the whole series next year. We'll see. But fly gear, Dunlop tires, EVS braces, Scott goggles. There's a long list of people. Jonah came with me here this weekend and was helping me out a little bit too. And yeah, thank you.
Great job, impressive performance. That's Joey Crown, your overall winner here from the CGI Facility Grand Prix. And we're going to see whether or not we can find Ricky Russell. I believe he went back to grab some water, so we'll see whether or not we can grab a word with the 212. See if I catch Ricky heading back over here. Well, we'll buy some time. I got Jigs Fustini hanging out. Come over here, Jigs. Why not? Let's chat a little bit. This is how we get it done. Jigs, man, an impressive ride here this weekend on it looked very smooth, very easy course. I'm joking. It looked absolutely brutal out there, man. Take us through CGI and how you felt about your performance here today.
It was sick. I felt like I rode really good, had some good starts, and was just really consistent overall.
We've kind of talked about you throughout the day, a bit younger as far as the field goes, man. That sense of belonging, that belief that you believe or should be up front. We saw it in the sportsman classes. We've seen it here in the pro classes now. We're banging bars with riders that I'm sure you grew up looking up to. What's that transition like, looking up to these guys as heroes, from heroes to competition?
I think it's kind of motivating, after looking up to you got, guys like Ben Kelly, Josh Toth, and Ricky, and it's just wicked cool to be out here battling with these guys, and yeah, I don't know. I'm just really excited.
It's certainly been exciting to watch for sure, man. Who's helping you out? Who's celebrating with you after such a great day?
My whole family, KTM, TF Racing Suspension, Alpine Stars, TF Racing Suspension, Dunlop Tires, and just really everybody that helps me out. Nothing goes unnoticed, so thank you.
There it is, Jigs Fustini. A fantastic performance here at round 3 of the Fox Jday Off-Road Series. Doesn't look like Ricky Russell going to be headed back this way, so that's going to close things down for the podium celebrations. They were rowing that boat all the way back through the pond. I saw that. We'll take a look at your MX Trophies race recap. What a day it has been, and what a way to close off the afternoon. Fantastic racing, bar-to-bar action, and a true yo-yo lead back and forth between Joey Crown and Tyler Medaglia going at it. One stronger in one section, the other stronger in a different section. Man, that's the kind of racing that makes our job pretty easy there, Ryan.
Yeah, that was great. And the whole time you're just kind of on the edge of your seat going, man, if Tyler would just jump that step down, or if he could just clean up that section, he could probably gain, because he was definitely quicker in the woods. But, yeah, overall, Joey just too strong. Tyler not be able to make it up.
And I was glad to hear Tyler even talk about that jump as well. Clearly, like we said, everything looks easy from the live drone. A little bit muddy before it, that risk versus reward. Joey just able to risk it a bit more. Got it in that first moto and knew he had it dialed in by the second. But, man, what an impressive performance as these two put on a clinic for us at the front of the field.
Yeah, a little surprised on Ricky Russell, too. I thought with his pace in the first one, he would make his way through. But, yeah, like we said, sometimes you kind of get stuck in that pace, and he could be dealing with a little bit of fitness issue from being off the bikes along with the broken collarbone.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We take a look at your Pro Taper Top 10. It was Joey Crown, Ricky Russell, and Tyler Medaglia, 1, 2, and 3 overall. Jigs Fustini and Justin Coinos ran out your top 5. Ben Kelly, Josh Toth, Alex Luger, Rivers Morris, and Alex Fanoof rounding out your top 10 here in the AA Pro class. Oh, well, what a way to close out the season. We take a look at our coming up next. We've got plenty of action in store for you here. We take a look at your Jday Off-Road upcoming broadcast. Round 4 from the Lake Sugar Tree GP going to be on May 10th, 8 to 5 p.m. Then we'll have Round 5 up at Budds Creek for the Budds Creek GP on June 14th. Round 6 going to be August 2nd at the Southwick GP. And then, of course, the grand finale, Round 7 and 8, the doubleheader up at Unadilla. That's going to be August 29th and 30th, 8 to 5. Go ahead and set the calendar up. And go ahead and, if you're watching on Racer TV, go ahead and click that the little bell icon, turn the notifications on. Plenty of upcoming broadcasts there as well. GNCC continues with Round 6 next weekend, the Old Gray, May 2nd. And we're going to have ATVs on Saturday starting at 1:30. Then we'll have bikes on Sunday, May 3rd, starting at 12:30. And, of course, like we said, the Lake Sugar Tree, GP going to be on May 10th, followed by GNCC Round 7 going to be on May 16th and 17th. ATVs on Saturday and bikes on Sunday. You don't want to miss it. It's all racing all the time. Well, of course, as always, we got to hand out a ton of thank yous. Wanting to start things out, of course, with our executive producer, Carrie Jo Russell, our event promoter, Ethan Broach, here from Jday, our operations producer, OPAG, our producer, Don Hurricane Hampton, the director, Jack Renner, our replay operator, Cameron Cotter, our graphics operator, Tom Armstrong, as well as our audio engineer, Brian Wall, our engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, our second engineer, Adam Arndt, our incredible camera operators, Matt Gabriel, Nathan L., Jake Albright, Zachary Robinson, Shalon Chapman, Jacques Terrell, and Denton Atkinson, as well as our drone pilots, Gabe Scholl and Ian Howes. For Ryan Sipes, I am Zach Herron. Thank you, guys. Thank you to all of you that came here in person. Thank you to our amazing sponsors, and we'll see you all next time right here at Jday. There are those incredible sponsors. Big shout-out to all of them. Of course, Fox, FMF, Factory Connection, Yamaha and Blue Crew 100%, Moto Tassinari, the Kirk Caselli Foundation, Dunlop, and Engine Ice. So many incredible people, all of our amazing OEMs. It takes each and every one of you, from our OEMs to our media partners, our advocacy partners. We appreciate each and every one of you and excited to continue the growth and the buzz that is Jday Off-Road. We'll see you guys next time right here on Racer TV and GPTV. Good night.